test 1 2 1 2 test. Test 1 2 1 2 test 1 2 1 2 testing test. Test 1 2 1 2 testing test 1 2 1 2.
What if I told you the best rallycross drivers in the world are set to battle it out here in Ireland? That's right, for the first time in 3 decades, the European Rallycross Championship comes back to Ireland. A championship that has travelled the globe from Scandinavia to the Middle East and brings together some of the fastest and most fearless drivers in motorsport. And this July 18th and 19th, this very championship lands here in the heart of Ireland at Mondello Park. Rallycross is known for its down-to-the-wire battles.
Look at Anderson and Jacob Lewis so close!
Razor-thin margins for error.
Oh, it's a spin down the hill!
And hard racing finishes where everything can change in the last corner.
So here we go! Oh, look at this 3 abreast down into turn 4. This is what it's all about.
Half dirt, half tarmac, standing starts, and cars that are capable of accelerating from 0 to 100 kilometers an hour in under 2 seconds. On July 18th and 19th, drivers from all across the globe will descend on Mondello Park to fight it out wheel to wheel for championship points in one of the most intense forms of racing in the world. And for the first time in over 30 years, Irish fans get to witness it all live. If you want to be there, get your tickets now on mondellopark.ie. What if I told you the best rallycross drivers in the world are set to battle it out here in Ireland? That's right, for the first time in 3 decades, the European Rallycross Championship comes back to Ireland. A championship that has travelled the globe from Scandinavia to the Middle East and brings together some of the fastest and most fearless drivers in motorsport. And this July 18th and 19th, this very championship lands here in the heart of Ireland at Mondello Park. Rallycross is known for its down-to-the-wire battles,
Look at Anderson and Jacob, it's so close.
razor-thin margins for error,
Oh, it's a spin down the hill.
and heart-racing finishes where everything can change at the last corner.
So here we go. Oh, look at this, 3 abreast down into turn 4. This is what it's all about.
Half dirt, half tarmac, standing starts, and cars that are capable of accelerating from 0 to 100 kilometers an hour in under 2 seconds. On July 18th and 19th, drivers from all across the globe will descend on Mondello Park to fight it out wheel to wheel for championship points in one of the most intense forms of racing in the world. And for the first time in over 30 years, Irish fans get to witness it all live. If you want to be there, get your tickets now on mondellopark.ie. What if I told you the best rallycross drivers in the world are set to battle it out here in Ireland? That's right, for the first time in 3 decades, the European Rallycross Championship comes back to Ireland. A championship that has travelled the globe from Scandinavia to the Middle East and brings together some of the fastest and most fearless drivers in motorsport. And this July 18th and 19th, this very championship lands here in the heart of Ireland at Mondello Park. Rallycross is known for its down-to-the-wire battles,
Look at Anderson and Jacob, it's so close.
razor-thin margins for error,
Oh, it's a spin down the hill.
and heart-racing finishes where everything can change at the last corner.
So here we go. Oh, look at this, 3 abreast down into turn 4. This is what it's all about.
Half dirt, half tarmac, standing starts, and cars that are capable of accelerating from 0 to 100 kilometers an hour in under 2 seconds. On July 18th and 19th, drivers from all across the globe will descend on Mondello Park to fight it out wheel to wheel for championship points in one of the most intense forms of racing in the world. And for the first time in over 30 years, Irish fans get to witness it all live. If you want to be there, get your tickets now on mondellopark.ie. What if I told you the best rallycross drivers in the world are set to battle it out here in Ireland? That's right, for the first time in 3 decades, the European Rallycross Championship comes back to Ireland. A championship that has travelled the globe from Scandinavia to the Middle East and brings together some of the fastest and most fearless drivers in motorsport. And this July 18th and 19th, this very championship lands here in the heart of Ireland at Mondello Park. Rallycross is known for its down-to-the-wire battles,
Look at Anderson and Jacob, it's so close.
razor-thin margins for error,
Oh, it's a spin down the hill.
and heart-racing finishes where everything can change at the last corner.
So here we go. Oh, look at this, 3 abreast down into turn 4. This is what it's all about.
Half dirt, half tarmac, standing starts and cars that are capable of accelerating from 0 to 100 kilometers an hour in under 2 seconds. On July 18th and 19th, drivers from all across the globe will descend on Mondello Park to fight it out wheel to wheel for championship points in one of the most intense forms of racing in the world. And for the first time in over 30 years, Irish fans get to witness it all live. If you want to be there, get your tickets now on mondellopark.ie. What if I told you the best rallycross drivers in the world are set to battle it out here in Ireland? That's right, for the first time in 3 decades, the European Rallycross Championship comes back to Ireland. A championship that has travelled the globe from Scandinavia to the Middle East and brings together some of the fastest and most fearless drivers in motorsport. And this July 18th and 19th, this very championship lands here in the heart of Ireland at Mondello Park. Rallycross is known for its down-to-the-wire battles,
Look at Anderson and the joking man, so close.
razor-thin margins for error,
Oh, it's a spin down the hill.
and hard-racing finishes where everything can change at the last corner.
So here we go. Oh, look at this, 3 abreast down into turn 4. This is what it's all about.
Half dirt, half tarmac, standing starts, and cars that are capable of accelerating from 0 to 100 kilometers an hour in under 2 seconds. On July 18th and 19th, drivers from all across the globe will descend on Mondello Park to fight it out wheel to wheel for championship points in one of the most intense forms of racing in the world. And for the first time in over 30 years, Irish fans get to witness it all live. If you want to be there, get your tickets now on mondellopark.ie.
Testing, testing. 1 2 1 2.
What if I told you the best rallycross drivers in the world are set to battle it out here in Ireland? That's right, for the first time in 3 decades, the European Rallycross Championship comes back to Ireland. A championship that has travelled the globe from Scandinavia to the Middle East and brings together some of the fastest and most fearless drivers in motorsport. And this July 18th and 19th, this very championship lands here in the heart of Ireland at Mondello Park. Rallycross is known for its down-to-the-wire battles,
Look at Anderson and the joking man, so close.
razor-thin margins for error,
Oh, it's a spin down the hill.
and hard-racing finishes where everything can change at the last corner.
So here we go. Oh, look at this, 3 abreast down into turn 4. This is what it's all about.
Half dirt, half tarmac, standing starts, and cars that are capable of accelerating from 0 to 100 kilometers an hour in under 2 seconds. On July 18th and 19th, drivers from all across the globe will descend on Mondello Park to fight it out wheel to wheel for championship points in one of the most intense forms of racing in the world. And for the first time in over 30 years, Irish fans get to witness it all live. If you want to be there, get your tickets now on mondellopark.ie. What if I told you the best rallycross drivers in the world are set to battle it out here in Ireland? That's right, for the first time in 3 decades, the European Rallycross Championship comes back to Ireland. A championship that has travelled the globe from Scandinavia to the Middle East and brings together some of the fastest and most fearless drivers in motorsport. And this July 18th and 19th, this very championship lands here in the heart of Ireland at Mondello Park. Rallycross is known for its down-to-the-wire battles.
Look at Anderson and Jacob Miller, so close.
Razor-thin margins for error.
Oh, it's a spin down the hill.
And heart-racing finishes where everything can change in the last corner.
So here we go. Oh, look at this 3 abreast down into turn 4. This is what it's all about.
Half dirt, half tarmac, standing starts and cars that are capable of accelerating from 0 to 100 kilometers an hour in under 2 seconds. On July 18th and 19th, drivers from all across the globe will descend on Mondello Park to fight it out wheel to wheel for championship points in one of the most intense forms of racing in the world. And for the first time in over 30 years, Irish fans get to witness it all live. If you want to be there, get your tickets now on mondellopark.ie. What if I told you the best rallycross drivers in the world are set to battle it out here in Ireland? That's right, for the first time in 3 decades, the European Rallycross Championship comes back to Ireland. A championship that has travelled the globe from Scandinavia to the Middle East and brings together some of the fastest and most fearless drivers in motorsport. And this July 18th and 19th, this very championship lands here in the heart of Ireland at Mondello Park. Rallycross is known for its down-to-the-wire battles.
Look at Anderson and Jacob Miller, so close.
Razor-thin margins for error.
Oh, it's a spin down the hill.
And heart-racing finishes where everything can change in the last corner.
So here we go. Oh, look at this 3 abreast down into turn 4. This is what it's all about.
Half dirt, half tarmac, standing starts and cars that are capable of accelerating from 0 to 100 kilometers an hour in under 2 seconds. On July 18th and 19th, drivers from all across the globe will descend on Mondello Park to fight it out wheel to wheel for championship points in one of the most intense forms of racing in the world. And for the first time in over 30 years, Irish fans get to witness it all live. If you want to be there, get your tickets now on mondellopark.ie.
event of the season. The entry is strong across the classes, Super Retro in particular, with a host of returning drivers, new cars, upgraded cars, so plenty to look out for. But just to run you through the order of the day, we're going to have 3 qualifying sessions, Q1, Q2, Q3, before we go into the semi-finals and the finals later this afternoon. We're going to do it all again tomorrow as well at round 2. 2 separate meetings, round 1 today, round 2 tomorrow, before the rest of the British Rallycross Championship continues across the country, from Mondello Park in Ireland to Pembrey in South Wales, Valkenswaard in Holland, Loyac in France, who all returns here back to Lydden Hill in November for the fireworks finale. I'm Dan Wright, I'll be your commentator across the course of the 2 days here at Lydden Hill, and what a better place to be than Lydden at Easter weekend with a packed paddock, lots of spectators heading in, and we are ready and raring to go with our first races of the season. Super Retro will kickstart our campaign. This is the category for cars built before 1991 and over 1600cc, and it's Stuart Emery who's going to lead the cars out for the first race of the 2026 season. The man from Faversham, former Super National champion, has got a new engine in the Volvo 242 and Victor Solberg delivery. Andy Grant joins him, the Devon-based garage owner in his Ford Escort Mark II, and it really is an eclectic mix of machinery. We have Ford Escorts, Volvos, Sunbeam. We've got a real mixture of everything thrown in. Pat Duran's there again this season in number 46 in his Zack-Speed powered turbocharged Ford Escort. But our first race of the year is about to get going. Stuart Emery on pole, Andy Grant alongside in number 45. In the middle of row 1 we should find Vince Bristow in his BMW. Now Vince is the highest placed returning driver from 2025 because Charlie French is non-starting this weekend and Adam Crockett has not able to take the start here at Lydden this weekend, the car being rebuilt over the winter and unable to get here for this round. Hopefully we'll see him out at events later in the season. But just to run you through this starting order, Stuart Emery on pole, Vince Bristow alongside Andy Grant next door in 45. Row 2, circuit owner Pat Duran alongside Dan Swayland in the Tuesday night Rallycross Club built Ford Escort Mark II. And on the back row, it's Hannah Stewart in her Super Retro Division Talbot Sunbeam. 4 laps of action ahead, no joker lap for the retro divisions as ever, so it's a traditional Rallycross sprint to the flag, the mixture of gravel and tarmac all thrown into one with these pre-1991 Rallycross machines over 1600cc ready to go. We're under starters orders on the Canterbury Straight, thumbs up then from our start line marshal, and the first race of 2026 here at Lydden Hill about to get going as we start the 50th anniversary season, ready to race. We go, and Stuart Emery gets a good start in the Volvo 242 from pole position then. The brand new engine in the Volvo. So much work has gone into the car over the winter to make this Volvo work better than it did last year, and Stuart's been getting faster and faster. This is a great start from the local man on his home circuit. Andy Grant settles in behind in the Vauxhall powered Ford Escort Mark II. Pat Duran keeping him company in third with Vince Bristow fourth, but it is Stuart Emery then in the Volvo who leads the way, going out of a Devil's Elbow for the first time, and he could be, if this car works as he hopes, could be one of the real championship favourites this season. Very, very early days, of course, half a lap into the first race of the year, but this is good stuff from Stuart. He's just hoping to get into the A final this weekend, hoping to make it into the main races at the end of the meeting as Pat Duran makes a move on fellow Devon racer Andy Grant. That's a good move by Pat, the 4-time British Rallycross champion, up the inside of Andy Grant and gets second place away from the similar Mark II Escort with Vince Bristow in fourth place. Now Vince in the BMW 3 Series, always tail happy, always one to keep an eye on, and he is now challenging the rear wing here of Andy Grant's Ford Escort as they go through the Talladega Chestnut Drift sequence for the second time, up over the big tabletop jump and in towards the Devil's Elbow. Stuart Emery is making good his escape. He's disappearing up the road already, but the attention is on this fight for third, fourth and fifth place because Dan Swayland's in there as well. Dan in the Tuesday night Rallycross Club Ford Escort Mark II, which he's using for this weekend. He's on the tail of Vince Bristow through the North Bend hairpin. Swayland in 22. Do keep an eye on the Isle of Sheppey racer because he's finding his feet in this new car for the 2026 opening round. His build of the Mark I Escort, which he's upgrading from retro division to Super Retro is not complete just yet, so the team from the Tuesday Night Rallycross Club have lent the championship winning Mark II Escort to the reigning Retro Rallycross champion, and he's hanging on the tail of the far more experienced Super Retro drivers up ahead of him. Dan's flames spit from the car as he charges into the Devil's Elbow for the penultimate time. Andy Grant still third. Pat Durand made a good clearance ahead of Andy Grant now. He's on a lonely second place. Stuart Emery's continuing to lead out front. He'll be absolutely chuffed with this, will Stuart. Great display from the Volvo with its new engine powering it along very nicely indeed. Emery leads the way with Durand second, but Vince Bristow versus Dan Swayland is a battle to keep an eye on for 4th and 5th positions. Andy Grant's in third still. Third, 4th and 5th. Very close indeed, but Stuart Emery is having a very good first race in the number 71 Volvo. He's already over the jump and into the Devil's Elbow as we watch this fight behind with Andy Grant, Vince Bristow and Dan Swayland passing the flags and up to the tabletop for the final time. Bristow on the tail of Andy. Andy's fitted a new rear axle to the Mark II Escort over the winter, which he's built himself, trying to improve the handling of the car. But it's this man, Stuart Emery, in number 71, who's been a real star. Swayland makes a move on Vince Bristow, going up into North Bend Hairpin for the final time. So Vince, third in the championship last year, holds off the charging Swayland, but it's going to be a win for Stuart Emery. He will be absolutely chuffed with that. Emery wins his first start in the revised Volvo. He drove the car last year, but a new engine from Sweden in the Volvo for this weekend. And it's not just been the engine that's changed. The team have been so busy with gearbox and almost every part on the Volvo. It's the same. The only thing that hasn't changed really has been the look. It's still got that Petter Solberg tribute livery, and it's a 3 minutes 20.3 from Stuart on his first start. Could he be one of the title favourites come the end of the season? We'll find out as the months go by, but that's a great start for Emery with Pat Durand second, Andy Grant third, Vince Bristow fourth, Dan Swayden fifth, and Hannah Stewart didn't get to the flag sadly in her Talbot Sunbeam, the period rallycross car from the 90s. Sadly, Hannah did not finish, but Emery sets the pace. He has the best lap to his name as well, and that has kick-started the 2026 rallycross season here at Lydden Hill, and Stuart will be a very relieved man as he heads back to the paddock, chuffed that the work on the Volvo has come good. So many upgrades to the car, and it looks to have done the trick. Another batch of Super Retro racers are due out on circuit next. Can they get near the time of a 3 minutes 20 set by Emery? Stuart thinks he's got about 300 brake horsepower from his Volvo 242. He used most of that very effectively in that first outing. 50 brake horsepower more than last year. He's got a naturally aspirated 3-litre 8-valve engine, stronger gearbox as well. It's a standard Volvo block, but with a Swedish Evo head from the Motor Design Company. So they put a lot of time, a lot of effort into the Volvo, and so far, so good. Can our next batch of retro racers get close to Emery's benchmark? Hannah Stewart ended up on the side of the road after the jump, so we have got a car to recover where Hannah has stopped her Talbot Sunbeam, but we'll turn our attentions to our next grid because it's Alan Tapscott, the garage owner from Devon, who comes down onto pole position in number 91. He's put bigger wheels on the car this year. He's gone from 13-inch to 15-inch, and he thinks it's really improved the Mark II Escort, which was a barn find car. Alan's really enjoying his barn find Mark II Escort, and he sits on pole. Ray Morgan's alongside in number 114 with Lee Wood on the outside, the oval racing star in treble 3, a former champion in this series. Row 2, and we have a new name to the Super Retro division, and that is David Brown in his Ford Escort G3. So we'll see how David Brown gets on. He's been out of rallycross for 30 years, has David. He raced in Formula B many decades ago, but is back in the Ford Escort Mark III, an ex-Steve Cousins car for this weekend and this season. So we'll welcome David to the grid. Alongside him is York-based racer Gary Simpson in his BMW, the Ben Ekstrom tribute liveried purple BMW. A new engine for Gary, and we'll see how he gets on. And on the back row, Nigel Davey in another period retro rallycross car. This was driven by John Sampson in the 1990s, and we'll see how Nigel gets on in the Triumph TR7 V8. We have a bit of recovery works complete with Hannah Stewart's Talbot Sunbeam off at the side of the road. Once that is done, we'll be ready to go with our second batch of Super Retro racers, and they'll all be looking to beat the benchmark set by Stuart Emery of 3 minutes 20.3. The Hannah Stewart's Talbot Sunbeam being taken back to the paddock, the East Sussex-based racer. Got a 2-litre Pinto engine in this Talbot Sunbeam, and we'll see her out hopefully again in Q2, Q3. The second generation rallycrosser, daughter of Barry, who we've seen out in the Porsche 911 in Super Retro racing for many seasons. That car being rebuilt at the minute after its engine went bang here at Lydden a couple of years ago. Hopefully we'll see the Porsche out next season. But we're looking back to the start line. We have Tapscott, Morgan and Wood, all Ford Escorts on the front row. Another Ford on row 2 with David Brown. Gary Simpson starts 5th, and do watch Nigel Davey in the wedge-shaped Triumph TR7 V8. Super Retro cars on the line then. 4 laps ahead, and Nigel Davey does get a good start in the Triumph TR7 V8. Then from the very back row, the Triumph blasts away. Alan Tapscott's going to try and hold sway from pole position down into Talladega, but it's Ray Morgan who gets the lead away then. So Ray in the Mark III, the ex-Mark Lloyd car, has the advantage over Lee Wood and Alan Tapscott for now. Wood drops down into 4th place because Gary Simpson in 52 has made his way up into 2nd spot, but it's Ray Morgan in the BDG Ford Escort Mark III who leads the pack. They climb up Hairy Hill for the first time. Lee Wood's one to keep an eye on because we know he is rapid in the Super Retro division. The former oval racing champion with the gold roof, the treble 3 car, sideways as he comes out of North Bend Hairpin. Do keep an eye on the Burton stickered 3rd place car, but it's Ray Morgan, the 75-year-old from Hastings in East Sussex, who is a Lydden legend, regularly here, well, always here at the circuit is Ray. He is a fixture of the Lydden Hill Rallycross circuit. Brilliant to have him here again in 2026, and he's holding the lead out front, but he's got Ford Escorts to his left and to his right, with Lee Wood trying to go right around the outside. Alan Tapscott's still there in 2nd. Alan's really enjoying this revised Ford Escort. He's just changed the size of the wheels of the car, and he thinks it's gained him 2.5 seconds per lap. That's how much just changing the wheels has helped. But Lee Wood's challenging him as they go up into North Bend Hairpin, and Wood's going to make a move around the outside, but he gets it all wrong under braking and almost does headbutt the tyre wall. So Lee Wood then makes an error under braking up at North Bend, and now Alan Tapscott's challenging for the lead as they come down into Paddock Bend. Ray Morgan has the advantage still, but Alan Tapscott now free of the challenge of Lee Wood behind. He is in a strong 2nd spot. We're at half distance, 50% of this race still to go. 2 laps ahead of us, and Ray Morgan with new power steering fitted to the car. He's got the power steering from a Vauxhall Corsa fitted to the Ford Escort, and it's found good use for it as Gary Simpson moves his way up into 2nd spot. So the former champion who's returning to the Retro Rallycross scene this season in the BMW dealer team sticker car. Gary is really charging along nicely, breaking up the Ford Escorts, and we can't rule out Nigel Davey or Alan Tapscott because they're both in there as well. As Ray Morgan locks up into North Bend, it's a battle between the 3 cars behind with Simpson, Tapscott and Davey all absolutely locked together. We have a lap and a bit of this to go. They charge down Hairy Hill, Tapscott in 2nd, but Davey's now made his way up into 3rd. So it's Nigel Davey then who comes up into 3rd position in 6.91. We begin our final lap. Ray Morgan still leads the way. The veteran rallycross driver with the advantage over Alan Tapscott, the similarly experienced man in second spot. Nigel Davey, the least experienced of the leading trio. Nigel only started in rallycross in 2020, but he's right on the tail here of Alan Tapscott as they fight for second place coming into the Devil's Elbow for the final time. Ray Morgan's made good his escape out front. He's climbing into North Bend Hairpin for the final time in the leaders of Hastings sticker car. Good advantage over the rest. Davey goes deep though, and Nigel Davey sends the TR7 V8 around the outside of Alan Tapscott with a very neat move. So Nigel Davey then right around the outside of Tapscott. He moves up into second, but it's going to be Ray Morgan who takes the win in 114. Ray Morgan does it. Second spot for Nigel Davey. Third is Alan Tapscott in the Ford Escort Mark II. Gary Simpson is fourth in the BMW, with Lee Wood, after his dramas up at North Bend Hairpin, he recovered to take fifth, and in sixth spot, David Brown, the newcomer to the retro scene. But Ray's time is not good enough to challenge Stuart Emery's overall heat winning time. A 3 minutes 20 from Stuart Emery is the best of all. He wins Q1 for the Super Retro division. Pat Duran in second, Andy Grant third, Bristow fourth overall, and Ray Morgan wins the race, but only puts him in fifth spot. So Ray, fifth fastest in the Ford Escort BDG. He sits in fifth overall going into Q2. But it's Supercar time next, our headline class at the Five Nations British Rallycross Championship, and the first time this season that we see the 600 brake horsepower four-wheel drive turbocharged weapons as they come out of the dummy grid into Paddock Bend and roll down to the Canterbury Straight. It's Tristan Ovenden on pole position in number 72, the Goody Demolition sponsored Volkswagen Polo. First time we've seen the car here at Lydden in Anger, and its first event, the ex-Mike Seller car that just switched ownership over the winter and now in the hands of number 72, Tristan Ovenden. Steve Hill is alongside, the returning face to the British Rallycross scene, having sat out last season. A very welcome return for the former rallyman in his Evo 10. And on the outside, the first time we've seen the Honda Civic in the hands of John McCluskey here at Lydden, the OMSE built Honda used for the Global Rallycross Championship in America and in the European Series. Great to have John here in number 12 in the Honda Civic. 3 on the line, 4 in the next race. We're ready to go for our first Supercar race of 2026. Green and go, and McCluskey gets a good start from the outside in number 12. They charge down to Talladega for the first time, and it is the Honda Civic man who leads the way. The Dubliner has the advantage over local pilot Tristan Ovenden in the Goody Demolition stickered Volkswagen Polo. Tristan was quickest of all in practice first thing this morning. He was the fastest driver out of the blocks in the Polo, so Tristan is looking very racy indeed in the new car, and it'd be very interesting indeed to keep an eye on the former motocross rider's progress as he charges around his home circuit. But he's following John McCluskey for now. It's JMC with the lead, Ovenden in second, and Steve Hill sliding his way in third spot. But John really enjoying this Civic as Ovenden chucks the Polo into Paddock Bend. Dust flies behind in number 72. We have 3 laps to go. Steve Hill's jokered, but it's John McCluskey who holds the advantage out front, and he knows that he is in the fight for glory here this weekend because the Honda Civic is a very effective supercar. It went well at Mondello Park in Ireland at the previous Irish Rallycross round at the start of the year, so he knows this car has event-winning pedigree. He is a former event winner in the British Rallycross Championship, is JMC, so we'll see John McCluskey going well, I'm sure, but Tristan Ovenden is definitely going to be one to watch in this Christopherson Motorsport built Volkswagen Polo, previously handled here at Lydden by Tanner Faust in the World Rallycross Championship days, and Ovenden flinging the car through Paddock Bend as he chases on John McCluskey. 2 laps to go. Remember, at this stage of the event, it's all about the times. This is the qualifying stages of the event as John flings the Civic through the right-hander of Talladega, getting all sideways and throwing the dust into the spectator field behind. JMC out front. John is really going nicely. The Dubliner in the Civic. He enjoys the longer wheelbase of this car. He switched from the Ford Fiesta to the longer wheelbase Honda. It's still powered by a Mount Tune engine, but John really enjoys how comfortable the Honda feels underneath him. That longer wheelbase, wider wheelbase as well. It's really suiting his style, it seems, and he's setting a good early pace. But he goes Joker, followed by Tristan Ovenden in the Volkswagen Polo. So the two leading contenders, both Joker on the final tour. John McCluskey back onto the start-finish line, and Steve Hill back in third in the SGS-sponsored Evo 10. But it is John McCluskey still with that advantage out front, and he knows that Derek Tohill, his main rival coming into this weekend, along with Tristan Ovenden and others on the entry. There's race-winning pedigree among the Supercar entry, that's for sure, but John knows that Tohill in the next race will be one of his arch rivals this weekend in the World RX Spec Peugeot 208. So he needs to get a good time under his belt here to challenge Tohill coming into race 2 of Q1. John turns neatly through paddock up to the timing line in number 12, and JMC does it. John McCluskey then wins race number 1 of Q1 for the Supercars, 1.8 seconds clear of Tristan Ovenden in number 72, with Steve Hill your third place finisher in the Evo 10. Great to welcome Steve back to the championship, but it's a 3 minutes 05 from John McCluskey, which is our early benchmark. The 3 times British Rallycross event winner back in 2004 and 2005. He's made a very welcome return to British Rallycross in recent seasons with an ex-Thomas Brinterson Ford Fiesta, but this Honda Civic Coupe is a different supercar weapon, that's for sure, and that wider wheelbase, longer wheelbase as well, seems to be suiting his style here at a circuit he loves. Race number 2 already heading out to the line, and the random grid draw this morning, Thomas Ramanauskas was the driver to be pulled out of the hat first, and he chose pole position. So he's on pole in his Mitsubishi Lancer Evo 4. The Lithuanian comes down onto pole in the treble 8, and alongside him will be GB1, the reigning British Rallycross champion, Derek Tohill, who's had a race against time just to get here to Lydden Hill. 2 engine failures at the last Irish round at Mondello. It's been a lot of work off circuit to get the ex-Gregoire de Moustier Peugeot 208 here this weekend, but great to have GB1 Derek Tohill here. The now 2-time British Rallycross champion has made it to the line, with Matt Cake due to line up alongside him. Matt, a late entrant, the star of the Suzuki Swift Sport Championship last year. He won every race he started in the 2-wheel drive category, but this is his first step into Supercar, and it's a big leap. So how will Matt get on? He's not going to be using the anti-lag on the start in Heat 1, so we may see him improve his starts over the course of the day, but Matt's finding his feet very quickly, having just done a practice session this morning, was his first time in the car. Alongside him is the legend of British Rallycross, 6-time British Rallycross champion Julian Godfrey from Heathfield in East Sussex in his Citroen DS3. So expect Ramanauskas to drop to the back with the far more developed British supercars alongside him, but great to have Thomas Ramanauskas here this weekend in the Evo, and he sits on pole as we get ready to race number 2 of Q1 for the supercars. Was go, but it's going to be paused because we have someone crept forward on the line, possibly our pole sit-up. The double joker lap board is going to be made ready, and at this stage of the event, if you jump the start, then you are going to be given the double joker lap penalty and have to go through the longer joker lap section twice. So that's really going to ruin your race time, and we'll see who the officials pick out. The Lydden marshals reposition the cars of Tohill, Cake, Godfrey on the line. We have 7 British Rallycross titles between, well, 8 British Rallycross titles now between Godfrey and Tohill. But Matt Cake, a newcomer to the scene. Thomas Ramanauskas making his full-blown supercar debut as well. So 2 newcomers against the 2 old hands of the British Rallycross Championship. And who is going to be given the double joker board? It is our pole sitter, the treble 8 Mitsubishi Lancer Evo 4. Has been a star of the BTRDA Clubman's Rallycross Championship in recent years. It's a big step into 5 Nations Supercar, but great to have the Lithuanian here on pole. But he's got to do 2 jokers now as we get ready to race again. We're away. Matt Cake stalls on the line, but Derek Tohill makes a good start from P2. He's going to blast into the lead with Julian Godfrey settling into second spot. So it's Tohill who has the early advantage in GB1, with Godfrey settling into second spot. Ramanauskas is your third place runner, but Julian is sticking with Derek as they go into the Devil's Elbow for the first time, and these two champions of the British Rallycross Series charge up Hairy Hill with the advantage. You're going to expect that, really, because the Lancer Evo 4 behind is not up to the current specs of these supercars out front. But Derek Tohill in his World RX spec DA Racing prepared Peugeot 208 charges into the paddock for the first time. Joker action behind, because Julian Godfrey goes into the longer route in number 20. With 3 laps to go, Tohill's already out front, setting a good pace, and he needs to, because John McCluskey set a very strong early benchmark. A 3 minutes 05.3 was John's early benchmark. Can fellow Dubliner Derek Tohill take that top spot away from him? Derek will be hoping so. He had a brief shakedown session in France on Friday, so he's had a quick turnaround to get the car here to Lydden after the 2 engine failures at Mondello at the previous Irish round. It seems to be working neatly so far today, though, and the former European Touring Car champion and the 2021 and 2025 British RX title winner has that advantage out front with half distance, 2 laps to go. Derek with the lead, but still got to do that longer Joker lap route. McCluskey's benchmark still the one they're looking to beat, but it's Derek Tohill with a comfortable margin out front as he goes huge over the tabletop jump into the Devil's Elbow. This is good stuff from Derek. He's planning some French Rallycross outings this season, as well as the British, and might see him out in Europe as well. It'd be great to have, it's great to have Derek here at the home of the sport to kickstart 2026, and the GB1 sticker on the side of the Peugeot really does look the part as he goes Joker this time. You need to avoid the barriers here, because if you clip those, you're going to be given a 5-second penalty for each part of contact, and Julian Godfrey still right with Tohill. This is good pace from Godfrey. Julian's just posted the best lap of the race of 44.0, and Julian's found some good speed over the winter, it seems, with the Citroen DS3. He's close to Derek, but Derek Jokers on that penultimate tour just to cover off Godfrey behind him, and it's worked very neatly indeed. Tohill still has the advantage, but Julian is getting ever closer to the reigning champion, and Godfrey will be pleased the pace of the Citroen DS3 underneath him. Into the Devil's Elbow then, into the North Bend hairpin now for the final time, and it's Peugeot beating Citroen out front. Matt Cake still third on his supercar debut, the 888 Mitsubishi Lancer behind, but Derek Tohill's going to come across the line to break the timing beam first. Is it going to be enough to take top spot away from John McCluskey? Yes, it is, by 3 seconds. So we have a new class leader in the British Rallycross Supercars, and it is reigning champion Derek Tohill, a 3 minutes 02.978. A 43-second lap is the best lap time as well, and it's Derek Tohill who wins Q1 as Matt Cake slows across the timing line, and Thomas Ramanauskas charges around the outside in the Lancer. So a change for third and fourth right at the line. Ramanauskas didn't give in, and the Mitsubishi Lancer Evo 4 gets to the line ahead of Matt Cake in 6.30. So Matt with an issue at the end of his race, but that's our first round of supercar races complete. We had a number of cars that were very nearly made ready for this weekend. Sadly, Easter's come a little bit too early this year, and we've missed out on a couple of supercar entries which were guaranteed to be here. George Tracy Jr. sadly pulled out of the event with engine trouble. Tom van der Heuvel from Holland, who was a star here in November, he's got technical issues with his Volkswagen Scirocco, so is a non-starter. But as the season goes on, we have 5 or 6 supercars which will be joining our pack. Nick Priddy's got a Citroen DS3 in build. Gary Donohue's unable to be here at Lydden this weekend as he has a clashing commitment, but his Honda Civic is made ready. The engine is fixed after an issue at Mondello Park in Ireland, and we'll have more supercars as the season progresses. But Swifts are our next track action, and we're stepping into the one make categories next once the track has been watered.
What if I told you the best rallycross drivers in the world are set to battle it out here in Ireland? That's right, for the first time in 3 decades, the European Rallycross Championship comes back to Ireland. A championship that has travelled the globe from Scandinavia to the Middle East and brings together some of the fastest and most fearless drivers in motorsport. And this July 18th and 19th, this very championship lands here in the heart of Ireland at Mondello Park. Rallycross is known for its down-to-the-wire battles,
Look at Anderson and JP Bennett so close.
razor-thin margins for error,
Oh, it's a spin down the hill.
and hard-racing finishes where everything can change in the last corner.
So here we go. Oh, look at this, 3 abreast down into turn 4. This is what it's all about.
Half dirt, half tarmac, standing starts, and cars that are capable of accelerating from 0 to 100 kilometers an hour in under 2 seconds. On July 18th and 19th, drivers from all across the globe will descend on Mondello Park to fight it out wheel to wheel for championship points in one of the most intense forms of racing in the world. And for the first time in over 30 years, Irish fans get to witness it all live. If you want to be there, get your tickets now on mondellopark.ie. What if I told you the best rallycross drivers in the world are set to battle it out here in Ireland? That's right, for the first time in 3 decades, the European Rallycross Championship comes back to Ireland. A championship that has travelled the globe from Scandinavia to the Middle East and brings together some of the fastest and most fearless drivers in motorsport. And this July 18th and 19th, this very championship lands here in the heart of Ireland at Mondello Park. Rallycross is known for its down-to-the-wire battles,
Look at Anderson and JP Bennett so close.
razor-thin margins for error,
Oh, it's a spin down the hill.
and hard-racing finishes where everything can change in the last corner.
So here we go. Oh, look at this, 3 abreast down into turn 4. This is what it's all about.
Half dirt, half tarmac, standing starts, and cars that are capable of accelerating from 0 to 100 kilometers an hour in under 2 seconds. On July 18th and 19th, drivers from all across the globe will descend on Mondello Park to fight it out wheel to wheel for championship points in one of the most intense forms of racing in the world. And for the first time in over 30 years, Irish fans get to witness it all live. If you want to be there, get your tickets now on mondellopark.ie.
So a bit of track watering going on at the minute and maintenance from the Lydden Hill team before we kick-start a continuation of Q1 for the Swift Sports, which will be our next track action. Great to see so many of you joining us here trackside at the first headline event of the 2026 motorsport season here at Lydden Hill. And hello to you all joining us on the live stream as well. The British Rallycross 5 Nations events are being hosted on the live stream again throughout the 2026 season. So if you can't get trackside to any of the events live, which is always the best option if possible, the paddock open as ever at all of the Rallycross events, then do join us on the live stream. One person doing just that is sadly from hospital watching us today is Duncan, and that's a hello to Duncan from Hannah and all of the Lydden Hill team. So a quick shout out to Duncan. We hope you're recovering well and enjoying the Rallycross action from the live stream, which is featuring throughout the season here at Lydden and across the country. So hello to Duncan from all the Lydden Hill team here at the home of Rallycross. We're about to restart Q1 once the track is clear, and that will be kick-started by the Swift Sports. The One Make Championship will be our next track action. We're going to continue through Q1 into Q2 and be breaking for lunch once the second qualifiers are complete. Championship run by Peter Gwynn Motorsport, and our pole sitter for race number 1 is Sam Peterson in the GAD scaffolding sponsored 114 car, the local man from Preston. He starts on pole in the black and gold colours. Alongside him, a new face to the British Rallycross scene is Ben Williams from Dover. He's driving the Lydden Hill sticker car, but Sam Peterson, second in last year's championship in 114, starts on pole. Ben Williams alongside in number 51. He's in the Lydden Hill hire car, which has been given a new lick of paint over the 2026 break, and we'll see how Ben gets on with Daryl Chaffee from Dorset, hiring the Peter Gwynn Motorsport run Suzuki Swift for this weekend. Daryl in 109 has been a regular in the Swift Sport hire car over previous seasons. And on row 2, Phil Seath in number 80 and Max Wedley in number 7. Phil, the farmer from Lydden Village, just a stone's throw away here from the circuit. And Max Wedley, the Faversham-based rally instructor who always goes well. Do watch the multiple champion in number 7 on his return to this one-make class. Wedley and Seath are the 2 drivers to watch on the back row. Do keep an eye on 80 and number 7 as we get ready to race with our first Swift Sport of the day, and Wedley in number 7 and Seath both blast away neatly from row 2, and Phil Seath's going to come through the middle of them. What a brilliant start then from Phil in number 80. The Lydden farmer is flying as he goes into Talladega with the lead from row 2 straight into the top spot already. Phil Seath then has the lead with a brilliant start. Sam Peterson settles into second spot, Max Wedley third, but Phil's really charging along, but he's made a mistake at the devil's elbow, gets all out of shape and he's going to lose the lead. Sam Peterson darts up alongside him, and Peterson has the advantage over Seath into North Bend Hairpin. So it's Peterson from Seath through the tight right-hander at the top of the hill. These 4 Kent racers out front. It's the Preston man in 114 who has the advantage, but Phil Seath's coming back at him as they come into paddock, and wide goes Peterson. A very wild ride in 114, all out of shape, and he's back to where he started. He's ended up on pole position, but backwards. 114, Sam Peterson, completely out of shape in the Swift, and after leading the way, he's thrown it all away, sadly, and drops right to the back of the pack. Great action though on this opening lap of the first Swift Sport race of 2026, and it's now Phil Seath in number 80 who has the advantage over the number 7 of Max Wedley into the devil's elbow. And Phil Seath, who really knows this circuit very well indeed, he competes at a number of the track days here, the rally sprints. He's a regular fixture here at Lydden Hill circuit, and he'll be using all of that experience in this closely controlled 1.6 litre Suzuki category as they come out of North Bend Hairpin and charge down into a paddock bend for the second time. Can they keep it all neat and tidy this time? Max goes Joker, so into the longer route goes the number 7 of Max Wedley through the Joker lap section, dropping down into third spot now behind Ben Williams. The Ben and Phil Seath are first and second place runners at the moment, and Sam Peterson's going into the Joker lap further back as well. He wants to get that complete after his dramas through paddock on the opening lap, but it's all eyes on Phil Seath out front in number 80. Max Wedley in number 7 has taken the Joker lap. Phil Seath will know that, and he knows that Max behind is very rapid indeed. Max has been out of the Suzuki Swift paddock though for quite a while. He's the reigning Crosscar champion. He's back into front wheel drive machinery, probably just for this weekend at the minute, but we should see the car out throughout the 2026 season, as the car is going to be used as a hire vehicle for drivers looking to take a step into the Swift Sport category through the 2026 campaign. But it is Phil Seath then who's going to lead his Joker lap until the very last tour. Ben Williams is backing him up in 51 behind, with Max Wedley in third spot, but the lap times will be interesting now because the fastest driver on circuit is Ben Williams. Ben on his first start in number 51, the Dover-based racer who was a star of the Lydden Hill Soapbox Derby yesterday. His team won the Best Turned Out Soapbox, the Most Creative Design Award, went to the Ben Williams Friendly Farmers team, and we'll see Ben on track throughout the weekend as he makes his first Rallycross start. But all eyes on Phil Seath out front, because the number 80, who was a star of last year's championship, is into his second full season of Rallycross competition. He's going to have to go Joker now. So Phil Seath then has to go Joker. Will Max Wedley be close enough to challenge? Into the Joker lap section comes the race leader. Ben Williams is sticking to the normal line, but so Ben will grab the lead away from Phil Seath at the checker, with Max Wedley into third spot. But that's great stuff from Ben Williams on his first start. Phil Seath in second, Max Wedley third. Sam Peterson is going to be our 4th place finisher. It's a new car for Sam this season. He's bought this new shell over the winter, found it on eBay, and has put the Rallycross running gear into the Suzuki Swift Sport, and the number 114 GAD scaffolding sponsored car does finish in 4th, ahead of Daryl Chaffee, making his return to the Swift Sport paddock. But it's Ben Williams who wins Q1 for the Swift Sports on his Rallycross debut, 8/10 clear of Phil Seath. Max Wedley third, Sam Peterson 4th, and Daryl Chaffee 5th. Great stuff from Ben, and we'll see more closely controlled Swift Sport action in the coming races, because they've got 2 more qualifiers to come later today before the final later this afternoon. They're going to do it all again tomorrow on Easter Monday. Junior Rallycross action next from more Suzuki Swifts, and it's the teenage racers aged between 13 and 17 which come down onto the line. Championship favourite, arguably, coming into this season is Tommy Brown in number 18, and the Essex racer, 16 years of age, starts on pole position in 18. Alongside him, a newcomer to the junior division is Ethan Miles in number 87. Ethan's taken part in the rally sprint events here at Lydden Hill in recent months, so do watch Ethan's progress. Jake Wardle will start on the outside of row 1. He's in the Peter Gwynn Motorsport hire car, yellow entry, the junior saloon car racer from Maidstone. Jake's making his Rallycross debut, has done a bit of commentary here on the oval racing events at Lydden Hill in recent seasons, and Jake now taking his turn behind the wheel himself today. Look forward to seeing how he gets on his first Rallycross start. Row 2, a newcomer in the form of 493 George Edinburgh from Raynham, the new face to the British Rallycross scene, and a returning driver from last year is Will Hands in number 23, the bright green and red colours. 4 laps of action ahead of us for the junior Swifts. They're 1.3 compared to the 1.6 bigger brother spec of the senior Swifts, and we'll see how these teenage racers get going. We are going to have a delayed start though, it seems. We have a car out of position on the line, so the marshals will need to get to work, and this championship has produced good close racing for a number of seasons now. The Suzuki Swift replaced the Minis, which were used from the early 2000s up to about the 2010 season, and produced a number of top drivers over many years, and the Swifts have carried on producing good talents. Kevin Hansen, Patrick O'Donovan, Tom Ovenden, Luke Constantine, Robert Vittles, the list goes on of former junior Rallycross racers, but this is the current crop and this is their first go in 2026. Tommy Brown starts on pole in 18. He's the championship favourite arguably as we get ready to go. Jake Wardle gets the best of the getaways. No wheel spin at all from Jake. He got the start absolutely bang on, and it's the yellow machine which leads down into Talladega for the first time. Jake on his first Rallycross start. He's got racing experience. He's driven a Citroen Saxo in the Junior Saloon Car Championship, but Jake Wardle is making his first start on the rough and tumble of Rallycross here on the loose. This is his first go and his first time at Lydden, and he's leading arguably the championship favourite in the form of Tommy Brown as they go up out of the Devil's Elbow for the first time, and he's closely controlled 1.3 litre Suzukis come up into North Bend Hairpin. It's Wardle from Brown as Kent versus Essex as they come through the North Bend Hairpin for the first time. Will Hands in 23 in a strong third spot, with 4th position going to newcomers Ethan Miles and George Edinburgh at the back of the pack in his ex-Phoebe Cake Blue Swift. But Tommy Brown goes Joker this time through in number 18. Brown Jokers followed by Hands in 23. George Edinburgh and Ethan Miles stick to the normal route. So 2 drivers have gone into that longer section of the circuit, Brown and Hands, and now Jake Wardle will begin to have the pressure piled on him. Will he respond to the cars behind and go Joker this time through? We will see. Wardle's into the Devil's Elbow with the advantage for now, as Hands in 3rd spot with 4th with the Scots Transport stickered number 493 of George Edinburgh, and at the back Ethan Miles, but Jake Wardle's our race leader through the right hand at the top of North Bend Hairpin, and they begin their descent of Hairy Hill. It was used for the soapbox racing yesterday. We've got rallycross cars on it today, and Jake Wardle's going Joker in response to Tommy Brown's that one Joker route. Jake Wardle goes into the longer section of the circuit this time, but he is going to give away the lead, so the lead changes on the Joker strategy, and it's Tommy Brown, who was the newcomer of the year in 2025 in the British Rallycross Championship, picked up his award yesterday at the end of season Rallycross awards do. And Tommy's been a real star. He caught the attention of onlookers last year, that's for sure, and he's continuing his good form from 2025 here in the 26th season. He won the last event at Lydden Hill in the November fireworks finale, so we know that Tommy's quick, he knows how to win around this circuit, and he's leading the pack through the North Bend Hairpin as they begin their descent again of Hairy Hill. Close for second now, the bright cars, the bright yellow of Wardle against the bright green of Hans, second and third, but it's our race leader with the last lap board being made ready. Tommy Brown in number 18 comes across the line to start his final lap, but now we have a real fight on for second and third, because it's Jake Wardle in number 3 against the number 23 of Will Hans, and Hans is trying to go around the long way, and now our second place man Jake Wardle's got his hands full because Will's coming right around the outside, and that's an excellent move from the second season racer. He made his debut last year, and Will Hans with an excellent move in Talladega, late on the brakes around the outside, carried the speed and got the move done. Jake Wardle's not done though, he's trying to come back at him, and as ever these closely controlled 1.3 litre Suzukis are producing good close racing as they climb up Hairy Hill, and Wardle's going to come back at him. Wardle gets it done. Don't know if Hans missed a gear coming out of the devil's elbow there, because Wardle was able to pounce, and we've switched positions again. Second and third switch around twice in one lap, but it's going to be Tommy Brown, who's had no such trouble. He's going to take the win and start the 2026 season in fine fashion. Jake Wardle gets all out of shape though, coming up to the line, and where's he off to? Wardle has a big accident as he flips over through the chicane, end over end, and Jake Wardle, sadly, his first rallycross race ends on its side, and Jake just got so close to the finish, metres away from the line, and Jake Wardle in the Peter Gwynn Motorsport hire car onto its side. A nasty moment as he launched over the chicane. He's clambering out of the car, door is open, and Jake Wardle is making his way out of the Suzuki Swift. So the newcomer on his first ever rallycross start, as the marshals rush to the scene as well. Tommy Brown wins it, Will Hans second, George Edinburgh third, but Jake Wardle, who's clambering out of the car now, which is the best thing to see. Jake out of the Suzuki Swift and with the medics. A nasty moment through the chicane, one of the most fearsome parts of any rallycross circuit. He so nearly got to the checker flag, but Jake now in the hands of the medics, being checked over, and the excellent Lydden rescue crews and marshals now very quickly on the scene. But that was a dramatic moment for Jake as the Maidstone man went flying over the Lydden Hill chicane. The rescue crews will get to work and check Jake over. We've obviously got a car on its side, lot of recovery work to do, so we'll take a pause while that is complete, and we'll be back with our next track action, which will be the retro division.
What if I told you the best rallycross drivers in the world are set to battle it out here in Ireland? That's right, for the first time in 3 decades, the European Rallycross Championship comes back to Ireland. A championship that has travelled the globe from Scandinavia to the Middle East and brings together some of the fastest and most fearless drivers in motorsport. And this July 18th and 19th, this very championship lands here in the heart of Ireland at Mondello Park. Rallycross is known for its down-to-the-wire battles.
Look at Anderson and Joker, man, it's so close.
Razor-thin margins for error.
Oh, it's a spin down the hill.
And hard racing finishes where everything can change in the last corner.
So here we go. Oh, look at this, 3 abreast down into turn 4. This is what it's all about.
Half dirt, half tarmac, standing starts, and cars that are capable of accelerating from 0 to 100 kilometers an hour in under 2 seconds. On July 18th and 19th, drivers from all across the globe will descend on Mondello Park to fight it out wheel to wheel for championship points in one of the most intense forms of racing in the world. And for the first time in over 30 years, Irish fans get to witness it all live. If you want to be there, get your tickets now on mondellopark.ie. What if I told you the best rallycross drivers in the world are set to battle it out here in Ireland? That's right, for the first time in 3 decades, the European Rallycross Championship comes back to Ireland. A championship that has travelled the globe from Scandinavia to the Middle East and brings together some of the fastest and most fearless drivers in motorsport. And this July 18th and 19th, this very championship lands here in the heart of Ireland at Mondello Park. Rallycross is known for its down-to-the-wire battles.
Look at Anderson and Jacob Murray so close.
Razor-thin margins for error.
Oh, it's a spin down the hill.
And hard racing finishes where everything can change in the last corner.
So here we go. Oh, look at this 3 abreast down into turn 4. This is what it's all about.
Half dirt, half tarmac, standing starts and cars that are capable of accelerating from 0 to 100 kilometers an hour in under 2 seconds. On July 18th and 19th, drivers from all across the globe will descend on Mondello Park to fight it out wheel to wheel for championship points in one of the most intense forms of racing in the world. And for the first time in over 30 years, Irish fans get to witness it all live. If you want to be there, get your tickets now on mondellopark.ie. What if I told you the best rallycross drivers in the world are set to battle it out here in Ireland? That's right, for the first time in 3 decades, the European Rallycross Championship comes back to Ireland. A championship that has travelled the globe from Scandinavia to the Middle East and brings together some of the fastest and most fearless drivers in motorsport. And this July 18th and 19th, this very championship lands here in the heart of Ireland at Mondello Park. Rallycross is known for its down-to-the-wire battles,
Look at Anderson and Jacob Miller, so close.
razor-thin margins for error,
Oh, it's a spin down the hill.
and heart-racing finishes where everything can change at the last corner.
So here we go. Oh, look at this, 3 abreast down into turn 4. This is what it's all about.
Half dirt, half tarmac, standing starts, and cars that are capable of accelerating from 0 to 100 kilometers an hour in under 2 seconds. On July 18th and 19th, drivers from all across the globe will descend on Mondello Park to fight it out wheel to wheel for championship points in one of the most intense forms of racing in the world. And for the first time in over 30 years, Irish fans get to witness it all live. If you want to be there, get your tickets now on mondellopark.ie.
So Jake Wardle's car has been removed then from the circuit here at Lydden. Good news is that Jake is okay. Same can't be said for the Peter Gwynn Motorsport Suzuki Swift, sadly, after it went end over end into the Lydden Hill oval over the chicane. But good news that Jake is okay, Swifts can be fixed, and we'll be on to the retro division next, which will be our first taste of the less powerful up to 1600cc division. Start line marshals are heading back out onto the Canterbury Straight, and we should be shortly underway with our first taste of retro racing in the 2026 motorsport season here at Lydden. Joe Luke Eastwood will start on pole position. Joe in his MG Metro back for 2026. He'll come down onto pole in the Rob Gibson colours. This is the proper Rob Gibson yellow that was used during his time in the Group B era of MG Metro 6R4 days through to his Porsche days before that as well. And great that Rob and Shirley Gibson have helped put this livery together for Joe Luke Eastwood, the digger driver from South Ashford in his MG Metro. His hero growing up was Rob Gibson in Rallycross, and now he's driving a Metro in Rob's very colours. So great to have Joe here on pole position in the MG. Paul Buttmaster is alongside in his rear-wheel drive Vauxhall Nova, number 53, with Pete Christmas on the outside in number 77, the ex-rally car Toyota Corolla. We'll see how he gets on. Ian Halfhide is on the second row, the 75-year-old from Windsor in 226. The 486 of John Wood is alongside. Newcomer is John. We saw him briefly here at Lydden Hill last season, but the engine went bang and had issues during practice. Great to have John here making his Rallycross debut at Lydden. in the John Welsh replica colours. And on the back row, Simon Hart in 137 in the Ford Escort Mark 1 and Ian Biaggi in 55 in the Dave Pritchard built Mini. We'll see how the Scotsman gets on from the very back of the grid. No Tony Lynch this weekend. He's had a transmission trouble in the Peugeot 205. Terry Moore's unwell, sadly, so Terry's had to sit this one out, but hopefully we'll see Terry out later in the season in his Mini. So no Moore, no Rob Buckmaster or Tony Lynch, but we have a very varied field of up to 1600cc racers built before 1991. There is a bit of track work still needed. Start delayed board is going out, so there's a little bit of work needed at Paddock Bend still after the dramas from the earlier junior Swift race. So we'll be underway shortly with our first retro race of the season. Retro Rallycross will be forming a big part of the Lydden Legends Festival coming up on the 12th to the 14th of June in the summer. That will be a huge event here at the circuit with Group B celebrations through to 90s and noughties, supercars, rally cars, and a whole mixture of rally and rallycross machinery on the Lydden Hill Rallycross circuit, with star names both on and off track. So the retro division will form a key part of that come the summer, but this grid in front of us here on the Canterbury Straight will be shortly underway once the track maintenance is complete.
What if I told you the best rallycross drivers in the world are set to battle it out here in Ireland? That's right, for the first time in 3 decades, the European Rallycross Championship comes back to Ireland. A championship that has travelled the globe from Scandinavia to the Middle East and brings together some of the fastest and most fearless drivers in motorsport. And this July 18th and 19th, this very championship lands here in the heart of Ireland at Mondello Park. Rallycross is known for its down-to-the-wire battles,
Look at Anderson and Jacob Miller, so close!
razor-thin margins for error,
Oh, it's a spin down the hill.
and hard racing finishes where everything can change in the last corner.
So here we go. Oh, look at this, 3 abreast down into turn 4. This is what it's all about.
Half dirt, half tarmac, standing starts, and cars that are capable of accelerating from 0 to 100 kilometers an hour in under 2 seconds. On July 18th and 19th, drivers from all across the globe will descend on Mondello Park to fight it out wheel to wheel for championship points in one of the most intense forms of racing in the world. And for the first time in over 30 years, Irish fans get to witness it all live. If you want to be there, get your tickets now on mondellopark.ie.
Our first taste of the Junior Crosscar Championship for 2026 here at Lydden. They've hosted a round at Blyton Park in Lincolnshire a few weeks ago. That was the opening round of the season. Phoebe Cake came out on top there and took the victory. But the first time we've seen this championship have a first proper event at Lydden. We had a taster at November, but these are the less powerful version of the senior crosscars, which we've seen out in practice earlier this morning. We're due out shortly for their first qualifiers. The senior crosscars have 850cc engines. These junior crosscars have 700cc, so a bit less power, but they're a good training ground for teenage racers. They're fairly restricted, but a great way to learn and go rallycrossing. They produce between 90 and 95 brake horsepower. And the good thing is, with these crosscar division, is that drivers can buy a chassis now, as young as up to from 13 years of age, keep that chassis all the way through the junior competition, and then when they get old enough to step up to senior, just change the engine. So the drivers can have a car for life, effectively, if they wanted it in the crosscar division. They could keep the same chassis, just change the engine, and it's a good way, good cost-effective way to go rallycrossing in the crosscar division. We're going to have a delayed start here because we work on the jump ongoing after Ian Halfhide's dramas in the final retro race. So we have a delayed start, but just to run you through the grid, number 15 sits on pole position. His first taste of Lydden Hill Rallycross circuit for Harry Flitney, the 14-year-old from Cambridgeshire, in number 15. Alongside him is Ethan Hooker, teammate in the Flit Speed awning, number 43. Ethan, brand new to Rallycross this season. He's done a little bit of karting, a tiny bit of higher karting, but nothing else. This is his first start. We'll see how Ethan gets on in 43. On the outside, in what is an all Flit Speed front row, is the number 37 of Jessica Flitney. She's the older sister of Harry, who's sitting on pole. So two Flitneys, Harry aged 14, Jess 16. We'll see who gets the family bragging rights here in the first junior crosscar race of the weekend. On the back row, we find the championship leader, Phoebe Cake. Her older brother Matt was out in Supercar earlier this morning, and Phoebe, a former Swift junior racer, raced in the Rally X series across Europe, and she's concentrating on domestic competition this year. She's full of confidence, having led the championship after winning the opening round at Blyton. So that's the grid. 4 starters. Numbers should grow because, don't forget, this is the first year of the junior crosscar division, and these Yamaha powered buggies are set to go for their first start of the 2026 season here at the home of Rallycross. Fresh from their opening round at Blyton, will Phoebe Cake be able to continue her winning form? Q1 about to begin then. A ready to race light is on. Green and go, and Phoebe Cake does get the best, a very good start at least, from the second row. Cake comes down into second spot already, so Phoebe Cake with a decent getaway in the bright blue, the orange and yellow colours. We can't miss Phoebe's livery as she goes through the Talladega section, chasing the number 43 out front, the 43 of Ethan Hooker, which made an excellent getaway. Now Ethan caught the attention of Rallycross champion Max Weatherly when he was karting at Brands Hatch last season, the little kart circuit at Brands. Ethan hired a kart, had a go and showed good speed. Max, who works as an instructor at the circuit, recognised his talent and said you should give Rallycross a go. He's done just that and has gone into a full championship here in the junior crosscar division, and Ethan's going joker first time through. So Hooker goes left, she turns onto the longer route and comes back out still with the race lead ahead of Phoebe Cake. So Phoebe not as quick through paddock as she would have liked. A bit of bodywork coming loose, in fact, which may have distracted her. The bodywork to the right-hand side of the crosscar is coming loose on Phoebe Cake's number 631 entry. So it might have just distracted her slightly as she turned through paddock, but great to see the capable Affirm racer growing in confidence, and she's in second spot at the minute, ahead of Jess Flitney, the 16-year-old from Cambridgeshire, and brother Harry, the younger of the two Flitney siblings, at the back of the pack. But it is Ethan Hooker then in number 43 who leads our quartet of junior crosscars down into Paddock Bend for the second time. He's already got the Joker lap done, so he's really looking good here, is Ethan, the Cheshire-based racer, on his first start at Lydden. He's competed in a rally sprint here at the circuit in previous months, so he knows his way around the track, but not with cars to his left and to his right off the start line. So he's got a lot to learn, but Ethan is really going along smartly out front, with Phoebe Cake, your second place runner, third for Jess Flitney, with fourth Harry Flitney in number 15. Out of the Devil's Elbow goes Hooker with the advantage for now. It's quite a handsome one at that now. The length of Hairy Hill between himself and Phoebe Cake in second spot. So this is good stuff from race leader on his first competitive rallycross action of the 2026 season here at Lydden. He rolled the car at Blighton a few weeks ago at the opening round. So Ethan having a far better time of it out front as he begins his final lap. These 700cc or 689cc Yamaha powered cross cars to be exact, and Phoebe Cake in 631 championship leader coming through in second spot. Jess Flitney still with her in number 37. Again, that door on the cross car, if you could call it a door, where the drivers just about clamber through into these little single seat motorbike powered cross car machines. And the LifeLive company runs from Belgium that builds the LifeLive entries we see out in this category. All of the cars entered in the crosscar division in the junior category are built by Thierry Neuville's LifeLive concern in Belgium, and we'll see more shapes and sizes and different manufacturers in the senior division, which will be coming out next. So the senior crosscars will up the ante in our next race, but Ethan Hooker has been a star here, and he's going to come through up to the chicane, across the timing line, and wins very comfortably indeed. Number 43 of Ethan Hooker then takes the win ahead of Phoebe Cake in 631. 37 of Jess Flitney is your third place finisher in the LifeLive TN11, and the final finisher, her younger brother Harry, in fourth spot. Both will be looking to improve their pace across the course of the meeting, as will all of the junior drivers. They're just learning their craft and getting more and more seat time in this junior crosscar division. But it's Ethan Hooker who takes the win by 7 seconds from Phoebe Cake in our first junior crosscar race of the weekend. The Yeovil-based racer should be one to keep an eye on through the course of 2026. He's been getting quicker and quicker each time we see him. There's no Max Wedley in the series this year either. He's stepped away from the crosscar scene, so that will open us up to a new champion in 2026. And the final row, the number 44 of Andy Peckover from Chislehurst, former Swift Sport and BMW Mini Racer. And on the outside is James Constantine from North Yorkshire in a new Life-Live TN11. He's been driving an older TN5 chassis in previous years. He's now got a new TN11 underneath him, the more up-to-date chassis. So James should go well from row number 2. We're ready to go with our first cross-car race of the weekend. That's a good start from Bradley Turner in number 61 on the outside, but Teddy McPherson in 119 is going to lead the pack down into the Talladega turn. Turner around the outside, at least trying to, of McPherson as they go into the Chestnut Drift sequence, but it's Teddy who leads the way, the reigning junior rallycross champion. Up over the tabletop, a huge jump from McPherson, heavy landing as well, runs a bit deep into the elbow. He's on the left hand side trying to keep the lead away from Bradley Turner, but the championship leader's having none of it. Turner trying to grab the lead away as they climb up into North Bend Hairpin for the first time. It's McPherson with the lead, but Turner's trying to nip up the inside of him. Absolutely wheel to wheel between the cross cars. These Yamaha powered pocket rockets are buzzing around the Lydden Hill circuit, and don't rule out Stephen Jones, because Jones is right in the thick of it as well. He's in the more powerful 1000cc RX150, so Stephen Jones is right there as Bradley Turner goes Joker, and James Constantine is now going to try and take second place away from Stephen Jones. So it's still McPherson who leads, Jones is second, James Constantine in third, but do watch Stephen Jones in a straight line, because Jones has got more power. He's got a 1000cc engine compared to the lighter 850cc cross cars. So when we come to the straight bits, coming out of the Devil's Elbow and up Hairy Hill, that's where the power of the khaki green buggy of Stephen Jones will come into its own. It will just edge clear. It's not as good on the exit of the loose section and on the starts. That's where the cross cars seem to have better drive. They're lighter and a bit more nimble. They can be thrown around this circuit just slightly more than maybe the RX150 buggies can be, but it's Teddy McPherson who still leads as James Constantine goes Joker this time through. The number 19 of Stephen Jones in second spot. Constantine is your fourth place runner, with the 44 of Andy Peckover going Joker this time through as well, but it's still McPherson with the advantage out front, up over the tabletop in 119, with Stephen Jones right there in number 19 behind him. Neither of them have taken the longer route just yet. Bradley Turner third spot as Jones turns through the Devil's Elbow and begins his climb up the power sap in Hairy Hill into North Bend Hairpin. McPherson kisses the curb through the right-hander at North Bend. The reigning junior rallycross champion stepping up to cross cars. He was the fastest driver here at a Lydden Rally Sprint a few weeks ago, so we know that Teddy is very well accustomed to this Lydden Hill circuit, and McPherson in 119 has the lead as Jones goes Joker and comes back out ahead of Brad Turner in second spot. Turner trying to go around the outside of him onto the Talladega loose section on what is now the final lap. So all eyes on Teddy McPherson out front. He's still yet to take his Joker. Bradley Turner is trying to dispose of Stephen Jones for second as Andy Peckover is slowing out of view. He's stopping on the approach to the chicane, sadly. So Andy Peckover is struggling in number 44, but Teddy McPherson still with that longer route to complete before the checker flag flies. He comes out of North Bend Hairpin and begins his descent of Hairy Hill into the Joker lap section. He turns, so McPherson now into the Joker. Will Stephen Jones be able to flick up the inside? I don't think he's being close enough, but McPherson hits the Joker lap barrier, and that would be a 5-second penalty. So Teddy McPherson was so close to victory, but he strikes the barrier through the Joker lap section, and drivers were told in the briefing this morning that if they do that, they'll be picking up a 5-second penalty, and McPherson has dislodged one of the barriers in the Joker lap section, so the officials will be looking at that. But McPherson wins on the road, Jones second, Turner third, Constantine fourth, but that's provisional because the strike of the Joker lap barriers, as we saw with Patrick O'Donovan at this the November finale last year, can result in penalties being dished out. So McPherson is our winner for now, with Jones and Turner second and third. Andy Peckover's car is going to need recovering from the infield. He stopped in early on about the third lap of the race, pulled off to the side of the road. So McPherson wins, but Peckover will be out of the car and need to be recovered back to the paddock. Another batch of cross cars are out next. James Black's a non-starter today in number 53, but we do have a busy field of cross cars next out on circuit, and our race-winning time set by McPherson, a 3 minutes 15.9. On to second grid of Crosscars and RX150s, and it's 17-year-old Ben Bartlett who's going to start on pole position. Now, great to have Ben here at Lydden. Didn't expect to see him because he's planning a European campaign in RX5 this year. Is Ben, the teenage star of junior rallycross and cross cars in Britain last year. Ben, very rapid indeed, and he settles down onto the middle of the front row in number 4. The rest of our starters we'll see in the mixed crosscar and RX150 division. The number 48 on the outside of row number 1 will be Bradley Williams, and Bradley is a second generation rallycrosser. His dad Guy raced the MG Metro 6R4 during the Group B era, the red and white 6R4 of Guy Williams. This is his son Brad making his rallycross debut. So great to have a second generation rallycrosser again out on circuit, and we'll see how Bradley gets on in the TN5 and the older chassis in the entry. Row 2, Will Ovenden, the star of the crosscar scene last year. See how Will gets on with number 84 alongside. That's Caden Harris making his step up. The former junior racers together on the second row. And our final starter, Ben Hardy. Couple of names to cross off the entry, sadly. Keandro van der Vive from Belgium is a non-starter, and so too is Northern Irishman David Kane, who won everything at the end of last season. So no Kane and no van der Vive, but still a strong crosscar and RX150 mixed entry list. And it's Ben Bartlett, the youngest driver in the paddock for the crosscar divisions, in the senior category at least, who starts on the effective pole position where we're missing the first starter. Do watch for Ben Hardy from the back row. He's in the pink RX150, a former title winner of the RX150 category. The buggy will be quicker in a straight line, but the cross cars should get the better of him away from the start. Look towards the lights then. The crosscar senior category ready to go. A number of junior racers have stepped up to this senior category and they're about to blast away. Good start from Ben Bartlett then from the effective pole position. He takes the lead down into Talladega for the first time. Will Ovenden comes up into second spot. So Ovenden into second. Third at the minute is Ben Hardy. So Ben's done well. Made his way up into third position as Ben Bartlett launches over the tabletop jump with the Digger Sim car behind of Will Ovenden, the red and yellow colours. Will got close to his first event win in the crosscar division last year, but he's slowing coming out of Devil's Elbow. That's a great shame for Will Ovenden on his home circuit. I think he had an engine issue at a test here last week, and he's got another issue here today. So Will Ovenden slowing coming out of Devil's Elbow, and he's dropped right to the back of the pack in the Digger Sim car. His teammate James Black's not here today, but will be here tomorrow. So meanwhile, it's Ben Bartlett at number 4 who has the advantage over the bright pink colours of Ben Hardy. The two Bens out front with the advantage over Caden Harris and Bradley Williams. Caden on his first step up. Caden's driving the championship winning car of last year from Max Wedley, but where's Ben Hardy off to? He's missed part of the approach to the jump and just gets a different approach to the ramp. He's on his way now in a lonely second spot with Bradley Williams into third now, because Caden Harris must have had a drama. Caden has had a spin through the Talladega section. He was competing in the Lydden Hill soapbox race yesterday. He's got quite a bit more power underneath him now with the 850cc Crosscar machinery underneath, but Caden drops to the back of the pack. It's his fellow junior racer Ben Bartlett in number 4 who is a long way clear, and we've been robbed of a battle between the two junior rivals really, because Ovenden versus Bartlett would have been a great duel, and Ben Hardy's now struggling. So Ben Hardy coming past the commentary tower, struggling with some mechanical woe in his RX150. He's dropping places, and now it's Bradley Williams then, the former motocross rider in number 48, who's made his way up into second spot. So Bradley's driving the oldest chassis on the grid, a Life-Live TN5, but he's having a strong run in second spot, but no one can get near Ben Bartlett. He is in a completely different county at the minute through the Joker Lap section, miles clear of the rest. Last that board is shown. It's going to be a real test for Ben, this, because it's the European season is his main plan and not the British Series, but might as well come out and get some seat time here on the Five Nations race card, and it's excellent to have Ben Bartlett back here at the home of Rallycross. He launches over the jump for a big landing and a big wheelie as he comes into the Devil's Elbow for the final time. But the 17-year-old, who was a star of the one-make Suzuki Swift Junior division for a number of seasons, stepped up to the Mygale Crosscar last year, and coming out of the North Bend hairpin now with a strong lead to his name. Contact behind with Ben Hardy getting up the inside of Bradley Williams for second and third, but it's been all the attention on Ben Bartlett. He takes the win quite comfortably and wins in Q1 race 2. Now Ben Hardy's up into second. There's quite a robust move, but a little bit of wheel banging as they went into the Devil's Elbow, but he got past Bradley Williams on the run into the left-hander, and now he's edged clear in a car which did sound sick as it went past the commentary tower last time through, but it's okay now. Ben Hardy then is your second place finisher. In third spot is your Life-Live TN5 of Bradley Williams, and Caden Harris in the TN11, your final finisher. It's a race winning time though from Ben Bartlett. He doesn't just win the race, he wins the heat overall, 1.2 seconds quicker than Teddy McPherson. Frantic stuff from Bartlett, he was really clean. Wins by 3 minutes, 14.6, 1.2 clear of his fellow 17-year-old Teddy McPherson. So the youngest drivers in the paddock in the Crosscar Senior category show the older rivals how it is done. Stephen Jones, best of the rest, in third. So we're back with a quick demo before Q2 begins, and this is the Audi Quattro Group B machine out on track. Dave Halford behind the wheel, the local man who's a regular fixture here at Lydden. If he's not racing, you'll always find Dave in the paddock, and he's got this Group B Audi Quattro, which he's been a big part of the retro rallycross scene at similar events in recent years, and he will be one of the stars of the Lydden Legends Festival, which is coming up on the 12th to the 14th of June. 2 days of track action on the 13th and the 14th, on the Saturday and the Sunday. There'll be a welcome gala as well on the Friday, so lots to look forward to over the summer, where we'll be celebrating the history of rallycross and rallying. It's not just a rallycross celebration. If you enjoyed the event here when it was first held in 2024, you'll know exactly what we're talking about, a mixture of rally and rallycross machinery, led by Pat Duran and the Lydden Hill team, who have top drivers returning. Kenneth Hansen was here at the first Lydden Legends Festival, and we're sure to see him again in 2026 among a host of top drivers. Andrew Jordan's building a Citroen C4 ready to use at this event at Lydden Legends Festival in June. So that will be to come in the summer, the real headline event of Lydden Hill season. We've got this Audi Quattro out on circuit now in the hands of Dave Halford. Steve Harris is also due to be demoing his RS200 here this weekend as well, just to give you a little flavour of what's to come once the Lydden Legends Festival arrives in June. It's invite only, so you really do expect top cars to come here. It's an invite only event for the competitors. Tickets are available now online, so do have a look there as we wait for Steve Harris, the Essex-based former supercar racer, to come out onto circuit in his RS200. Now, you may remember this car with its Mark Renison tribute livery. Mark, the former British Rallycross champion, still got DSRM stickers on the car from when it was a full-blown Mark Renison tribute livery. But Steve's changed the colours over the last season, now got the SHR Steve Harris Racing sticker on the front and Autopla on the side. And Harris, who's a top rally man before switching across to rallycross in the mid-2010s. He started off in buggies. We just watched his grandson Caden take part in the Crosscar division just a few moments ago. But Steve, a supercar regular of recent years, has still got his electric Mini, but it had issues here at November, the last round of the 2025 season, and has been unable to charge and get the Mini to work since. So we doubt we'll see Steve in the Mini at times, but he's still got the car. Hopefully we'll get him back out in supercar in the not too distant future, but at the same time he's also building a two-wheel drive Ford Escort. So Steve Harris, very busy man indeed. Alan Tapscott's building the car for him, and we'll see Steve out in the retro division in the two-wheel drive Super Retro group in the coming events. So once the car's complete, we should see Steve out on circuit in a Ford Escort two-wheel drive edition. So that would be a great addition to the Super Retro category. Steve's charging up Hairy Hill into North Bend Hairpin, and that just gives you a little taste of the Group B machinery that will be here at Lydden on the 12th to the 14th of June, come the second Lydden Legends Festival. That's Q1 complete then. Steve Harris peels off to the paddock. We're about to start Q2, and the nice continuation of the theme will be the Super Retro division, kick-starting our second batch of races. We'll be breaking for lunch once Q2 is complete. Super Retro time then as we kickstart Q2, and it's the Cornwall-based racer Nigel Davey who comes down onto pole position in his Triumph TR7 V8. 691 car starts on pole. Alan Tapscott alongside. Alan, who's been going really well so far today in number 91, the AT Motors stickered car, starts on the middle of row 1. Gary Simpson on the outside in number 52, the purple Extreme tribute livery. Lee Wood, David Brown, and our final startup, Hannah Stewart, make up the field. Varied as ever from the retro division, founded by Shirley and Rob Gibson back in the 2012 season. It's grown and grown. Super retro cars, as always, are in build. There are cars that have just missed this event, having not been made ready in time, but cars still out there and should be joining the field as the year goes on. You can see Jason Anderson's Ford Escort in the paddock this weekend. That's been scrutineered and checked and ready for later in the year. So we'll see Jason Anderson, the oval racer here at Lydden regularly, joining the pack in the later events. But still a good field of cars here in the sunshine on the Canterbury Straight, and it's the Directly Motorsport prepared car of Nigel Davey from Cornwall who starts on pole in the sports car. He should get a good getaway in the rear wheel drive Triumph on the MRF tyres. We're ready to go. Or are we? There's a false start as Lee Wood and Gary Simpson both paused. Simpson, who started his rallycross career in Germany, did Gary, when he was in the army. He's raced an Audi in Germany and has been found in British rallycross circles over recent years. Started in Super National and moved through to retro, where he's been a former champion in the purple BMW. But it's Lee Wood who's being pushed back a row here. No Joker lap penalty for the retros, of course, because they don't do the longer route. So the retro drivers have to be pushed back to the rear of the grid, and that's where we find former classic hot rod champion Lee Wood, an overall winner of the retro title in previous years, on the very back row now in the treble 3 car. So quite a gap on this, what is now a staggered grid. Hannah Stewart in the Pinto engined 2-litre Talbot Sunbeam starts from the penultimate row now. Lee Wood right at the back in the Burton Performance Centre stickered treble 3 car. But do keep an eye as well on the Ford Escort G3 of 214 David Brown. He's been out of the sport for decades. He said he tried shooting, he tried golf, he tried numerous other activities to see if he can find as much interest as he can in rallycross, but none of them I was interested in as getting out on track here in the split surface sport, and he's back for more in 2026. David Brown then from the second row as we get ready to race. The start of Q2 is go, and Gary Simpson from the outside does get a bit left on the line because Nigel Davey has got the best of the blast down to Talladega. It's Davey from Tapscott, so Alan settles into second spot. Gary Simpson's in third, Hannah Stewart fourth, with the 5th place runner being David Brown. Lee Wood finally gets away. Very difficult race for Lee. Jumped the start and then completely missed the start once the lights did go green. So Lee's got a lot of work to do from the very back of the grid. But it's Nigel Davey in the Triumph TR7 V8 who's charging up Harry Hill into North Bend Hairpin. It's the original car from the 1990s used by John Sampson. It's got a rebuilt version of the original engine in the car, so it's a proper period rallycross machine. Is the TR7 V8 in the hands of Davey, who started his retro rallycross career in a Peugeot 205 but has found a home now in the rear wheel drive sports car. Gary Simpson, your third place runner, the former champion in the BMW, with Alan Tapscott still into second spot with the barn find Ford Escort Mark II, but no Joker to split them. If Alan wants to make a move, he's going to have to close in on Nigel Davey and get the move done on circuit. The new wheels that Alan's fitted to the car, it does look quite mean, the Ford Escort Mark II, and it's been working effectively in the early part of this meeting. It's increased the size from 13-inch to 15-inch wheels for this season, and it's worked a lot better than we've seen previously as Tapscott comes out of North Bend Hairpin. Ford Escort's at the back of the shot, having a good little duel. David Brown in the G3 against the Mark II of Lee Wood, and Lee Wood, who's on the back foot after messing the start up, has got a position at least. He's now into 5th spot ahead of the David Brown number 214 car. Hannah Stewart is Lee Wood's next target. The treble 3 car of Wood closing in on the Talbot Sunbeam of Hannah Stewart. Hannah, who started her rallycross career in Suzuki Swift Racing, is coming under pressure now from Lee Wood in the Ford Escort. Back to our leaders, Gary Simpson in 3rd spot. A long way adrift now of Nigel Davey, our race leader. Second spot being Tapscott in the AT Motors stickered Ford Escort Mark II. But it's Davey, who has the advantage still, into Paddock Bend. The last of that board being made ready. And the TR7 V8 of the former event winner. He's won a round of this championship at Pembrey in South Wales. We know that Davey has race-winning pedigree underneath him in the sports car machinery. So Davey in 691 knows how to win a retro event, and without Charlie French or Alan Crockett here this year, sadly, as Lee Wood goes grass cutting through the chicane. He's the Jake Wardle line nearly through the chicane. Shame for Lee as he cuts across the grass in the background, but Nigel Davey has shown good speed, and without Charlie French and without Alan Crockett, it's really opened up the Super Retro division for 2026. It's very difficult to pick a title winner. Nigel Davey will be there or thereabouts, I think, with his rebuilt engine. It seems to work well. It's not turbocharged, but it's got a lot of power, and we'll see how Davey goes as the season progresses. Into the loose section then, in 691, up to the checker flag. Davey sets the early benchmark in Q2. Alan Tapp's got second. Third for Gary Simpson in 52 in the BMW. And our final finishers will be Lee Wood after a difficult day in his difficult race, at least, in his Ford Escort. Dave Brown in his Ford Escort G3. And our last finisher, Hannah Stewart, in the Talbot Sunbeam. So Hannah gets to the line in the Munch Motorsport stickered Talbot. Nigel Davey sets the pace then at 3 minutes 26.9 is your early benchmark in the Super Retro division. But the faster drivers from Q1 are about to take to the circuit, and that includes our pole sitter, Stuart Emery. the rest in a car that he hasn't even tested before this weekend. It's been onto the dyno, but that was it. It hasn't moved before practice, and the team who can be very proud of their work indeed. Stuart reminded me yesterday that none of the team that run his car have any proper mechanical background. They don't work with cars day to day. One of his mechanics, Ben's a plumber, Steve's a plant engineer. So the team have worked brilliantly to get the Volvo 242 working as it does. The new engine from Sweden working a treat, and Stuart waves to the crowd through North Bend and will have a very happy lunch break, I think. Emery delighted with his performance here, and that's 2 from 2 in the Super Retro division. Supercars next, the headline category, our next track action. Supercar time then, and it's GB1 Derek Tohill who's going to come down onto pole position. Didn't know if he'd make it to this event. The team have had to work very hard indeed to get the new Orica engine working as it should in the GB1. Parts for Cars sponsored Peugeot 208, and great to have GB1 here this weekend. No O'Donovans this weekend. Patrick's concentrating on the European Series in 2026. So it's been the first time in many years that we haven't seen an O'Donovan name on a British Rallycross entry. And wishing Patrick well in the European Series in 2026. But it's Tohill on pole in GB1. Julian Godfrey will be alongside, and it looks like we're going to get all of the supercars together in this one grid for Q2. So GB1 Derek Tohill starts on pole. Julian Godfrey in number 20 will be alongside him. The 6-time British Rallycross champion, started off in Stock Hatch more than 20 years ago, did Julian. Alongside him, John McCluskey. And what a great front row that is. Tohill, Godfrey, McCluskey. 3 quality British Rallycross drivers. And John, in his Honda Civic, will be very keen to show what he can do as he lines up for the first time this weekend, side by side with Godfrey and Tohill. Ovenden and Hill on the row 2. Tristan, fastest in practice, he was up at the sharp end in race number 1 as well. Steve Hill alongside him in the Evo 10. And on the back row, it's the 888 car of Thomas Ramanauskas. No Matt Cake, so Matt Cake missing from the grid in the Citroen DS3. Sadly, Tom van der Heuvel and George Tracy Jr. both had technical dramas, so haven't made it to Lydden this weekend, or today at least. But Matt Cake, who is in the paddock, missing Q2. Ready to race then. McCluskey, Godfrey and Tohill, your front row starters for Q2. Green and go, great start from GB1. Derek Tohill gets a brilliant getaway, charging down into Talladega, and it'll be the 2 Irish drivers, I think, who are going to be first and second through the loose section. No, Julian Godfrey's having none of it. He keeps second place away from John McCluskey then, so Godfrey keeps second. Derek Tohill's your early race leader, a big jump. It's Godfrey second, McCluskey's into third, Ovenden fourth. So that's the order for now. Looked like McCluskey was going to make it in RX150, but no. Julian Godfrey wanted to keep hold of that second spot, and he's trying to keep on the coattails of Derek Tohill, our race leader. Out of the North Bend hairpin come the headline 5 Nations British Rallycross Supercars, and it's Tohill, the GB1 reigning champion, with that advantage over Godfrey and McCluskey for now. The only driver to take the Joker lap is Steve Hill in the number 4 car. Steve making a welcome return to the British Rallycross scene after a year out. He hasn't been seen in the championship since November 2024, the fireworks finale in the dark that night. So great that Steve's back after more than 12 months away. But it's Tohill who won Q1, looking to do the same in Q2. Godfrey goes deep into the Devil's Elbow, and John McCluskey and Tristan Ovenden are now right on his tail. They climb Hairy Hill absolutely together. 3 quality supercar drivers absolutely as one. You can throw a blanket over the 3 of them. Godfrey, McCluskey, Ovenden right on the tail of them on his new car. First time he's driven it in anger after a brief test session here at Lydden Hill a few weeks ago. Ovenden in the ex-Mike Seller car is right on the tail of McCluskey. Goes Joker. So John into that longer route. JMC goes into the Joker lap section, but it's Derek Tohill who has the advantage out front still. Tohill away of that battling pack behind with Godfrey, Ovenden and McCluskey. It's Derek Tohill who's got that comfortable margin out front at the minute. Godfrey still second, Ovenden third, but do keep an eye on John McCluskey in fourth, because he's taken the Joker lap from that leading quartet, and John could be in a position to climb up the order once the Jokers are played out ahead of him. Tohill out of North Bend hairpin, Godfrey sliding the DS3 through the right-hander, having changed from the Ford Fiesta in recent seasons. He's getting more and more used to the Citroen DS3, and he goes Joker this time. Tristan Ovenden sticks to the normal line, and he might be able to take second place away from Godfrey. They come out together, and now we now have a new second place man. It's Ovenden who's yet to take the Joker. So Tristan Ovenden then, who's been throwing this Volkswagen Polo around, he dragged good results out of an aging Citroen DS3 in recent years. He's a former event winner in that car. He's now finally got a more up-to-date supercar underneath him, and he's keeping Julian Godfrey at bay through the Devil's Elbow and up Hairy Hill. Ovenden ahead of Godfrey into North Bend. They turn. Godfrey not helping his race time this, with Tohill getting away into Paddock Bend. So Derek Tohill's going to come into Paddock for the final time and into the Joker lap section. Ovenden will follow him. Godfrey sticks to the normal line, but Derek Tohill wins Q2 comfortably from Julian Godfrey, John McCluskey and Tristan Ovenden. Tristan Ovenden's your 4th place finisher in 72. Steve Hill in 5th in number 4. Thomas Ramanauskas in the treble 8 car will be our final finisher in 6th. And sadly, Matt Cake, a non-starter in the Citroen DS3, the ex-Jake Harris Tristan Ovenden car. Hopefully we'll see Matt out for Q3 after the lunch break. But it's a win again for Derek Tohill. A real huge effort to get the Peugeot here. The reigning champion very nearly missed this event with the engine dramas he had at Mondello a few weeks ago. But great work by the Borgs and the DA Racing team to get the Peugeot 208 RX here to Lydden, and the Parts for Cars squad are showing just what they can do, with the reigning champion making it 2 from 2 in the headline supercar category, winning by more than 2 seconds from Julian Godfrey.
Rallycross drivers in the world are set to battle it out here in Ireland. That's right, for the first time in 3 decades, the European Rallycross Championship comes back to Ireland. A championship that has travelled the globe from Scandinavia to the Middle East and brings together some of the fastest and most fearless drivers in motorsport. And this July 18th and 19th, this very championship lands here in the heart of Ireland at Mondello Park. Rallycross is known for its down-to-the-wire battles,
Look at Anderson and Jenkins, so close.
razor-thin margins for error,
Oh, it's a spin down the hill.
and heart-racing finishes where everything can change in the last corner.
So here we go. Oh, look at this, 3 abreast down into turn 4. This is what it's all about.
Half dirt, half tarmac, standing starts, and cars that are capable of accelerating from 0 to 100 kilometers an hour in under 2 seconds. On July 18th and 19th, drivers from all across the globe will descend on Mondello Park to fight it out wheel to wheel for championship points in one of the most intense forms of racing in the world. And for the first time in over 30 years, Irish fans get to witness it all live. If you want to be there, get your tickets now on mondellopark.ie.
So a quick bit of track maintenance and watering before we get going with the resumption of Q2, and it will be the Swift Sports, our next track action. Ben Williams really starred in Q1. Rallycross debutant this weekend. First start in the Lydden Hill hire car Suzuki Swift, and he went and won the race. The Dover racer on his home circuit. Excellent stuff from Ben. Phil Seath is going to be alongside in the PJS Motorsport sponsored car. He's the Lydden village-based farmer, and we'll see how Phil goes in Q2. Max Weatherly in number 7. The EDSL stickered car starts on the outside of row 1, multiple champion in this Swift Sport division. A new engine has been fitted to the car over the winter because it didn't plan for Max to be out in the Swifts this season. Pretty last minute work, but Peter Gwynn and the team have got the Swift ready, and the EDSL Sport sticker car is ready to go. The back row, Daryl Chaffee in 109 and Sam Peterson in 114. There are 5 starters for our Swift senior race. Can Ben Williams make it 2 from 2? Unlikely race 1 victor, really. He didn't expect to be winning race, I don't think, on his first start, but Ben's gone really well in the Suzuki Swifts, and we'll see how he goes alongside Phil Seath, Max Weatherly, Daryl Chaffee and Sam Peterson. All of these Swifts completely closely controlled, 1.6 litre, and it's Ben Williams, Phil Seath and Max Weatherly, your front row starters. Revs rise, 4 laps of action ahead. Good close action on the opening tour of the last race. Hopefully we'll see the same again in this one. Look to the lights, we're away. Max Weatherly gets a good start this time in number 7. Ben Williams doesn't get away at all well. The race 1 winner drops from first to last, sadly. So the Lydden Hill sticker car right to the back of the pack, and it's Max Weatherly in what we did sort of expect to happen this event. He was the event favourite, and Max comes into the Talladega section up over the jump with an early lead over Phil Seath in number 80, the 114 of Sam Peterson, Daryl Chaffee and the Lydden Hill sticker car behind of Ben Williams through the Devil's Elbow and up Hairy Hill. Daryl Chaffee's going to try and keep Ben Williams at bay as they go into the North Bend hairpin, as Max Weatherly has the early lead in the EDSL car. Phil Seath, Sam Peterson first, second, third. Ben Williams has made his way up into 4th positions. We have a change at the back of the order as Phil Seath goes fast into the Joker Lap section through Paddock Bend in number 80. He's been followed through by Ben Williams in the 51 car and the number 109 of Daryl Chaffee. It's a good close racing further back initially between Ben Williams and Chaffee, but Ben's just edged clear of that, and after his poor start, the Lydden Hill Supercar will try and come back through the order, but it is Wedderly still with that advantage over Sam Peterson now, with Phil Seath having been the first of the drivers to have taken the Joker. Now Phil in third spot is really gunning for the title this year. He came close to it last year, or at least close to second place in the championship, because Matt Cake won every event he started, but Phil's shown good speed, and he has bought a British Rallycross Supercar, which he may be looking to use later in the season. Phil Seath bought the ex-Bradley Westgarth Mitsubishi Lancer, which we've seen out in Supercar competition in previous years. So Phil, who's learning his craft here in front-wheel drive rallycross machinery, is looking to step up to the headline four-wheel drive supercar class in the later rounds, possibly as early as the November finale if things have gone his way in the Swift Sport title race. So Phil Seath, as he comes up over the jump, is a new name to the rallycross scene as recently as last year, but he's got big plans. He's really enjoying the competition here in the rallycross paddocks, and with a supercar in the workshop back at home now, we should be seeing more of the Seath name as Phil continues to enjoy his rallycross adventure. Wedderly, though, has the lead in this one still, coming down into paddock, into the Joker lap section. Backs it right off, does Max, through the Joker section. It's pretty slow through the Joker lap for Max, and a new race leader, as the last lap board shows, for Sam Peterson. So Wedderly looked pretty cautious through the Joker lap section, but neat and tidy. It's just different to see Max back in a front-wheel drive car after being used to seeing him fling a cross car around the British circuits in recent years. He's been a champion in Swifts, a champion in cross cars. We know Max's pedigree as sparks fly from the back of the Swift on the landing over the jump. Max is the former winner of the Swift Sport division, and Sam Peterson up ahead of him now, a relative newcomer. He started in the championship last year. Sam will be getting faster and faster as the season goes on as a second year racer, back for more in 2026, but he's got to take the Joker lap this time through, and that will give the lead back to Max Wedderly, who kept it neat, kept it tidy through the Joker lap section last time, and Max in number 7 is going to take the win. Second for Peterson, third is Seath, fourth for Williams. Good close racing behind Max Wedderly there. Peterson, Seath, Williams, and final finisher will be Daryl Chaffee in 109. Now Daryl is in one of the Peter Gwynn hire cars, which you can hire on an event only basis or throughout the season, and Daryl comes through having been inspired to compete in rallycross after enjoying the World Rallycross Championship when it was at its peak with Johan Kristoffersen, Lowe, Block, Solberg and the rest. Chaffee got hooked on rallycross through that period of the highs of the World Rallycross Championship, and that's resulted in him taking part in Rallycross for real here with us in the British Rallycross Championship as part of the Five Nations package. Max Wedderly wins Q2 then for the Swift Sports. We've got the junior division next, the less power 1.3 litre versions. The highest placed returning driver from the 2025 season, Will Hands alongside in 23. The 493 of George Edinburgh on the outside in the Shutters You Fit sponsored Scott's Transport back Suzuki Swift. Great to have George here. He's a Raynham based racer. His dad Darren ran Darren Scott's Citroen C2 for a number of seasons, so the family have been in the Rallycross paddock for years, and it's always been George's dream to get out on circuit in Rallycross competition, and he's doing just that here this weekend. Great to have the 15-year-old along here for the ride. Ethan Miles starts on the back row, another newcomer to the scene, and sadly Jake Wardle's non-starting after his huge accident through the chicane. Pleased to say Jake is A-OK after his roll, but that was a big accident after showing strong pace for the 15-year-old. Ready to race, and we're away with Will Hands in 23 with a good start from the second season racer. He's going to get the lead away from Tommy Brown as they come into Talladega for the first time. So it's Hands from Brown with Edinburgh and Miles duking it out for third and fourth. No Jake Wardle to worry about for these quartet of racers in this one, because Jake was right there at the sharp end of the field. The bright yellow Peter Gwynn hire car was showing nicely before the dramas through the chicane, but Tommy Brown is right on the tail of Will Hands as they climb up Hairy Hill for the first time. Brown on the outside, Will Hands on the inside for North Bend. They go side by side past the Lydden Hill sign through the right-hander, and we might have a change because Brown's nipped up the inside, and that's a very mature move from Tommy. He gets the move done, and Hands comes side by side, and Will's not giving in though. Will's going to go right around the outside, and he holds on. Will Hands, tremendous stuff from the junior racers. Remember, they're aged only between 13 and 17, and they've just done half a lap side by side. Great stuff from the Motorsport UK junior racers of Will Hands in 23 and Tommy Brown in number 18. Brilliant respect between the two. It's an 8-wheeled Suzuki Swift as it comes up over the tabletop jump for the second time. The bright green machine of Hands against Brown in the grey colours, the race winner from last year, and then Brown's going to try again. We go for a second time up Hairy Hill. It's a charge between the 1.3 litre Suzukis. They're wringing the neck of these cars as they come into North Bend Hairpin, absolutely together. And again Brown sells the dummy to Hands, but Will keep his foot in. He just can't keep side by side with Brown this time, and it is Tommy Brown then, the third place finisher in the championship last season, who gets the lead away. Great action from the junior racers. The teenagers are really showing good racecraft, good respect between the two of them, and that was excellent stuff from what are the slowest cars out there, but a great learning ground and a great place to go racing in the British Rallycross Championship for young drivers looking to get that mixture of both tarmac and loose experience. There's a great training ground for young drivers, as we've seen with so many competitors using Rallycross as a real launch pad for their careers. When they move on into circuit racing or rallying, they've learnt both a mixture of tarmac and the loose stuff, and that can only really be done here in the British Rallycross Championship, in the BTRDA Clubman's Rallycross Series, as well in the British Series, both of them offering a good way to go racing at a pretty good price as well. Motorsport's never going to be cheap, but there are ways into it. You can hire a car for one event, hire it for the season, or go your own way and buy a car and go outright with it yourself. Numerous different options, and these young racers out on circuit today showing a really good example of the junior championship. And Will Hands isn't done. He's now the fastest driver on circuit, a 54-second lap time from the number 23 racer, and Tommy Brown is becoming bit closer to him, I think, now, because Hands is showing good speed. The gap's coming down 2.3 seconds it was as they went across the timing line last time through. George Edinburgh in the 4.93 is your third place runner, but it is Will Hands with the fastest lap time to his name. He was on his roof at Lydden here last year at the Devil's Elbow. That didn't knock his confidence. He got straight back in the car and back out on circuit, and he's shown such good speed he might still challenge Tommy Brown here, because Brown's going into the Joker, and the two of them are going to be absolutely together as they come up to the timing line. Brown on the normal line, but Will Hands wins it. Will Hands does it at the line. Great stuff from Will. He wins by half a second. Tremendous last lap. A 53.9 from Will Hands. Excellent last part of the race, and what great respect between the two of them. They go back to the paddock side by side, door to door, and they both would have really enjoyed that one. The two teenagers, one from Kent, one from Essex, and it's the local man who comes out on top in number 18. Will Hands wins Q2 for the junior Swifts, and we have what now? 2 races to go before we 3 races in fact before we break for lunch. We're going to have the retros out next, followed by the Crosscar juniors and the senior cross cars. So still a few more to get through before the end of Q2, but that was a good example of close, respectful rallycross racing from the teenagers of the Junior Rallycross Championship in the Swift division. Retro division on circuit next, and John Wood in his Vauxhall powered John Welsh liveried Ford Escort starts on pole position. John, who is an expert engine builder when not racing himself, did a brief test session on an oval track earlier this week, so he's tested the car, but now going proper full-blown rallycross racing for the first time here today at Lydden Hill. What can the man from Eastbourne in East Sussex do? He starts on pole. He didn't have to travel as far to Lydden as Ian Biaggi did. Ian in the little Mini starts from the outside of row number 1, with Joe Luke Eastwood in the middle of them in the MG Metro in the Rob Gibson tribute colours. The stickers provided by Shirley and Rob themselves. The paint covered by Rob and Shirley as well. Great effort from the Retro team to get out there, and with the support of Steve Nottage as well, the Retro rallycross enthusiast who's been a big part of the Retro paddock in recent seasons, has provided some of the stickers to go on the car as well. Great team effort from the Retro gang, and Paul Buckmaster starts on row 2, Ian Halfhide on row 2 alongside him, with Pete Christmas and Simon Hart your final starters. Ready to race. We're away. Joe Luke Eastwood isn't though. He stays on the line. Ian Halfhide just about gets away as well, but it's John Wood who gets the best of the starts, with Ian Biaggi right on his tail as they come down onto the loose section for the first time. Now, it was a shame we didn't see John Wood at full speed last year, because we know from his oval racing exploits that he's got good pace, just wasn't able to show it due to the technical issues with the car in the rounds last season. But he's back on his home circuit with the bit between his teeth here this weekend, because after winning Q1 he's now right at the sharp end again in Q2, and the Welsh colours are looking the part in the sunshine here at Lydden on Easter Sunday. Ian Biaggi right behind him through the right-hander at North Bend, the far more experienced rallycross driver right on the tail of the Ford Escort. Paul Buckmaster's third, Simon Hart is in fourth, but it's the Welsh colours of John Wood which lead the way through the chicane with 3 laps left to go. Biaggi, Buckmaster, Simon Hart third and fourth. Ian Halfhide is in 5th spot in the Peugeot, and Joe Luke Eastwood, after his difficult start, drops down into 5th place now, or 6th in fact, in the Metro. But it's John Wood still with the advantage. Buckmaster, Hart and Halfhide in the middle of that pack. Simon Hart with the bonnet pin coming undone on the right hand side of his road legal Ford Escort Mark 1, and I don't know if that's distracted him because he's gone deep into the devil's elbow, and Ian Halfhide's come up the inside. Ian from Windsor, the oldest driver in the Retro Rallycross paddock. Ian is 76 years of age in his Peugeot 205, and he's going door to door here with the MG Metro of Joe Luke Eastwood. The digger driver from Ashford gets up the inside, and the MG Metro with the Bill Richards built engine underneath the bonnet is powering along nicely, coming up now into 4th position. So Joe Luke Eastwood makes his way into 4th place now, all over the curbs through the chicane, with Ian Halfhide right on his tail, but John Wood still our race leader and the fastest driver on circuit. Wood looks really strong. The Vauxhall red top engine is working very smartly indeed, but it's a proven product from oval racing and the Retro Rallycross division. The red top Vauxhall engine is a popular power plant in these retro machines, as Ian Halfhide though has had a spin sadly on the approach to the jump. It's the second time today that Ian has spun. He started his rallycross career back in 1974 in a 1000cc Mini, did Ian. So Ian's got loads of experience, but has been out of the sport for decades before returning last season. We begin our final lap, and it's John Wood then in the Ford Escort who still has that advantage over Ian Biaggi. No Tony Lynch this weekend due to transmission trouble with his Peugeot 205. Terry Moore's unwell and unable to get here this weekend. Hopefully we'll see Terry out later in the season. So we've lost a couple of the regular retro racers, but this new face in the form of John Wood is looking very smart indeed out front. Through the yellow flag section now at the Devil's Elbow, because Paul Buckmaster's car has stopped on the climb up Hairy Hill, and now John Wood is slowing. John Wood's slowing going into North Bend Hairpin, and Ian Biaggi is closing in. We might have a change for the race lead here, because John Wood slows up to the timing line and through they come up towards the checker. John Wood is completely slowing, and Biaggi's doing the same, and Joe Luke Eastwood's going to try and get both of them. I think Ian Biaggi thought the race had finished maybe. John Wood slows and Joe Luke Eastwood comes through. So suddenly the Metro in the Rob Gibson colours of Joe Luke Eastwood is going to take the win. He caught everyone napping there, and Joe Luke Eastwood wins it. I'm not entirely sure what happened. I was second guessing myself there. I thought they might have missed the checker flag, but John Wood slowed, Ian Biaggi slowed thinking the race was finishing, and Joe Luke Eastwood was the only one of the two of them able to charge through. So a last minute change there, but it's the MG Metro of Joe Luke Eastwood which wins the race, and the Ashford man is delighted. He's waving to the crowd going down the Dover slope. Joe Luke Eastwood then, in his second season in the car, he takes the win, and he's absolutely chuffed to do so in the Rob Gibson colours, the colours of his rallycross hero from the 80s and 90s and into the 2000s as well. Rob was a regular face in the British and European rallycross scene for decades, as you will all know if you've followed the sport for many a season. Still got the MG Metro 6R4 as well, which we hope to see out at the Lydden Legends Festival later this year and at other special rallycross celebrations through 2026. But it's an unexpected victory for Joe Luke Eastwood in the MG Metro, and John Wood just slowing on that final lap. Whatever the issue is, hopefully they can rectify that before Q3 later this afternoon. So it's Paul Buckmaster's car which stopped on that last retro race. So Paul's car's been towed back to the paddock, the rear-wheel drive Vauxhall Nova. And that leaves us with 2 races to go before we break for lunch. And this will be the Crosscar Juniors and the Crosscar Seniors. It will be quite a late lunch break, actually, 1:45 now, with the delays we've had so far today. But we've got through the majority of Q2 now, and it's the Flit Speed team taking on Phoebe Cake in the Life-Live TN11. On pole position, the number 43 of Ethan Hooker in his Life-Live TN5. The more up-to-date TN11 next door of Phoebe Cake. The 37 of Jess Flitney alongside in the Life-Live TN11. And on the second row, just being nudged into the grid hatchings now, is the number 15 of Jess's younger brother Harry. both being watched by their dad Dom, who we've seen in Supercar competition in recent seasons in a Volvo C30. He's had a couple of years out of the sport, has Dom, but he's still got the ex-Froda Holte Volvo C30. Hopefully we'll see that car out in the in the coming seasons. But it's the Crosscar Juniors which are attention now, and the Flitspeed team, the 3-strong Flitspeed squad, take on the lone 631 life live of Phoebe Cake. Can Ethan Hooker make it 2 from 2? We get ready to race. And Ethan's just a little bit too keen to get racing. He launches away from the line too early, and the 43 car of Ethan Hooker, he's going to find a double joker lap board heading his way, I fear, as he heads back to the grid. Now, this is a hugely popular category, the cross cars in Scandinavia, before they moved over to the UK, and the category grew into the BTRDA series initially 3 or 4 seasons ago now, and it's just continued to grow on the senior level. Hopefully we'll see the same with the junior division, because it always, the first year, it just shows what the series is all about. More drivers will see it and fancy the idea of getting involved in this junior division. And as we said earlier, a way that the drivers can get into the sport, buy the cars at a junior age and continue into senior division as well. The double joker lap board has been shown to Jessica Flitney actually, rather than Ethan Hooker. So we wait on the start line still for the Crosscar Juniors to go. But if you buy a car as a junior racer, you can just switch the engine over, and these Yamaha powered cross cars can be a car for life. 4 laps to go in our Q2 race, our penultimate race of Q2 at the opening day of the 2026 British Rallycross Championship 5 Nations Trophy. And again, there's a bit of creepy on the line, and that's Jessica Flitney, I fear, just rolling forward on the line, going over and breaking the timing beam which the marshals and officials have set up on the Canterbury Straight, which tells us if any driver has jumped the start. And Jess Flitney's car just rolling on the grid for the second time. So the officials will be getting to work, and the Crosscar Junior race number 2 of the day will be get going shortly. So Jess, unfortunately, jumping the start twice, is now unable to take the start. So Jess Flitney is going to be a non-starter in race number 2 for the Crosscar Juniors. 4 becomes 3, and it's Harry Flitney on the back row, Ethan Hooker on pole, and Phoebe Cake, the championship leader after winning at Blyton. She starts on the 2nd grid spot. Ready to race. 3rd time lucky then for the Crosscar Juniors. We do go green this time, and what an excellent start it was from Phoebe Cake. Brilliant getaway. She always got good starts in her previous campaigns in Junior Swifts and in the Rally X series in Europe, but she starts are a strong point for Phoebe. But Ethan Hooker has got an equally a good one as Phoebe looks back up the inside as they come up towards the jump. They go absolutely side by side. Good close racing between Ethan and Phoebe up over the tabletop together, and the teenagers are again showing how it's done, side by side, wheel to wheel racing. Great stuff from the youngest drivers out there in the paddock, but it is Phoebe Cake in her last season of junior competition before she'll be stepping up possibly to a senior class next year. She's again going to have a full season of learning and getting more and more experience under her belt. She's got the lead away from Ethan Hooker in 43, with Harry Flitney, our final runner, in 3rd spot. Phoebe goes joker this time through, so she is a 2nd generation rallycrosser with her dad Chris being a former BTRDA rallycross champion, and Phoebe gets the joker lap complete and comes back out right on the tail of Ethan Hooker in number 43. So Ethan has got his work cut out here. He's got his hands full because Phoebe Cake's going to look up the inside, and Cake makes the move, a very neat and tidy move up the inside through the loose section for Phoebe in 631. So Cake, having taken the joker lap,
She's already taken the mandatory longer route, has come back out ahead of Ethan Hooker for first and second spot. They clamber up Harry Hill into North Bend Hairpin for the second time, and Ethan Hooker right on the rear now of Phoebe Cake. 631 entry through the North Bend Hairpin and down Harry Hill. He's got to do that longer route though. The longer Joker lap route is coming the way of Ethan Hooker fairly shortly, I would imagine. He goes Joker this time through, so onto the race circuit he turns. Careful to avoid those bollards either side, because if they hit those, they'll be picking up a 5-second penalty. But these Crosscar juniors continue on their way. We hit half distance for the Crosscar category. Harry Flitney, the number 15 car at the back of this train, but it's Phoebe Cake who went from the back to the front. She had a spin at Blyton the last round where she was leading the final, went wide, fell to the back, and then climbed back up through the order and won the final. Phoebe has good speed. We know that from her previous outings in the Crosscar Juniors earlier in the season. The championship leader coming into this second round of the campaign. It's a long calendar for the Crosscars because they're doing most of the they're doing the BTRDA rounds and the 5 Nations events through the 2026 season. So the Crosscars will be seen a lot of throughout the Rallycross campaign. They begin their final lap. The senior division will be heading over to Valkenswaard in Holland later in the season. So these proper Crosscar racers getting a good workout throughout 2026, learning as they go. And the junior category starting its first full championship season here in 2026. We had the taster at Lydden in November, but it's now back as a full championship round, and we might have a new leader soon because Ethan Hooker is really closing in on Phoebe Cake as they go out of the Devil's Elbow and up North Bend Hairpin for the final time. Into North Bend then is Phoebe Cake from Capel the Fern, the local racer, against the Cheshire-based teenager behind. They come out of North Bend and down Harry Hill, and Ethan Hooker has found good speed to reel back in Phoebe Cake for the race lead. They come into paddock though for what is now the final time, onto the loose stuff, up towards the chicane, and Phoebe Cake is just going to hold on to take the win. That's a good confidence boosting win again for Phoebe. She takes the flag ahead of second place finisher Ethan Hooker. Third will go the way of Harry Flitney in number 15. So Harry comes through in the Flit Speed colours and takes third spot. But Phoebe Cake takes the win in 631. She was running with Team Farron in the Rally X series last season, by concentrating on the domestic racing in 2026, and Dad Chris and brother Matt will be very pleased indeed with Phoebe's performance there, taking the win over Ethan Hooker and Harry Flitney. One more race to go before we break for lunch, and that'll be the Crosscar Seniors. On to final couple of races now before the lunch break, and it's the Crosscar and RX150 division. Ben Hardy will start on pole position in race number 1 of Q2. Former champion in the RX150 division, alongside newcomer Bradley Williams in the Life-Live TN5, which is for hire. You can hire this buggy at other rounds throughout the season, as Bradley is doing this weekend. 169 though of Ben Hardy on pole in the pink, the blue and orange colours of the 48, the ex-Bradley Turner car, in the hands now of Brad Williams. On the outside is number 84, Caden Harris, in the elite stickered Life Live entry. That's the car driven by Max Weatherly last season. See how Caden gets on. Always got fast starts in his junior days. Now he stepped up to senior. Admittedly, he was nervous yesterday ahead of his cross-car debut. First time in competition. See how Caden gets on. Went well in the junior category. Nearly won the title last year. So Caden's got pedigree. See what he can do here. Now on the back row, the number 44 of Andy Peckover from Chislehurst. One more race to go once this is complete. That'll be the cross-car race 2 of Q2. But 4 starters on the line. 3 cross cars against the 1 RX150 buggy, and it's Andy Peckover who blasts away from the line from row 2. The number 44 gets the best start, but Bradley Williams then, the second generation rallycrosser. Dad Guy raced an MG Metro 6R4 in the British Championship for a number of seasons in the Group B era. He leads the way. Caden Harris spins out of contention in from 3rd spot, but it's Bradley Williams then in the number 48 which has the advantage over the tabletop and into the Devil's Elbow. Williams with the lead over Peckover, or is it? Because Hardy's trying to come through, and that's the more power of the RX150 coming into its own. And Ben Hardy really late on the brakes. Into North Bend goes deep, and Peckover and both Peckover and Williams come back through. So great racing between the 3 of them. Hardy went very deep indeed into the right-hander. He's got pace in a straight line, but he's just going to struggle to get the car stopped for North Bend. Good close racing between the 3 of them. Williams, Hardy and Peckover all together. Hardy trying to go right around the outside then. Bradley Williams is right here in the thick of his rallycross debut. This is only his 2nd ever rallycross race. His first one was a few hours ago. So he's right into the thick of the action here in number 48. The former motocross rider is into 4-wheeled racing very effectively indeed. And he's got the bright pink car Ben Hardy coming alongside him and climbing past. That is where the power of the 1000cc RX150 comes into its own. It's just not as good on the brakes and through the corners as much as the more nimble cross cars, which can be thrown around just a little bit more. So it really is a proper hammer and tong fight between the RX150 and the cross cars. An interesting duel to keep an eye on, and Ben Hardy is really giving the cross car regulars a workout here. Number 44 of Peckover with the door coming open on his cross car is now 3rd, but with the Joker lap complete by Ben Hardy, it's a new race leader again with Brad Williams now back into top spot, past the flags and up over the tabletop. The number 48 of Bradley Williams with the advantage. He needs to do that longer route though, so he wants to get his foot to the floor here to try and keep Ben Hardy at bay. But again, that's where that power in a straight line of the RX150 can just tell, and he gets the move done. Great stuff from Ben Hardy. Gets the move done under braking. That was a champion's manoeuvre there from Ben. Excellent stuff on the brakes, getting the move done as Brad Williams goes deep and wide out of North Bend hairpin. He's going to have to go Joker this time as well. So Bradley has had an excellent race, begin their final lap, but Ben Hardy is our race leader for now. Across the timing line, Williams gets that last lap complete, and Ben Hardy's out. Ben Hardy out of shop, is out retired the RX150. Engine issue, I think, for the pink machine. So our race leader is touring around the race circuit on the outside of the track, and it sounded sick as it came past the commentary box. So Ben Hardy is dropped from 1st right to the back of the pack. So Hardy is out of this one, sadly. On to this final lap. It's Hardy who was the leader over the timing line, but he's slowing as they come out of the elbow. Williams is our new race leader. Peckover and Caden Harris 2nd and 3rd, and Caden is right there on the tail now of Peckover through the North Bend hairpin and down Hairy Hill. Peckover with the bodywork coming loose on the side of the car. It's going to be Bradley Williams who comes through on his rallycross debut to take the win. Williams does it in 48, and 2nd and 3rd very close indeed between Peckover and Harris. It's Peckover 2nd, Caden Harris 3rd, and Caden's done well there after his spin through the Talladega banking. Caden Harris in number 84 is back into 3rd spot. Sadly though, Ben Hardy unable to take the checker after what was a really decent battle between the cross car and the RX150. our last race before we break for lunch then, and it will be the RX150s and Crosscars from the fastest drivers from Q1. Looks like we might be missing a couple though. They're coming up to the line. Stephen Jones in 19, Brad Turner in 61, Teddy McPherson in 119, and James Constantine in the number 7, I think. But there's no Will Ovenden and no Ben Bartlett. So Bartlett, fastest driver from Q1, is not there in Q2. Will Ovenden had an engine issue, so we knew he wouldn't probably be out. But Ben Bartlett's not there. So down to the 4 starters, and Jones again is going to be trying to take the fight to the Crosscars. The 850cc Yamaha powered Crosscars against the 1000cc RX150 buggies. 4 laps ahead of us. Jones versus Turner on the front row. We're away, and it's James Constantine in number 8 buggy who gets a good start. Again, those Crosscars swarm the RX150 buggy on the start. They're really strong off the line, but again, they've watched the power of the RX150 as it comes out of the Devil's Elbow and up Hairy Hill. Do not discount what is a slow starting Stephen Jones, or slowish compared to the fast starting Crosscars around him, but Jones can't be discounted despite falling to the back of this pack in the early stages of Q2 race 2 for the Crosscars. The time they're looking to beat is a 3 minutes 29 set by Bradley Williams, but it's Bradley Turner who's leading this one ahead of McPherson, with 3rd spot going the way of James Constantine, his new Life-Live TN11, and Stephen Jones on the back of them going Joker. So into the Joker lap section goes Stephen Jones, the 61 of Brad Turner's your early race leader after the first lap. Turner with a 51.9, the fastest out there, with McPherson into 2nd spot, Constantine still there in 3rd. Now James's cousins Luke and Tom are off into the world of rallying. Tom competing in the British Rally Championship this season in a Rally 4 Vauxhall Corsa, so look forward to keeping an eye on Luke Constantine's progress throughout the course of the 2026 rally season. Tom also followed him into rally competition, but James has stuck with Rallycross, and he's been a big supporter of the British Rallycross Championship in recent seasons, and he's right there in 3rd spot behind the leading chargers. As into the Joker section goes Teddy McPherson in 119, out onto a Canterbury straight he turns. Stephen Jones still at the back of this train in 4th spot, but this is good stuff from Bradley Turner, the former BMW mini racer. His dad Adrian heavily involved in running the Life-Live entries here in the Crosscar division. They have a big awning in the paddock. You can get up close and see these Crosscar machines in the paddock. As of course at any Rallycross event, the paddock is open and accessible, and do have a wander around it if you haven't already here at Lydden Hill this afternoon, because the cars are all there to go and look at throughout the meeting. There's no huge garages or anything, they're not locked away, they're open and available to see, and Bradley Turner is putting on a good display here on circuit. He's through the Joker lap section neat and tidily, back onto the Canterbury straight, and it's the 3 Crosscars which are still 1, 2 and 3. Turner, McPherson, Constantine, 2.6 seconds between them. Jones at the back of that train in 4th, but Stephen Jones isn't done yet. He's going to try and challenge James Constantine for 3rd place up over the tabletop for what is the final time now, and Brad Turner's gone deep into the elbow and he's into the gravel. So Bradley Turner has a big jump over the tabletop. I don't know if that forced an error. Bradley Turner, our race leader, has thrown the lead away, and Stephen Jones is trying to make a move on James Constantine into North Bend Hairpin. Constantine and Jones lock wheels through the right-hander, and Stephen Jones is trying to challenge Constantine coming down into the final corner. It's going to be Teddy McPherson who wins the race on the road. The 119 of McPherson, he takes the checker flag. James Constantine is in 2nd, Stephen Jones in 3rd, and a 4th place finisher, Bradley Turner. I don't know if he damaged the car over the jump, but that was an uncharacteristic error into the elbow, so something may have broken on the car over the heavy landing on the jump. But it's Teddy McPherson who wins our final race of Q2, and he sets the best time to boot as well. 3 minutes 15.7 from McPherson in the Life-Live TN11. He wins Q2 for the Crosscars, and that will make up for striking the Joker lap barriers during Q1. That takes us into lunch. Once I have an update on the times, I'll come back and let you know when we're going to restart with Q3. But that is Q1 and Q2 in the books here at the opening opening round of the 2026 British Rallycross Championship 5 Nations Trophy. Enjoy your lunch and we'll be back with you shortly for the resumption of Q3.
What if I told you the best rallycross drivers in the world are set to battle it out here in Ireland? That's right, for the first time in 3 decades, the European Rallycross Championship comes back to Ireland. A championship that has travelled the globe from Scandinavia to the Middle East and brings together some of the fastest and most fearless drivers in motorsport. And this July 18th and 19th, this very championship lands here in the heart of Ireland at Mondello Park. Rallycross is known for its down-to-the-wire battles,
Look at Anderson and JP Mann, so close.
razor-thin margins for error,
Oh, it's a spin down the hill.
and hard-racing finishes where everything can change at the last corner.
So here we go. Oh, look at this, 3 abreast down into turn 4. This is what it's all about.
Half dirt, half tarmac, standing starts, and cars that are capable of accelerating from 0 to 100 kilometers an hour in under 2 seconds. On July 18th and 19th, drivers from all across the globe will descend on Mondello Park to fight it out wheel to wheel for championship points in one of the most intense forms of racing in the world. And for the first time in over 30 years, Irish fans get to witness it all live. If you want to be there, get your tickets now on mondellopark.ie. What if I told you the best rallycross drivers in the world are set to battle it out here in Ireland? That's right, for the first time in 3 decades, the European Rallycross Championship comes back to Ireland. A championship that has travelled the globe from Scandinavia to the Middle East and brings together some of the fastest and most fearless drivers in motorsport. And this July 18th and 19th, this very championship lands here in the heart of Ireland at Mondello Park. Rallycross is known for its down-to-the-wire battles,
Look at Anderson and JP Mann, so close.
razor-thin margins for error,
Oh, it's a spin down the hill.
and hard-racing finishes where everything can change at the last corner.
So here we go. Oh, look at this, 3 abreast down into turn 4. This is what it's all about.
Half dirt, half tarmac, standing starts, and cars that are capable of accelerating from 0 to 100 kilometers an hour in under 2 seconds. On July 18th and 19th, drivers from all across the globe will descend on Mondello Park to fight it out wheel to wheel for championship points in one of the most intense forms of racing in the world. And for the first time in over 30 years, Irish fans get to witness it all live. If you want to be there, get your tickets now on mondellopark.ie. What if I told you the best rallycross drivers in the world are set to battle it out here in Ireland? That's right, for the first time in 3 decades, the European Rallycross Championship comes back to Ireland. A championship that has travelled the globe from Scandinavia to the Middle East and brings together some of the fastest and most fearless drivers in motorsport. And this July 18th and 19th, this very championship lands here in the heart of Ireland at Mondello Park. Rallycross is known for its down-to-the-wire battles,
Look at Anderson and JP Mann, so close.
razor-thin margins for error,
Oh, it's a spin down the hill.
and hard-racing finishes where everything can change at the last corner.
So here we go. Oh, look at this, 3 abreast down into turn 4. This is what it's all about.
Half dirt, half tarmac, standing starts, and cars that are capable of accelerating from 0 to 100 kilometers an hour in under 2 seconds. On July 18th and 19th, drivers from all across the globe will descend on Mondello Park to fight it out wheel to wheel for championship points in one of the most intense forms of racing in the world. And for the first time in over 30 years, Irish fans get to witness it all live. If you want to be there, get your tickets now on mondellopark.ie. What if I told you the best rallycross drivers in the world are set to battle it out here in Ireland? That's right, for the first time in 3 decades, the European Rallycross Championship comes back to Ireland. A championship that has travelled the globe from Scandinavia to the Middle East and brings together some of the fastest and most fearless drivers in motorsport. And this July 18th and 19th, this very championship lands here in the heart of Ireland at Mondello Park. Rallycross is known for its down-to-the-wire battles,
Look at Anderson and Jenkins, it's so close.
razor-thin margins for error,
Oh, it's a spin down the hill.
and heart-racing finishes where everything can change in the last corner.
So here we go. Oh, look at this, 3 abreast down into turn 4. This is what it's all about.
Half dirt, half tarmac, standing starts, and cars that are capable of accelerating from 0 to 100 kilometers an hour in under 2 seconds. On July 18th and 19th, drivers from all across the globe will descend on Mondello Park to fight it out wheel to wheel for championship points in one of the most intense forms of racing in the world. And for the first time in over 30 years, Irish fans get to witness it all live. If you want to be there, get your tickets now on mondellopark.ie. What if I told you the best rallycross drivers in the world are set to battle it out here in Ireland? That's right, for the first time in 3 decades, the European Rallycross Championship comes back to Ireland. A championship that has travelled the globe from Scandinavia to the Middle East and brings together some of the fastest and most fearless drivers in motorsport. And this July 18th and 19th, this very championship lands here in the heart of Ireland at Mondello Park. Rallycross is known for its down-to-the-wire battles,
Look at Anderson and Jenkins, it's so close.
razor-thin margins for error,
Oh, it's a spin down the hill.
and heart-racing finishes where everything can change in the last corner.
So here we go. Oh, look at this, 3 abreast down into turn 4. This is what it's all about.
Half dirt, half tarmac, standing starts, and cars that are capable of accelerating from 0 to 100 kilometers an hour in under 2 seconds. On July 18th and 19th, drivers from all across the globe will descend on Mondello Park to fight it out wheel to wheel for championship points in one of the most intense forms of racing in the world. And for the first time in over 30 years, Irish fans get to witness it all live. If you want to be there, get your tickets now on mondellopark.ie. What if I told you the best rallycross drivers in the world are set to battle it out here in Ireland? That's right, for the first time in 3 decades, the European Rallycross Championship comes back to Ireland. A championship that has travelled the globe from Scandinavia to the Middle East and brings together some of the fastest and most fearless drivers in motorsport. And this July 18th and 19th, this very championship lands here in the heart of Ireland at Mondello Park. Rallycross is known for its down-to-the-wire battles,
Look at Anderson and Jenkins, it's so close.
razor-thin margins for error,
Oh, it's a spin down the hill.
and heart-racing finishes where everything can change in the last corner.
So here we go. Oh, look at this, 3 abreast down into turn 4. This is what it's all about.
Half dirt, half tarmac, standing starts, and cars that are capable of accelerating from 0 to 100 kilometers an hour in under 2 seconds. On July 18th and 19th, drivers from all across the globe will descend on Mondello Park to fight it out wheel to wheel for championship points in one of the most intense forms of racing in the world. And for the first time in over 30 years, Irish fans get to witness it all live. If you want to be there, get your tickets now on mondellopark.ie. What if I told you the best rallycross drivers in the world are set to battle it out here in Ireland? That's right, for the first time in 3 decades, the European Rallycross Championship comes back to Ireland. A championship that has travelled the globe from Scandinavia to the Middle East and brings together some of the fastest and most fearless drivers in motorsport. And this July 18th and 19th, this very championship lands here in the heart of Ireland at Mondello Park. Rallycross is known for its down-to-the-wire battles,
Look at Anderson and Jacob so close.
razor-thin margins for error,
Oh, it's a spin down the hill.
and heart-racing finishes where everything can change at the last corner.
So here we go. Oh, look at this, 3 abreast down into turn 4. This is what it's all about.
Half dirt, half tarmac, standing starts, and cars that are capable of accelerating from 0 to 100 kilometers an hour in under 2 seconds. On July 18th and 19th, drivers from all across the globe will descend on Mondello Park to fight it out wheel to wheel for championship points in one of the most intense forms of racing in the world. And for the first time in over 30 years, Irish fans get to witness it all live. If you want to be there, get your tickets now on mondellopark.ie. What if I told you the best rallycross drivers in the world are set to battle it out here in Ireland? That's right, for the first time in 3 decades, the European Rallycross Championship comes back to Ireland. A championship that has travelled the globe from Scandinavia to the Middle East and brings together some of the fastest and most fearless drivers in motorsport. And this July 18th and 19th, this very championship lands here in the heart of Ireland at Mondello Park. Rallycross is known for its down-to-the-wire battles,
Look at Anderson and Jacob so close.
razor-thin margins for error,
Oh, it's a spin down the hill.
and heart-racing finishes where everything can change at the last corner.
So here we go. Oh, look at this, 3 abreast down into turn 4. This is what it's all about.
Half dirt, half tarmac, standing starts, and cars that are capable of accelerating from 0 to 100 kilometers an hour in under 2 seconds. On July 18th and 19th, drivers from all across the globe will descend on Mondello Park to fight it out wheel to wheel for championship points in one of the most intense forms of racing in the world. And for the first time in over 30 years, Irish fans get to witness it all live. If you want to be there, get your tickets now on mondellopark.ie. What if I told you the best rallycross drivers in the world are set to battle it out here in Ireland? That's right, for the first time in 3 decades, the European Rallycross Championship comes back to Ireland. A championship that has travelled the globe from Scandinavia to the Middle East and brings together some of the fastest and most fearless drivers in motorsport. And this July 18th and 19th, this very championship lands here in the heart of Ireland at Mondello Park. Rallycross is known for its down-to-the-wire battles,
Look at Anderson and Jacob so close.
razor-thin margins for error,
Oh, it's a spin down the hill.
and heart-racing finishes where everything can change at the last corner.
So here we go. Oh, look at this, 3 abreast down into turn 4. This is what it's all about.
Half dirt, half tarmac, standing starts, and cars that are capable of accelerating from 0 to 100 kilometers an hour in under 2 seconds. On July 18th and 19th, drivers from all across the globe will descend on Mondello Park to fight it out wheel to wheel for championship points in one of the most intense forms of racing in the world. And for the first time in over 30 years, Irish fans get to witness it all live. If you want to be there, get your tickets now on mondellopark.ie. if I told you the best rallycross drivers in the world are set to battle it out here in Ireland? That's right, for the first time in 3 decades, the European Rallycross Championship comes back to Ireland. A championship that has travelled the globe from Scandinavia to the Middle East and brings together some of the fastest and most fearless drivers in motorsport. And this July 18th and 19th, this very championship lands here in the heart of Ireland at Mondello Park. Rallycross is known for its down-to-the-wire battles,
Look at Anderson and JP, it's so close.
razor-thin margins for error,
Oh, it's a spin down the hill.
and heart-racing finishes where everything can change in the last corner.
So here we go. Oh, look at this, 3 abreast down into turn 4. This is what it's all about.
Half dirt, half tarmac, standing starts, and cars that are capable of accelerating from 0 to 100 kilometers an hour in under 2 seconds. On July 18th and 19th, drivers from all across the globe will descend on Mondello Park to fight it out wheel to wheel for championship points in one of the most intense forms of racing in the world. And for the first time in over 30 years, Irish fans get to witness it all live. If you want to be there, get your tickets now on mondellopark.ie. What if I told you the best rallycross drivers in the world are set to battle it out here in Ireland? That's right, for the first time in 3 decades, the European Rallycross Championship comes back to Ireland. A championship that has travelled the globe from Scandinavia to the Middle East and brings together some of the fastest and most fearless drivers in motorsport. And this July 18th and 19th, this very championship lands here in the heart of Ireland at Mondello Park. Rallycross is known for its down-to-the-wire battles,
Look at Anderson and Jacob, so close.
razor-thin margins for error,
Oh, it's a spin down the hill.
and hard-racing finishes where everything can change in the last corner.
So here we go. Oh, look at this, 3 abreast down into turn 4. This is what it's all about.
Half dirt, half tarmac, standing starts, and cars that are capable of accelerating from 0 to 100 kilometers an hour in under 2 seconds. On July 18th and 19th, drivers from all across the globe will descend on Mondello Park to fight it out wheel to wheel for championship points in one of the most intense forms of racing in the world. And for the first time in over 30 years, Irish fans get to witness it all live. If you want to be there, get your tickets now on mondellopark.ie. What if I told you the best rallycross drivers in the world are set to battle it out here in Ireland? That's right, for the first time in 3 decades, the European Rallycross Championship comes back to Ireland. A championship that has travelled the globe from Scandinavia to the Middle East and brings together some of the fastest and most fearless drivers in motorsport. And this July 18th and 19th, this very championship lands here in the heart of Ireland at Mondello Park. Rallycross is known for its down-to-the-wire battles,
Look at Anderson and Jacob, so close.
razor-thin margins for error,
Oh, it's a spin down the hill.
and hard-racing finishes where everything can change in the last corner.
So here we go. Oh, look at this, 3 abreast down into turn 4. This is what it's all about.
Half dirt, half tarmac, standing starts, and cars that are capable of accelerating from 0 to 100 kilometers an hour in under 2 seconds. On July 18th and 19th, drivers from all across the globe will descend on Mondello Park to fight it out wheel to wheel for championship points in one of the most intense forms of racing in the world. And for the first time in over 30 years, Irish fans get to witness it all live. If you want to be there, get your tickets now on mondellopark.ie.
Hope you enjoyed your lunch, because we're about to get rallycross racing back underway here at Lydden Hill for the opening round of the 2026 Motorsport UK British Rallycross Championship 5 Nations Trophy. And it's Dan Swayland who will settle down onto pole position for our opening race of the afternoon session. Dan, the number 22 racer from the Isle of Sheppey, retro rallycross champion in the lower division, moving up to Super Retro this year, but his Mark 1 Escort, which he is fitting with an RS200 1800cc turbocharged engine for this year, isn't ready just yet. He said the team didn't want to rush it. They were getting the car built, but it needed a few more hours work, and it would have been a bodge job basically to get it ready for this weekend. So they didn't want to rush that, and instead he's been allowed to use the title winning car from last season, which is driven by Charlie French for the last couple of years, now in the hands of Dan for this weekend. Alongside him is Gary Simpson in number 52 in his BMW. Ray Morgan on the outside of row 1 in the ex-Mark Lloyd Ford Escort. Lee Wood and David Brown make up row 2, Mark 2 and Mark 3 Escort respectively. And the final row, the Ford-powered Talbot Sunbeam of Hannah Stewart. Dan Swayland then on pole. What can the reigning retro champion do as we kick-start Q3? We're away. It's a great start from Ray Morgan then. The leaders of Hastings sticker car gets the best getaway, and Ray's going to lead them very handsomely down into Talladega. Great stuff from Morgan. He leads the pack onto the dirt for the first time. Lee Wood's going to try and go high and wide, right around the outside, and he gets it done. So Lee Wood then makes his way up into second spot. It's a Ford Escort 1, 2, 3. It's the Mark III model which leads the pack for now. Ray, the 75-year-old from Hastings in East Sussex, showing the younger drivers how it's done using the decades of experience he has got underneath him. Morgan leads the pack into North Bend Hairpin with Lee Wood, the former retro champion. Both the leaders here are former Super Retro Rallycross champions. Ray Morgan's been part of the retro rallycross scene since it began in 2012 at Mallory Park. Ray's been in retro ever since. Great to see him here at the sharp end again, and the Escort's still got some life in it, that's for sure. The new power steering's working nicely, but Lee Wood's giving him a real workout here, and we have 3 Ford Escorts fighting it out, and Dan Swayland nips up the inside, so a new second place man. Swayland into second, Morgan still leads, and Ray has a huge jump, big jump from Ray Morgan over the tabletop. Dan Swayland in second spot behind him, but Ray Morgan's leading the championship winning car now. Morgan from Swayland, first, second and third spot now. Lee Wood into the North Bend hairpin. Gary Simpson's the best of the non-Ford Escorts in fourth place, but this is great stuff to kickstart the afternoon. Super retro racing at its finest. Good close action between the Fords as they come into Paddock Bend. It's still Swayland in the middle of this Ray Morgan and Lee Wood sandwich through onto their final lap. We're only doing 3 laps for these races now due to time constraints on the timetable. We need to finish the action today by 5 p.m. So we're into shorter races slightly as David Brown's got it all wrong on the approach to the chicane, out of shot. David Brown's had a big moment coming into the chicane, and red flags fly because David Brown in his Ford Escort G3 has found the tyre wall on the approach to the chicane. So we've got this race to an abrupt halt, and sadly David Brown has found the wall in his Ford Escort. That car was built in Ireland originally, the Ford Escort G3. David's been out of rallycross for more than 30 years. He raced in Formula B 30 years ago in a Ford Escort Mark II, but sadly his third race of the day today has ended in the tyre wall, and that was quite a hefty hit. The medics are onto the scene, and the man from Newbury in Berkshire will be checked over by the team. His thumbs up from Dave out of the window, so you can see that Dave is okay, but that was quite a heavy hit into the wall on the approach to the chicane. And the ex-Steve Cousins car, the Ford Escort G3, is sadly out of this one on lap 2 of 3. Dave getting out of the car, and hopefully we'll see the 2.4 litre Cosworth powered Ford back out tomorrow if the damage on the front isn't too bad. Haven't seen a shot of the front of the car yet, but Dave being checked over by the medics as the cars are being held on Hairy Hill. Ray Morgan, Dan Swayland, Lee Wood and the rest, as David Brown's Ford Escort is going to need recovering from the chicane. There's no way that race could continue with Dave's car sideways across the circuit at the what is an already narrow chicane.
What if I told you the best rallycross drivers in the world are set to battle it out here in Ireland? That's right, for the first time in 3 decades, the European Rallycross Championship comes back to Ireland. A championship that has travelled the globe from Scandinavia to the Middle East and brings together some of the fastest and most fearless drivers in motorsport. And this July 18th and 19th, this very championship lands here in the heart of Ireland at Mondello Park. Rallycross is known for its down-to-the-wire battles,
Look at Anderson and Jacob Miller, so close.
razor-thin margins for error,
Oh, it's a spin down the hill.
and hard racing finishes where everything can change in the last corner.
So here we go. Oh, look at this, 3 abreast down turn 4. This is what it's all about.
Half dirt, half tarmac, standing starts and cars that are capable of accelerating from 0 to 100 kilometers an hour in under 2 seconds. On July 18th and 19th, drivers from all across the globe will descend on Mondello Park to fight it out wheel to wheel for championship points in one of the most intense forms of racing in the world. And for the first time in over 30 years, Irish fans get to witness it all live. If you want to be there, get your tickets now on mondellopark.ie. What if I told you the best rallycross drivers in the world are set to battle it out here in Ireland? That's right, for the first time in 3 decades, the European Rallycross Championship comes back to Ireland. A championship that has travelled the globe from Scandinavia to the Middle East and brings together some of the fastest and most fearless drivers in motorsport. And this July 18th and 19th, this very championship lands here in the heart of Ireland at Mondello Park. Rallycross is known for its down-to-the-wire battles.
Look at Anderson and JP Miller so close.
Razor-thin margins for error.
Oh, it's a spin down the hill.
And hard racing finishes where everything can change in the last corner.
So here we go. Oh, look at this 3 abreast down into turn 4. This is what it's all about.
Half dirt, half tarmac, standing starts and cars that are capable of accelerating from 0 to 100 kilometers an hour in under 2 seconds. On July 18th and 19th, drivers from all across the globe will descend on Mondello Park to fight it out wheel to wheel for championship points in one of the most intense forms of racing in the world. And for the first time in over 30 years, Irish fans get to witness it all live. If you want to be there, get your tickets now on mondellopark.ie. What if I told you the best rallycross drivers in the world are set to battle it out here in Ireland? That's right, for the first time in 3 decades, the European Rallycross Championship comes back to Ireland. A championship that has travelled the globe from Scandinavia to the Middle East and brings together some of the fastest and most fearless drivers in motorsport. And this July 18th and 19th, this very championship lands here in the heart of Ireland at Mondello Park. Rallycross is known for its down-to-the-wire battles.
Look at Anderson and JP Miller so close.
Razor-thin margins for error.
Oh, it's a spin down the hill.
And hard racing finishes where everything can change in the last corner.
So here we go. Oh, look at this 3 abreast down into turn 4.
The
This is what it's all
chicane
about.
Half dirt.
the marks on the tyre wall where David Brown's Ford Escort sadly found its way into retirement. We've got a grid building though, and it's going to be a rerun of the earlier race minus David Brown. Dan Swayland on pole position in number 22. Gary Simpson alongside in 52. Former retro champion is Gary. He won the retro title in his first year of this competition. Started spectating at Croft in the 1980s. Has been in love with rallycross ever since. Great to have Gary here. Ray Morgan on the outside of row 1. He's got to do it all over again. Now Ray has a 2.1 litre BDG engine fitted to his Ford Escort Mark III. It's a historic car because Mark Lloyd drove it before Ray bought it in the 90s. And Ray Morgan in 114 has been in the Ford Escort BDG ever since. He's been getting used to the electric power steering he fitted to the car at the end of last year. Had a number of spins and moments and was off the pace at the last round in November, but he's got a new power steering system fitted from a Vauxhall Corsa to the car for this weekend, an updated version, and he feels it's working better. It looks that way. Lee Wood in 333 starts on row 2 with Hannah Stewart, our final starter. So we're missing David Brown, but still the fight between the Fords should be on here. Ready to race. Green and go, and Ray Morgan gets a very good start in 114 from the outside again. Ray is really going nicely so far today, and he's leading the rerun here of race number 1 for Q3. We're only going over 3 laps for the retro run and all of the qualifying 3 races, in fact, due to the time constraints. So we're down to 3 laps for these Q3 races, but it's a quartet of cars, 3 Fords chased on by the BMW that are leading the field through the Devil's Elbow and up Hairy Hill, and Lee Woods challenging Ray Morgan. A good fight between the different generations of Ford, the Mark III versus the Mark II. Out of the North Bend hairpin they come, and Lee Wood is right on the tail. He's side by side with Ray Morgan, and Lee Wood is going to get the move done. The 2 former champions in the Retro Rallycross division, they swap positions, and they've got the young charger behind them in the form of Dan Swayland in number 22. Dan's right with them in the Tuesday Night Rallycross Club Ford Escort Mark II. He's borrowing the car for this weekend. If he missed these double-header rounds, then Dan's championship would have been effectively over, because there's no drop scores in Retro. You want to get a finish in each event, and his car isn't ready. So he's hired the Ford Escort Mark II for this weekend. Charlie French unable to commit to a full season in 2026. And it meant the car was sitting in the workshop, and the Tuesday Night Rallycross Club from Heathfield in East Sussex have kindly lent it to Dan Swayland for this weekend, and the young Kent racer is right on the tail of the far more experienced Ray Morgan up ahead of him. Dan is a second generation racer. His dad Julian was a Top Thunder Saloons racer back in the day, regularly racing here at Lydden and Brands and around the country, and Dan Swayland's really found his feet in Rallycross very quickly indeed. He's right on the tail now as they start the final lap. We have 1 mile left to go then of the Lydden Hill Rallycross circuit, and Lee Woods making good his escape out front, but all eyes on this fight for second. It's Ray Morgan, the 75-year-old from Sussex, against the young 25, 26-year-old Dan Swayland. Far less experienced is Dan, but he's right on the tail of Ray Morgan up ahead of him, and it's the Mark II versus Mark III again as they go out of the Devil's Elbow and up Hairy Hill. Dan Swayland's going to try and make a move then on this final lap. Morgan's having none of it though as they go into North Bend hairpin. They're side by side. There's a lock-up from Stan in the 22 car, side by side out of the hairpin, and they come down Hairy Hill together. Lee Wood's going to take the win, it seems, but behind them, Ray Morgan and Dan Swayland, a brilliant duel between the two. It's a win for Lee Wood, but Ray Morgan in 114 just keeps Dan Swayland at bay. That was very, very close indeed. Great racing between the two of them. Dan would have enjoyed that. He hasn't driven the car at all before this weekend, has Swayland, the reigning Retro Rallycross champion. Jumps in the car for this weekend. The only time he's driven it was yesterday, driving it to the scrutineering bay in the Lydden Hill paddock. So he's barely had any no mileage in the car at all, a few yards. And Dan has quickly found his feet in the championship-winning Super Retro Rallycross, dominating Ford Escort Mark II over the last couple of years. Great fights with Alan Crockett last year for that car, and we know that it's a real Rallycross weapon. And now in the hands of Dan Swayland for this weekend only, has got a strong result there in Q3 race 1. But the faster drivers from Q2 are next out, and that includes Stuart Emery in his Volvo 242, who will come out onto pole position. Stuart Emery onto pole. He's had a tremendous day so far. Started his rallycross career in an ex-Chris Cake Volkswagen Golf back in the SPC rallycross days. He's been a stock hatch racer, super national champion. He's been a real star of the British rallycross scene, and he's really enjoying this new Volvo 242 for 2026. Pat Duran in his Zack Speed Ford Escort Mark II. It's a turbocharged 2.5 litre engine, produces 450 brake horsepower, but Pat has been changing the setup each time we see it. He's got a new steering setup on the front for this year, a new intercooler, new fans. A lot of work has gone in since last season. Liam Duran Pat's son, of course, has been involved in the development. He drove the car at Mondello Park at an Irish round at the end of last year. So a lot of work's gone into the Ford Escort Mark II, and we'll see how it can cope with the non-turbocharged Volvo and the non-turbocharged Triumph alongside. Row 2, Vince Bristow in 97, 91 of Alan Tapscott, and on the back row, Andy Grant in 45. This should be a good 3-lap tussle between the retros, and it's a great start from Nigel Davey. Nigel gets a brilliant start in the Triumph TR7 V8 then. So it's the wedge-shaped sports car which leads the pack down into Talladega for the first time, and Stuart Emery's got to have his work cut out here. No Joker lap, of course, to split them up, so they're going to have to make their manoeuvres on circuit, and Stuart's going to have a windscreen full of dust through the first few corners because Pat Duran settles into second spot, Emery third, Bristow fourth, Tapscott and Grant fifth and sixth, and there's a train of super retro cars, all pre-1991, but always very popular in the British Rallycross scene. A change for the lead because Pat Duran dives up the inside through North Bend Hairpin, but he runs deep, and Pat runs long in through the North Bend Hairpin, and Stuart Emery slowing. Oh, what a great shame for the Super National champion of the past. He drops into retirement. Pat just a bit too hot into North Bend Hairpin, and he threw what was a very brief lead away. Nigel Davies, your race leader in the Triumph TR7 V8, but what a great duel between the retro racers this is. Davey with the advantage, Duran second, Vince Bristow's always there or thereabouts. Third in the championship last year was Vince. You can never rule out the Hastings-based garage owner in his rather plain looking BMW, but it's a very effective rallycross car, and Vince wrings the neck of it. He's a top rally man. He rallies a Ford Escort Mark I when he's not rallycrossing his BMW, but he's coming under pressure now from Andy Grant, because Andy Grant, the former supercar racer, is trying to make a move in the background in the Ford Escort around the outside. Bristow versus Grant, the black BMW against the Carnival red of the Ford Escort Mark II, and Grant Auto Services car of Andy Grant gets through. Andy said yesterday he'll be disappointed if he's not on the podium. That's how confident he is that the changes he's made to the Ford Escort ahead of this season will prove nicely for him in the 2026 campaign. He's got a 2.5 litre Vauxhall red top engine powering it along, and he's now up ahead of Vince Bristow in the 3 Series BMW. So Andy's definitely there or thereabouts ahead of Bristow in this one, with Alan Tapscott keeping a watching brief behind. But it is the Cornishman Nigel Davey who's still leading the way in the Triumph TR7 V8 ahead of Pat Duran in the Ford Escort Mark II, with Andy Grant now in a more comfortable third. So Andy's definitely got good pace. He was considering bringing his Ford Focus supercar to Lydden this weekend, but he's opted for the Ford Escort Mark II. Nice choice to have, but he's gone for the 2-wheel drive option, and now Duran's getting ever closer to Nigel Davey. But sadly for Pat, this race is going to end here because it's only 3 laps, and Nigel Davey in 6.91 takes the checker flag. He wins. Pat Duran second, Andy Grant third, Vince Bristow's fourth, and Tapscott is in fifth, and sadly Stuart Emery is a non-finisher and would have been right in the thick of it in his Volvo 242. Nigel Davey wins it. Is it good enough to win the heat? No. He's 4 seconds slower than Lee Wood from the race 1. So Lee Wood then in 2 minutes 32.4. He wins Q3 for the Super Retro division. And these pre-1991 racers are showing no sign of slowing down, and Lee Wood wins Q3. Ray Morgan second overall. Great stuff from Ray. The 75-year-old is always a threat here at Lydden, and great to see him back on song in the Ford Escort BDG. Davey, though, wins the race on the road, and he settles back into the paddock for the final later on. Look forward to seeing how the Super Retro divisions get on in the latter stages of the event. But we're going cross-car racing next, and don't forget all of the races now will be running over the 3-lap distance, and it's cross cars next, followed by the supercars. So little change to the running order: cross cars followed by supercars as we continue into Q3. Straight into cross cars then. These are the senior cross cars, the 850cc Yamaha engined buggies, and it's number 44 Andy Peckover from Chislehurst who settles down onto pole position alongside the similar liveried Caden Harris, the Essex youngster, in number 84, third generation rallycrosser with granddad Steve driving his RS200 here earlier, dad Brett, a former Swift Sport and RX150 racer. Ben Hardy on the outside in 169, and a very welcome return to our two drivers on the back row. Ben Bartlett, the youngest driver in the senior crosscar category, in number 4, planning a full European crosscar season this year. Crosscar being a new addition to the European Rallycross Championship in 2026 called RX5, and Ben will be part of the French Team 11 Motorsport squad. Will Ovenden alongside, who's focusing on British Championship, and great to have Will back because he missed Q2. Do keep an eye on Will, who's hunting his first ever crosscar victory. Ready to race. Green and go, and Will Ovenden gets left on the line, sadly, so Ben Bartlett's going to charge off from the second row, but early race leader is Caden Harris, who gets the best of the starts. He always got good getaways back in his Swift Junior days, but number 84 of Caden Harris does the early leading here. He's in the championship winning car from last season, and he's got former junior rival Ben Bartlett right in his mirrors now, because Caden and Ben, they locked horns in junior competition for a number of seasons. Caden in the grey Swift and Ben in the blue Suzuki. They know each other very well on circuit, and they're locked together now as they go up into North Bend Hairpin. Caden Harris on the outside line, and Ben Bartlett's going to filter through on the inside, and Ben Hardy's going to try and follow him as well. Ben in the more powerful 1000cc RX150, he's going to grab second place away. We get a nice view of them coming down the hill into Paddock Bend, and it's Ben Bartlett in number 4 who does the early leading now then, ahead of Caden Harris, who goes Joker. So too does Andy Peckover in the number 44 car. Andy Peckover, who's back to Rallycross after a couple of seasons away. He last raced in the 2021 season, I think, in BMW Mini class, so he's an experienced Rallycross campaigner. We're good to have him back out in the cross cars for the first time this weekend. Will Ovenden still trundling around at the back of the field. It's been a very difficult day for Will, sadly, on his home circuit. He missed Q2, and he's got more engine woes here in Q3. And Will Ovenden in the Digger Sim car is not going to have a strong result on his home turf, as down Harry Hill comes Ben Bartlett then, the former kart racer who adapted very quickly to junior rallycross. He did hope to race in the French Junior Championship last season, but was blocked at the last moment, so he chose Crosscar instead, and he's been a real star of Crosscar competition ever since. And we're watching Ben Bartlett at work here in the bright yellow and blue Crosscar. Behind him, Harris, Hardy and Peckover is your order, with Will Ovenden just a spectator nearly at the back of the pack. He is miles off the pace with an engine issue. Will really struggling with something in the Digger Sim car, but he trundles past the commentary box miles off the pack, and he's just trying to get a finish, which is sensible really, hopefully not damaging the car. But Ben Hardy's slowed coming up Harry Hill, and Andy Peckover's going to make a move. So again, Ben Hardy's got an intermittent issue with his buggy, and the RX150 machine gets passed by Andy Peckover as Ben Bartlett comes up to the timing line, and he's going to take the win. 3 laps in the bag. It's a good win for Bartlett. He takes it. Second spot for Caden Harris. That's a good, strong result for Caden, the newcomer to the crosscar scene, and close racing behind. It's Ben Hardy, the former RX150 champion, who keeps Andy Peckover at bay in number 44. We'll still wait for poor old Will Ovenden to come down Harry Hill and into paddock, because he's really struggled with an issue on the Digger Sim car. And his teammate James Black will be here tomorrow, so we'll have an extra cross car on the entry list. James Black, a top circuit racer from the Mini Challenge Championships. We look forward to seeing what James can do here at Lydden Hill. But for Will, a very difficult start to this double-header weekend. Ben Bartlett sets the early pace in crosscar, a 2 minutes 30, 5 seconds clear of the rest. The Mygale XC01 working very nicely, and you can't miss Ben's livery. The Dayglow blue and yellow really looks the part in 2026. Will he stay top though? We'll find out shortly, because the next group of cars is coming out of dummy grid. A third dose of supercar competition comes down onto the line, and it looks like we're going to have 2 supercar heats. So Matt Cake has been able to get his Citroen DS3 working again, so the Goody demolition stickered Citroen, which has been handled successfully by Tristan Ovenden in recent seasons, is going to make it onto the line. Steve Hill starts on pole, and it's a Mitsubishi Lancer Evo 10 against a Mitsubishi Lancer Evo 4. You can see the evolution of the Mitsubishis on the line here. The Evo 4 in white, the Evo 10 in blue, yellow and white. Steve has driven this car since 2010 in the British Rallycross Championship, but he's yet to have an event victory. 75 years of age now, Steve. Great supporter of British Rallycross. Great to have him back in the paddock, and we'll see how he goes here at Lydden Hill today against the Evo 4 and then the Citroen DS3 of Matt Cake. Matt's not just a second generation rallycrosser, he's a second generation supercar driver, because Dad Chris drove in supercar competition on a few occasions during his time, mainly at the Croft Super Prix events, and Matt Cake is into four-wheel drive competition for the first time today alongside Steve Hill and Thomas Ramanauskas in his Mitsubishi Lancer Evo 4. 3 laps of supercar action then, 600 brake horsepower per car, ready to race. We're green and go, and Matt Cake gets a good start as expected. Thomas Ramanauskas gets left on the line in this more clubman spec supercar, but a good duel between Matt Cake and Steve Hill into Talladega for the first time, and Steve's getting up the inside of the rookie, and Matt Cake just loses the lead. So the old hand in the form of Steve Hill just shows experience there and able to ease up the inside of Matt Cake, who, don't forget, hadn't sat in the car until yesterday when it was getting the stickers put on it and he was getting comfortable in the cockpit. He hasn't driven the car in anger at all. This is a one-off outing for Matt at the minute, but you never know what it will lead to, because he's the multiple Swift event winner. He won the title in the Swift Sports last year. He won every race he started. It was a great display from Matt, the local man from Blean near Canterbury. The 26-year-old is a newcomer to the supercar scene, and he's going along smartly here in the second spot ahead of Thomas Ramanauskas in the treble 8 car. Into Talladega they go. Steve Hill, who's not been a stranger to Lydden in recent years. He missed the British Rallycross Championship in last season, but he has been competing in the new rally sprint events at Lydden, and he's continuing to lead this one through the Devil's Elbow and up Hairy Hill into North Bend Hairpin. He's won British Rallycross Championship events in the past as Steve, back in his Evo 9 days, but he hasn't stood on the top step in the Evo 10. Behind him, still Matt Cake in second spot, but the gap's growing, and Matt Cake slows, and Matt Cake's peeling off sadly, so Matt Cake peels off into the paddock, and we've lost our rookie from the supercar scene in this one. They begin their final lap, and Steve Hill is still our leader, and it's 2 Mitsubishi Lancer Evos that are on circuit now then. The Evo 10 is a country mile clear of the Evo 4 of Thomas Ramanauskas, and these two do know each other quite well off circuit as well, because we race together in the rally sprints quite regularly. They're side by side on the new rally sprint format, which is held here at Lydden 3 or 4 times a year, where we do a WRC style super special stage with rally cars lined up door to door. Steve Hill uses his Mitsubishi Lancer rally car to good effect in those events. He gets a bit sideways coming out of a bit screwy maybe coming out of the North Bend hairpin, but Steve Hill's making it nice and cleanly to the checker flag. He will lay down the first benchmark then in Q3, and Steve gets to the checker quite comfortably at 2 minutes 22 is the fastest of the session so far. Thomas Ramanauskas coming down into paddock for the final time, smoking the tyres of the Lithuanian in the treble 8 car up to the checker, and he finishes in the second spot, but sadly Matt Cake a non-finisher. Troublesome times for the Citroen DS3. It was a car which started life as a Citroen C4 before being reshelled and put into a Citroen DS3 form, and Matt Cake and the team will be getting hard at work between now and the final to see if he can get out later on. But he's had a DNF and he's retired from Q3, so it's not been a brilliant day sadly for Matt as he makes his supercar debut. Hopefully we'll see him out later today and into tomorrow, but now it's race 2 of Q3 for the British Rallycross Supercars, and it's GB1 Derek Tohill who comes down onto pole position. The Dubliner who's been a star of the Rallycross scene for many years now. Dad George still competes in Ireland in a BMW Compact. car that Derek's driven here at Lydden Hill, in fact, as the parts for cars stickered entry, as Derek comes down to pole position on the Canterbury Straight. Julian Godfrey will be alongside, and we'll see how Derek gets on in his Peugeot 208, the ex-Sebastian Loeb Racing run Peugeot, used in the World Rallycross Championship when it was at its peak in the 2018 season. Julian Godfrey alongside in number 20 in the Citroen DS3. Sadly, no Colin Anson here this weekend. Colin's repairing his Mitsubishi Mirage after a nasty incident in the last round at November. Did damage to the roof. He's bought a Mitsubishi Mirage donor car, and we will have Colin back out later in the year. So wishing Colin well with his repair of the Mirage. Hopefully we'll have him back out later in the season. John McCluskey's alongside Julian Godfrey in number 12, and Tristan Ovenden in 72. The Volkswagen Polo, the ex-Fuchig, Tanner Faust, Christopherson Motorsport built car. What can Tristan do in his new Volkswagen Polo as we celebrate 50 years of the British Rallycross Championship? All of the cars are running a 50th anniversary sticker. Drivers are allowed to put it wherever they like on the car, so do look out for those across the course of the season. We get ready to race. 3 laps of action ahead of us. The fastest supercars are on the line. We go, and it's a good start from John McCluskey in the middle of the position 3. Bit of argy-bargy as we come down into Talladega, but it's Derek Tohill uses that advantage of pole position to keep hold of the race lead. Tristan Ovenden's trying to go deep and high and wide around the outside in the Volkswagen Polo, but it's the familiar face of Derek Tohill, the reigning champion, who holds a sway out front with the Irish flag emblazoned on the roof of the car. Tohill is going along smartly at the head of the field of Julian Godfrey, who's really shown some good speed. He's into second, but is he? He makes a drama and a spin up at North Bend. There's a half spin at least for Julian Godfrey. Ovenden's held up in all of that, and Julian Godfrey, after showing good speed, then makes an error through the North Bend hairpin. So it's Derek Tohill who has a rather comfortable advantage now, with Julian Godfrey dropping out of contention. Julian with that half spin through the North Bend hairpin. Ovenden goes joker, he gets that sorted, but it's Tohill versus McCluskey for the race lead then. Now John's got this Mount Tune powered Honda Civic, a car that was built for the Global Rallycross Championship in America. It's been driven in the European series. The Ericsson brothers have driven the car. Ulrich Linnemann's driven it in European rounds previously. It was used in America during the Global series as well, but we haven't seen it in Britain before, and what a great new supercar model it is. Brilliant to see a different shape of supercar in the British Rallycross paddock, and John McCluskey's making very good use of it as he challenges Derek Tohill. John's looking strong here. This is good stuff from JMC. We start our final lap, and the fastest lap of the race has gone to John McCluskey of 44.1, but no, Julian Godfrey takes it away. Julian's just done the best lap of the session of 43.8. Derek Tohill definitely has some rivals here as he goes huge over the jump onto this final lap. Derek and John are both going to have to go joker this time through, but the 3 different models of supercar have been trading fastest laps. Julian Godfrey's got the quickest of all so far, but he's gone deep into the North Bend, which cost him time as John McCluskey smokes the MRF tyres through the North Bend hairpin and comes down Hairy Hill. Great stuff from JMC. He turns into the joker lap section. All the leading trio are going to have to do the longer route. Tohill, McCluskey and Godfrey, but it's Derek Tohill who wins Q3. Julian Godfrey will be third, second spot John McCluskey, and fourth after going on the grass over the chicane is Tristan Ovenden in 72. But that was a good supercar duel. Fastest lap of the race went to Julian Godfrey of 43.825. Have to ask with what he's done over the winter with the car, because it definitely looks like he's picking up the pace on the Citroen DS3. Julian is showing good speed in what is an aging car. It really is an aging supercar, the Citroen, but he's still there, and he's just posted the fastest lap of the session. Third fastest overall, but the purple best lap time goes to Julian Godfrey. Derek Tohill, fastest overall, a hat-trick of qualifying victories for him, but John McCluskey's looking quicker and quicker. He's enjoying that more stable Honda Civic, and could he get his 4th British Rallycross victory come the end of this afternoon? We'll find out later on. Racing needs to finish by 5 o'clock today. We've still got Q3 races, semi-finals and finals to get through, so lots of action to enjoy here at Lydden Hill at the opening round of the British Rallycross Championship for 2026.
What if I told you the best rallycross drivers in the world are set to battle it out here in Ireland? That's right, for the first time in 3 decades, the European Rallycross Championship comes back to Ireland. A championship that has travelled the globe from Scandinavia to the Middle East and brings together some of the fastest and most fearless drivers in motorsport. And this July 18th and 19th, this very championship lands here in the heart of Ireland at Mondello Park. Rallycross is known for its down-to-the-wire battles,
Look at Anderson and the JP man, it's so close.
razor-thin margins for error,
Oh, it's a spin down the hill.
and hard-racing finishes where everything can change in the last corner.
So here we go. Oh, look at this, 3 abreast down into turn 4. This is what it's all about.
Half dirt, half tarmac, standing starts, and cars that are capable of accelerating from 0 to 100 kilometers an hour in under 2 seconds. On July 18th and 19th, drivers from all across the globe will descend on Mondello Park to fight it out wheel to wheel for championship points in one of the most intense forms of racing in the world. And for the first time in over 30 years, Irish fans get to witness it all live. If you want to be there, get your tickets now on mondellopark.ie. What if I told you the best rallycross drivers in the world are set to battle it out here in Ireland? That's right, for the first time in 3 decades, the European Rallycross Championship comes back to Ireland. A championship that has travelled the globe from Scandinavia to the Middle East and brings together some of the fastest and most fearless drivers in motorsport. And this July 18th and 19th, this very championship lands here in the heart of Ireland at Mondello Park. Rallycross is known for its down-to-the-wire battles,
Look at Anderson and the JP man, it's so close.
razor-thin margins for error,
Oh, it's a spin down the hill.
and hard-racing finishes where everything can change in the last corner.
So here we go. Oh, look at this, 3 abreast down into turn 4. This is what it's all about.
Half dirt, half tarmac, standing starts, and cars that are capable of accelerating from 0 to 100 kilometers an hour in under 2 seconds. On July 18th and 19th, drivers from all across the globe will descend on Mondello Park to fight it out wheel to wheel for championship points in one of the most intense forms of racing in the world. And for the first time in over 30 years, Irish fans get to witness it all live. If you want to be there, get your tickets now on mondellopark.ie. What if I told you the best rallycross drivers in the world are set to battle it out here in Ireland? That's right, for the first time in 3 decades, the European Rallycross Championship comes back to Ireland. A championship that has travelled the globe from Scandinavia to the Middle East and brings together some of the fastest and most fearless drivers in motorsport. And this July 18th and 19th, this very championship lands here in the heart of Ireland at Mondello Park. Rallycross is known for its down-to-the-wire battles,
Look at Anderson and the JP man, it's so close.
razor-thin margins for error,
Oh, it's a spin down the hill.
and hard-racing finishes where everything can change in the last corner.
So here we go. Oh, look at this, 3 abreast down into turn 4. This is what it's all about.
Half dirt, half tarmac, standing starts, and cars that are capable of accelerating from 0 to 100 kilometers an hour in under 2 seconds. On July 18th and 19th, drivers from all across the globe will descend on Mondello Park to fight it out wheel to wheel for championship points in one of the most intense forms of racing in the world. And for the first time in over 30 years, Irish fans get to witness it all live. If you want to be there, get your tickets now on mondellopark.ie. What if I told you the best rallycross drivers in the world are set to battle it out here in Ireland? That's right, for the first time in 3 decades, the European Rallycross Championship comes back to Ireland. A championship that has travelled the globe from Scandinavia to the Middle East and brings together some of the fastest and most fearless drivers in motorsport. And this July 18th and 19th, this very championship lands here in the heart of Ireland at Mondello Park. Rallycross is known for its down-to-the-wire battles.
Look at Anderson and the Jacob Miller, so close.
Razor-thin margins for error.
Oh, it's a spin down the hill.
And hard racing finishes where everything can change at the last corner.
So here we go. Oh, look at this, 3 abreast down into turn 4. This is what it's all about.
Half dirt, half tarmac, standing starts and cars that are capable of accelerating from 0 to 100 kilometers an hour in under 2 seconds. On July 18th and 19th, drivers from all across the globe will descend on Mondello Park to fight it out wheel to wheel for championship points in one of the most intense forms of racing in the world. And for the first time in over 30 years, Irish fans get to witness it all live. If you want to be there, get your tickets now on mondellopark.ie. What if I told you the best rallycross drivers in the world are set to battle it out here in Ireland? That's right, for the first time in 3 decades, the European Rallycross Championship comes back to Ireland. A championship that has travelled the globe from Scandinavia to the Middle East and brings together some of the fastest and most fearless drivers in motorsport. And this July 18th and 19th, this very championship lands here in the heart of Ireland at Mondello Park. Rallycross is known for its down-to-the-wire battles.
Look at Anderson and the Jacob Miller, so close.
Razor-thin margins for error.
Oh, it's a spin down the hill.
And hard racing finishes where everything can change at the last corner.
So here we go. Oh, look at this, 3 abreast down into turn 4. This is what it's all about.
Half dirt, half tarmac, standing starts and cars that are capable of accelerating from 0 to 100 kilometers an hour in under 2 seconds. On July 18th and 19th, drivers from all across the globe will descend on Mondello Park to fight it out wheel to wheel for championship points in one of the most intense forms of racing in the world. And for the first time in over 30 years, Irish fans get to witness it all live. If you want to be there, get your tickets now on mondellopark.ie. What if I told you the best rallycross drivers in the world are set to battle it out here in Ireland? That's right, for the first time in 3 decades, the European Rallycross Championship comes back to Ireland. A championship that has travelled the globe from Scandinavia to the Middle East and brings together some of the fastest and most fearless drivers in motorsport. And this July 18th and 19th, this very championship lands here in the heart of Ireland at Mondello Park. Rallycross is known for its down-to-the-wire battles.
Look at Anderson and the Jacob Miller, so close.
Razor-thin margins for error.
Oh, it's a spin down the hill.
and hard racing finishes where everything can change at the last corner.
So here we go. Oh, look at this, 3 abreast down into turn 4. This is what it's all about.
Half dirt, half tarmac, standing starts and cars that are capable of accelerating from 0 to 100 kilometers an hour in under 2 seconds. On July 18th and 19th, drivers from all across the globe will descend on Mondello Park to fight it out wheel to wheel for championship points in one of the most intense forms of racing in the world. And for the first time in over 30 years, Irish fans get to witness it all live. If you want to be there, get your tickets now on mondellopark.ie.
We are almost ready to resume action here at Lydden Hill then with Q3 for the Swift Sports, the senior Swifts. And we've got a 5-car grid. A number of Swifts just haven't made it to the Lydden Hill opening round, sadly. The Scott brothers, Tyler and Callum, sons of Darren, who is a regular British Rallycross competitor. The family's on holiday, bad timing, sadly, for this weekend, so they're missing the opening round, but they are due to be out later in the season. That's Tyler and Callum Scott. They're both due to be on circuit. Gary Harvey, who works here at Lydden Hill with the recovery team, he's got a Suzuki Swift and will be out in the later events later in the season, aiming for at least doing the July BTRDA and British two-wheel drive Super Prix here in the height of the summer. And Nafi Ieko is another driver with a car which is unable to make it to Lydden for this weekend. So there are more Swifts around and we should have numbers up come the latter part of the season, but we still have this strong 5-car field for a short 3-lap rallycross race, and it's Max Weatherly on pole position in number 7. His dad Richard is a top rally man nowadays, driving in the circuit rally stage championship in a Citroen C3. Max is busy helping his dad Richard achieve success in that, and now gets to go back in rallycross competition himself behind the wheel of the EDSL Sport prepared stickered Suzuki Swift with a Morgan Bailey powered engine underneath it. So we'll see how Max goes from pole. 114 Sam Peterson is in the middle of row 1. Now, a few days ago, he wasn't due to be competing. His Land Rover blew up, so he didn't have a car to tow the Swift to Lydden in. But Phil Seath, his rival next to him, kindly offered to give his Swift a lift to Lydden here, so he towed the car to the circuit for this weekend, and that really shows the community spirit in the Swift Sport paddock. So Phil Seath helped Sam out, and now they're side by side together on the Lydden Hill grid. In row 2, Ben Williams and finally Daryl Chaffee make up our 5 starters. Do watch for Ben from row 2 in number 51, because we know he's got some good pace, the former motorbike racer, as we get underway with Q3 for the Swift Sports. It's a good start from Max Wedley, the 3-time champion in this Swift division. He's returning to his roots this weekend, is Max, back in the front-wheel drive 1600cc Suzuki, a championship which has been going since the 2010 season. We saw the likes of Dave Bellaby, Tony Lynch, Ryan Lawford and co starting out in the first few years of the Swift Sport Challenge, and it's continued to be part of the British Rallycross scene ever since. The Swift still going strong, and it's Max Wedley who leads them up into North Bend Hairpin for this first time, with second place being Sam Peterson, the man from Preston near Canterbury. He's in a solid second spot at the minute, with Phil Seath, the Lydden-based farmer who lives next to the Bell Inn pub, just literally a stone's throw here from the circuit, and he's got his mechanic Ben Williams on his tail. They go into the Joker lap. Now Ben and Phil know each other very well off circuit. Ben is a mechanic for Phil, or at least he was last year when Phil was making his debut in rallycross competition, and he's now right on the rear bumper of his team driver through the right-hander of Talladega. Max Wedley still leads, but the fight for third is the closest. Phil Seath in number 80 against the number 51 of Ben Williams into Devil's Elbow, and again Phil Seith's gone a little bit deep. He does seem to make a mistake at the elbow. He's done that earlier today, runs too deep, and that's a crucial corner here at Lydden Hill. You do not want to be getting the elbow wrong, particularly in a quite low powered Suzuki where you've got to use all your momentum up Hairy Hill, and Phil Seith is now coming under more pressure from Ben Williams in the Lydden Hill hire car as Max Weatherly goes joker this time through. So Max gets the longer route done in number 7. That gives Sam Peterson the lead, but Phil Seith versus Ben Williams is still our closest little tussle on circuit, as into the lead goes Sam Peterson, but he's yet to take the joker. So Sam into his second year of rallycross competition. He's got a new Suzuki Swift Sport underneath him for this year after buying this shell on eBay. He's put bits from Chris O'Hara's old rallycross car into this Swift Sport shell and made it into rallycross spec, and it's been working very nicely so far today, but he's still got to do the joker lap. So Sam Peterson, our race leader, up into North Bend Hairpin with Max Wedley behind him. Max locks a tyre going into the right-hander at North Bend, but still Peterson with the advantage. He will have to disappear though and exit stage left before the end of this one. So Sam goes into the longer route. He's going to lose the lead. Will he lose second and third as well, as Max Wedley's going to come through to take the victory? Sam Peterson is in second spot. Phil Seith is your third place finisher, with Ben Williams in fourth. Good racing. They would have enjoyed that. Seith and Williams locked together on circuit, and our final finisher is the Dorset-based racer Daryl Chaffee in 1:09, and he's doing what a number of you might be able to do trackside, is get out on circuit, hire the car for a one-off meeting or hire it for a season. There are options available, and the Peter Gwynn Motorsport Run Swift Sport Series is a good way to get straight into entry-level rallycross competition. It's Max Weatherly who shows the field how it's done. The former champion in this class wins Q3. Sam Peterson second, Phil Seith in third, with Ben Williams fourth and Daryl Chaffee in fifth. It's the smaller capacity Suzuki's out next, but we'll be moving swiftly on soon to the junior division. Junior Swifts up to the line, and the identical Suzukis are led up to the Canterbury Straight by Will Hand in number 23, Tommy Brown alongside in number 18 in the grey colours. Newcomer of the year at the British Rallycross Awards last night at Broome Park Hotel, so good stuff from Tommy Brown last season, back for more this year. George Edinburgh is on the outside in the Scots Transport stickered Shutters You Fit sponsored car. We'll see how George gets on his home circuit. He's gone well in the rally sprint here at Lydden previously, and he did win the Crosscar Junior first ever event for that last November in the under the floodlights before the fireworks display. So George has won a race at Lydden already, and the 15-year-old from Raynham moved into third spot. A good crowd here at the circuit as ever at Easter for the first day of the British Rallycross Championship. Ethan Miles, the newcomer and Lydden local, starts on the back row in number 87. 4 junior Swifts, 3 laps ahead of us. We look to the lights. The teenagers are away, and Tommy Brown gets the best of the starts in number 18. A very good getaway from Tommy in the grey machine, the highest placed returning driver from the 2025 season. But the ever-improving Will Hands is going to try and go right around the outside. There's a little bit of door-to-door rubbing from the Suzuki Swifts, but there's good, clean racing between them. And Will Hands is into a solid second spot, with George Edinburgh in third position, fourth for Ethan Miles at the minute, but Brown's into the Devil's Elbow with the early advantage. The Essex racer, he's 16 years of age now, is Tommy. This is his final season of junior competition, and he's planning to get into the Crosscar division next season potentially. So Tommy we may see moving up through the Rallycross ranks once he completes this 2026 campaign, but this is good stuff again from what is arguably the championship favourite coming into this weekend as the third place finisher last year. Caden Harris has moved on. Teddy McPherson's made the step up to Crosscar as well, so that does open the door for a new title winner in 2026, and it is Tommy Brown, who's showing good early speed here, but do not discount George Edinburgh and the rest, because the newcomers will get faster each time they're on circuit. And George Edinburgh in the blue Suzuki Swift, he's in the ex-Phoebe Cake car, running in second spot. He's having a decent run at the minute, ahead of Will Hands in third. Fourth place for Ethan Miles at the back of the pack in 87. Of course, we've lost Jake Wardle. Jake's okay after his dramas through the chicane when the Suzuki Swift went end over end in a huge accident at the chicane in Q1. Not the first time we've seen rallycross cars rolling through the chicane at such a tricky part of the circuit. It was like a Joe Cunningham style roll from many years ago through the chicane section, but it might have a change for the lead here, because George Edinburgh in the Joker lap section is going to grab the lead away. With into the Joker went Tommy Brown, and George Edinburgh stuck to the normal line, so the 15-year-old has the advantage now. He's half a second clear of Tommy Brown, but George is going to have to do that longer route. It's been a good first day for George in the car as he comes up over the tabletop, but Tommy Brown's closing, and he's really closing into the elbow, and there's contact between the two as they turn through the left-hander. A touch between the two through the devil's elbow, and George Edinburgh and Tommy Brown collide. They both get away with it, but Brown on that wide line is right on the tail now of Edinburgh. George has still got to do the longer route, but Tommy wants to get past on circuit, and they're side by side coming down Hairy Hill absolutely together. The 18 of Tommy Brown, the 493 of Edinburgh. George goes Joker this time, so now there's a little bit of distance between the two, but contact through the elbow. Tommy Brown's going to win it though in number 18. Tommy takes the spoils. George Edinburgh is nearly second, is he? Or was it? It's Will Hands who just grabbed second. So Will Hands gets second place, just away from George Edinburgh. George had the fastest lap of the race of 53.7. So George is definitely one to keep an eye on. The Raynham racer is definitely improving his pace across the course of the day. And Ethan Miles, our final finisher, in fourth spot. Junior Swifts are complete. Retro action is due out next, and that's the less powerful up to 1600cc division next out on circuit.
So do you know what they're doing over the back there?
I've heard they're like
The juniors head back to the paddock, and it's retro time now, the pre-1991 category, and it's Joe Luke Eastwood who comes down onto pole position. He's got a 1300cc A-Series engine in his MG Metro. He lives in South Ashford, and found the car in Great Chart, another part of Ashford. It was the former Norman Outgin car. It still had the old BARC stickers on it before it was repainted into the Rob Gibson colours for this season. He's done a little bit of autograss racing at Ivy Church in a Class 4 Metro, but his granddad got him into rallycross, and he's always enjoyed the Metro 6R4s. Thought he could have his own version of it without the spoilers and the other bits of a 6R4. But we've got a Metro on pole position in 57. That's the Rob Gibson colours of Joe Luke Eastwood. Ian Biaggi in 55 alongside the Scotsman who's been rallycrossing for 51 years on and off as Ian. He's in the ex-Dave Pritchard Stuart Bowes car. John Wood has made it back out on circuit after his dramas on the last lap of Q2. Great to have John here, the Eastbourne racer, former Oval man, in his John Wood race engines and Rolling Road stickered John Welsh replica. Pete Christmas in the Toyota Corolla. He's taken a lot of weight out of the car over the winter. He's shed 150 kilos from the Toyota Corolla before this season. He's hoping to at least overtake someone, he said yesterday, would be his aim. He wants to overtake someone on circuit and really be in the mix. That's his aim. Great to have Pete here, and he's in a very smart Toyota Corolla we found in Wales. Ian Halfhide, the oldest driver in the paddock, 76 years of age. He's on row 2 with Paul Buckmaster and Simon Hart, our final starters. Ready to race. 3 laps of action for the retro division ahead of us. We're green and go, and it's a good start from John Wood from the outside of row number 1 then. Will the Escort be able to last the 3-lap race? It had an issue on lap 4, so maybe with the shorter race distance that will come into John Wood's advantage now. Ian Biaggi second, the Metro of Joe Luke Eastwood into 3rd spot, but it's Wood who leads the pack up over the tabletop for the first time, just with a comfortable lead at the minute, hoping the Escort can survive for the remaining 2 3/4 miles or so of the Lydden Hill Rallycross circuit. Joe Luke Eastwood gets a bit out of shape through the Devil's Elbow, but it is the Ford Escort of John Wood which is leading the pack up into North Bend Hairpin for the first time. Ian Biaggi in the lightweight Little Mini is into 2nd spot and having a good run coming down Hairy Hill at the minute, but he's not able to get on terms, it seems, with the John Welsh replica up ahead of him. Joe Luke Eastwood 3rd, Pete Christmas is 4th, Ian Halfhide in 5th position in the Peugeot 205. Paul Buckmaster and Simon Hart, our final runners. But this is a good first weekend in the car for John Wood, the former oval man, in his Welsh colours up over the tabletop with the advantage. Ian Biaggi, if anything, is falling more into the clutches of Joe Luke Eastwood, and it's a British Leyland fight between the Metro and the Mini again. They've had a magnet between them, have been locked together throughout the meeting so far, and Metro versus Mini is again looking like that battle may be on again for 2nd and 3rd, but Ian's able to scamper away a little bit going up Hairy Hill and put more of a buffer between himself and the yellow colours of Gibson of Joe Luke Eastwood behind. Pete Christmas is having a good run in 4th spot. You can definitely see that the Toyota Corolla has got improved pace since last season. The weight that's come out of the car has really improved things for Pete, and what was a stage rally car from Wales is now becoming a quicker and quicker rallycross car. Simon Hart's our final runner in the Ford. On Joe Luke Eastwood through the Talladega turn. If the drivers clip the tyre bales there, they'll be picking up a 5-second penalty. So you don't want to strike the bales on the inside of the circuit at Talladega or the tyre stack on the approach to the Devil's Elbow, because penalties will be dished out if drivers are unable to avoid the tyre stacks on the inside of the turns. But he's half a mile from victory now. John Wood coming down Hairy Hill for the final time. It's been a good drive from the Ford Escort man through the right-hander, and the Vauxhall red top engine has proved reliable in this one. 486 of John Wood takes the victory in the up to 1600cc class. Ian Biaggi is 2nd, Joe Luke Eastwood is 3rd, 4th place for Christmas, 5th is Ian Halfhide. Simon Hart and Paul Buckmaster are going to be our final finishers. Buckmaster in the Vauxhall Nova, brother Rob not here this weekend in the Ford Fiesta sadly, but it's Paul Buckmaster in the Vauxhall Nova, our final finisher. Good pace from Wood, he wins with the fastest lap to his name as well, a 51.519. We have one more Q3 race to go, that is the Crosscar Juniors. Once that is complete, we'll be going into a Group B demo, and then we'll be moving into the semi-finals and the finals on the opening day of the British Rallycross Championship for 2026. Crosscar Juniors up to the line, and it's Phoebe Cake in 631 who is our pole sitter in this Q3 race for the brand new category in 2026. They're powered by the MT-07 Yamaha engine, 689cc, so a bit down on the senior division, which we've enjoyed in the other Q3 race earlier on. But Phoebe Cake starts on pole, the number 43 alongside of Ethan Hooker. Number 15 of Harry Flitney is your final front row starter, and on the back row it's 16-year-old Jess Flitney in number 37. Now Jess has already driven her dad Dom's Volvo C30 Supercar, and Dom is planning to get Jess in the car in future seasons, so we may see Jess Flitney do a Andrew Jordan style jump from junior rallycross to supercar. Wait and see what happens. Ready to race light is on. we're green and go, and Phoebe Cake gets a good initial start from pole position, but Ethan Hooker's got good pace. We know that in the Flit Speed colours, and Ethan's going to try and go right around the outside down into Talladega. He's got the wide line. He's still going out very wide indeed, but he's going to lose the lead. Yes, he almost held on to it, but Phoebe Cake just sticks to a more conventional route through the banking and up onto the tabletop for the first time. Phoebe Cake has the advantage over Ethan Hooker in 43, but the junior cross cars then into the Devil's Elbow using their Yamaha power as the motorbike engine machines blast up to North Bend Hairpin for the first time. Cake's been growing and growing in confidence. She's really enjoying these cross car division in the British Championship. That will be her focus for 2026. No European exploits are planned for Phoebe. She wants to win the title here in the British Rallycross Championship, the cross car junior division, and Phoebe Cake in 631 looking to get a good result here to back up her round 1 victory at Blyton. Ethan Hooker through the Joker, so too is the number 15 of Harry Flitney. Jess Flitney's doing the same. So the second, third and fourth place cars have all gone into the longer Joker lap route, and it's just our race leader Phoebe Cake in the number 631 car who's yet to take the longer route. She may want to do it next lap because number 43 of Ethan Hooker is really closing in on the race leader, and Phoebe Cake now is going to become under pressure from second place driver Ethan Hooker up into North Bend Hairpin, and Phoebe's still got to do the longer route, so she might want to try to respond. The gap's really shrinking though, and Ethan's got really good pace here. He's right onto the tail of Phoebe. The rear wing is growing ever bigger for Ethan Hooker as he looks at this rear of Phoebe Cake's car, and now there's a change. So through the Joker lap section goes Cake, and she loses the lead. The last lap board is out. We're on to lap 3 of 3, and the Cross Car Junior Q3 race, the last qualifier of the day for the teenage racers, and it's Ethan Hooker then who gets top spot away from Phoebe up over the tabletop. Ethan's got the advantage, the man from Cheshire who's into his first season of Rallycross competition this year, and he's shown very good speed indeed. He flicked the car onto its roof up at Blyton at the opening round, but he's kept it on all 4 wheels today, and he's shown very good speed as well. He's edged further and further clear of Phoebe Cake in second spot. This is a tremendous display from Hooker again, and he's coming into paddock for the final time, with Phoebe Cake becoming ever more distant second position now. Good stuff from the number 43. Ethan Hooker then takes the victory. Strong result for Ethan. 631 of Phoebe Cake in second spot. Third, the number 15 of Harry Flitney, and our final finisher, Jess Flitney, in the number 37 Life-Live TN11 comes across the line in 4th spot. That completes Q3 then. Q3 is in the books. We are complete of qualifiers for today. We've got a Group B demo coming out onto circuit next before we go into the semi-finals and finals at the opening round of the 2026 Championship. So into last demo session of the day for the Group B cars, the Ford RS200 and the Audi Quattro. This is a Herbert Breitender replica driven by Dave Halford from Kent, so he's a local man to Lydden Hill circuit. And if you came to the 2017 World Rallycross round here, the last one before it moved to Silverstone in 1819, you may remember Dave's car was hanging from a big gantry at the top of the paddock. It was high up in the sky as we celebrated 50 years of Rallycross, 60th anniversary of the sport next season. So 50 years of British Rallycross this year, the British Rallycross Championship that is. First won in 1976 by Trevor Hopkins, the local man from Edgerton near Ashford. Trevor won the first ever British Rallycross Championship before going on to win it 4 times, I think. So the history of the sport will be celebrated throughout the season and at the Lydden Legends Festival come June. But this is the 50th anniversary of British Rallycross and the Group B era, such a key part of the sport. When the cars were banned from rallying, they found a new home in Rallycross, and from the late 80s through to 1992, these Group B, what were rally cars, became absolute Rallycross weapons, and local legend Will Gollop winning the 1992 European title in that final year of the Group B era. Will due to be in the paddock here this weekend at some point, so if you are in the paddock, look out for famous Rallycross faces across the course of the 2 days as Dave Halford powers up to North Bend Hairpin in his Audi Quattro Herbert Breitender replica. A nice red Pioneer sponsorship and wheels. It really looks the part, and it'll be one of many Group B rally and rallycross cars which will be here at Lydden Legends Festival on the 12th to the 14th of June. One more Group B car still to come, and that is the Ford RS200 of Steve Harris, the Essex-based racer who's preparing to return to full-blown rallycross competition in the coming seasons. He's got a 2-wheel drive Ford Escort in build, and Alan Tapscott's building the car in fact for Steve, and we'll see him out in a Ford Escort in Super Retro because he doesn't really have anywhere to race this RS200. It's a key feature of the Legends events at Lowiac and Lydden Hill, but they only come around once a year, or maybe you get the odd demo at another event somewhere. So he wants to go proper rallycross racing door to door, and is opting for a 2-wheel drive Ford Escort. So the RS200, which again such a key part of the Group B era, Mark Rennison being the first driver to bring the RS200 into the rallycross scene, and then they went on to be such top cars, winning titles and being a key part of the European scene of Martin Skanka, and in Britain as well, with Pat Duran being such a famous Brands Hatch Grand Prix winner in Rosie, his famous Q8 oil stickered RS200, which will be here at June's Lydden Legends Festival. So we'll see Rosie, we'll have Liam Duran, I'm sure, Steve Harris, Rob Gibson and the rest, plus returning faces. Kenneth Hansen was a key part of Lydden Legends Festival in 2024, and a number of top drivers will be back. It's not a round of the British Rallycross Championship this time. Previous Lydden Legends Festival included a round of the modern day British Rallycross supercars, but that's not the plan for this year, so there'll be more historic rally and rallycross cars on circuit. So definitely get that date in your diary if it is not put in already. Make sure it is put in marker pen in your diary, because the Lydden Legends Festival on the 12th and 14th of June, 2 days of competition on the 13th and 14th, with demo displays from rally and rallycross machinery from throughout the eras. That will come in the summertime here at Lydden. But Steve Harris is going to come through Paddock Bend for the final time with the DSRM stickers on the rear of his Autopla and SHR sticker car across the line, and Steve Harris completes our last demo run of the day for the Group B cars as we head into a brief track maintenance period, and then we'll be building up for the finals. So we have 2 semi-finals. The Super Retro division are having semi-finals, but we've not got enough entries now for Crosscar and RX150 semis, so we're putting all of the cross cars into one final. There's no need for cross-car semi-finals anymore, so we're just having the Super Retro semis, and then we'll be straight into the finals. The order for the finals is as follows: Suzuki Swift Sports, Motorsport UK Junior Swifts, Retro, the small Retro division, the up to 1600cc, Crosscar Juniors, Crosscar Seniors, Super Retros will be our penultimate final, and our last race of the day at about 10 to 5 will be the headline Supercars. So that's the plan. We're going into a track maintenance period now, and we'll be back with you with the semi-finals for the Super Retro division.
What if I told you the best rallycross drivers in the world are set to battle it out here in Ireland? That's right, for the first time in 3 decades, the European Rallycross Championship comes back to Ireland. A championship that has travelled the globe from Scandinavia to the Middle East and brings together some of the fastest and most fearless drivers in motorsport. And this July 18th and 19th, this very championship lands here in the heart of Ireland at Mondello Park. Rallycross is known for its down-to-the-wire battles,
Look at Anderson and Jacob Burns so close.
razor-thin margins for error,
Oh, it's a spin down the hill.
and hard-racing finishes where everything can change at the last corner.
So here we go. Oh, look at this 3 abreast down into turn 4. This is what it's all about.
Half dirt, half tarmac, standing starts, and cars that are capable of accelerating from 0 to 100 kilometers an hour in under 2 seconds. On July 18th and 19th, drivers from all across the globe will descend on Mondello Park to fight it out wheel to wheel for championship points in one of the most intense forms of racing in the world. And for the first time in over 30 years, Irish fans get to witness it all live. If you want to be there, get your tickets now on mondellopark.ie. What if I told you the best rallycross drivers in the world are set to battle it out here in Ireland? That's right, for the first time in 3 decades, the European Rallycross Championship comes back to Ireland. A championship that has travelled the globe from Scandinavia to the Middle East and brings together some of the fastest and most fearless drivers in motorsport. And this July 18th and 19th, this very championship lands here in the heart of Ireland at Mondello Park. Rallycross is known for its down-to-the-wire battles,
Look at Anderson and Jacob Burns so close.
razor-thin margins for error,
Oh, it's a spin down the hill.
and hard-racing finishes where everything can change at the last corner.
So here we go. Oh, look at this 3 abreast down into turn 4. This is what it's all about.
Half dirt, half tarmac, standing starts, and cars that are capable of accelerating from 0 to 100 kilometers an hour in under 2 seconds. On July 18th and 19th, drivers from all across the globe will descend on Mondello Park to fight it out wheel to wheel for championship points in one of the most intense forms of racing in the world. And for the first time in over 30 years,
into the Super Retro semi-finals now, and Stuart Emery has made it onto pole position in his Volvo 242. Stuart had a drama in Q3. Hopefully everything is solved in the Volvo. He starts on pole in 71. Lee Wood alongside in 333. Ray Morgan is going to settle down to the middle of row 1 in the Mark III Ford Escort. Alan Tapscott's on row 2 in 91. And at this stage of the event, it's all about positions. So the timed element of the meeting is out of the window really now. It's all about positions, and the top 4 progress. We have 6 starters, so 2 will miss out and 4 will progress to the A final. Stuart's aim coming into this weekend is to get into the A final, so he needs to, if he wants to do that, he needs to get through this key semi-final stage. The Super Retro entry, big enough for semi-final grids, and we have Emery, Morgan and Wood, your first 3 starters. It'd be close between Tapscott and Swaylen to see who will miss out on the final here. Ready to race? Or are we? There's a red light on the start section. Someone's crept forward. And as we know from the Retro division, you won't get a double joker lap board, you'll be pushed back a row, and it's Alan Tapscott, the former Super National star who raced numerous Vauxhalls for many years. Vauxhall Nova successfully in Super Modified before switching to a rear-wheel drive Vauxhall Corsa. He's raced against so many rallycross faces, from Dave Ward, Norman Beggs, through Jamie Bird. There's so many drivers that Alan Tapscott's raced against in the super modified days, and he's now found a new home in retro rallycross, and he's got to do it all from the very back of the grid here in the number 91 barn find Ford Escort Mark II. He's got his work cut out. He's even out of shot. He's that far back. Alan Tapscott in 91 has got Hannah Stewart up ahead of him in the Talbot Sunbeam, but Stuart Emery on pole, ready to go against Ray Morgan and Lee Wood. Two former champions on the front row against the relative newcomer to the rallycross scene in the retro division in the hands of Emery. We're green and go, and Alan Tapscott's got a good start from the very back of the row. He's got a good getaway and knows he needs to try and charge along after being adjudged to a jump the start. Emery is who leads. Ray Morgan into second spot, and it's Dan Swayland, the reigning retro rallycross champion, who's just looking to get points here this weekend. He hopes to grab some championship points and then focus on his Mark 1 Escort, which he's got in build ahead of the other rounds coming up later this season. So Mondello Park, the next one up, we'll see Dan Swayland hopefully in his Mark 1 Escort by then, but he's in the shared Mark II, a loaned Mark II for this weekend, and he's right in the thick of it here with Lee Wood in the similar Mark II Escort behind, the former oval racer in 333 sideways through North Bend Hairpin, and this leading quartet is the Ford Escorts fighting over second, third, fourth and fifth, but it's the big Volvo 242 in the hands of Stuart Emery which has the advantage out front. The fight between the Fords is holding our attention because Lee Wood's trying to go right around the outside of Dan Swayland and trying to do the same on Ray Morgan as well. Lee Wood high and wide on the approach to the jump. Ray Morgan still holds on to second for now, but Swayland's right there in the thick of it in third. Alan Tapscott behind this battle. We would just be hoping that something begins to kick off between the cars ahead and he can gain a spot in the final. As they climb Harry Hill, Stuart Emery's into North Bend Hairpin, but is he slowing? I think Stuart might have slowed under braking there. Is it all okay? He exits North Bend. That's with part of the circuit where he slowed earlier, but he seems okay now. The Ford battle is really fierce. Morgan, Swayland and Wood all absolutely together into North Bend, through paddock up towards the chicane, and Ray Morgan's leading the charging brigade of Mark II Escorts behind. We have Swayland, Wood and Tapscott all on the coattails of Ray Morgan, and at the minute it's Alan Tapscott in the red with the gold wheels Ford Escort Mark II who will be missing out on the final. Stuart Emery's controlling the pace out front, as up the inside goes Dan Swayland, and there's contact between himself and Ray Morgan. So Swayland in the Kent Movers car, he moves Ray Morgan out of the way through the Devil's Elbow, and up into second spot now comes Swayland. So Swayland's into second, Lee Wood now third, and Ray Morgan's run into issues sadly. It's a great shame for Ray. He's had a great day so far, and he's not going to be able to get to the final now because through comes Alan Tapscott. We're on to our final lap, 4 laps of action for the Super Retro division, and it's Stuart Emery who leads the field over the timing line to begin the final mile. Stuart's 1 mile away now from achieving his target today, which is to get into the A final. He might be reviewing his objectives now at the end of this race, because he could be overall event winner here in the Super Retro division. Through the North Bend through the Devil's Elbow they come, up towards the North Bend Hairpin, and Dan Swayland still holding on to second place in the bewinged Tuesday Night Rallycross Club Ford Escort ahead of Lee Wood. Tapscott into fourth, and sadly Ray Morgan has come to a halt. He's out of the car and he's got damage on the left hand side sadly, so Ray's out. Yellow flags fly, and it's Stuart Emery who's going to come through, bouncing his way up to the line, punches the air with delight. Stuart Emery wins race number 1, semi-final number 1 for the Super Retro division. Great stuff from Stuart. Second spot on the road for Dan Swayland, 3 seconds adrift of Stuart Emery. Lee Wood is in third. Alan Tapscott gets into the final in fourth, and Hannah Stewart will be our final finisher in fifth. A great shame for Ray Morgan though. He is a legend of Lydden Hill Rallycross circuit, and it's not the result he wanted after being such a star in the earlier qualifiers. He's stopped his car on the Joker lap section, so it was out of the way of the drivers coming through, and Ray has got some work to do on the Escort, it looks, after damage on the left hand side of the car through the contact with Dan Swayland at the Devil's Elbow. But the Lydden Marshals and rescue crews will get to Ray's Ford Escort, and we'll be back with semi-final number 2 for the Super Retro division. Emery takes the win, but Ray Morgan's Ford Escort is going to need recovery from the Canterbury Straight because it's not going anywhere fast.
What if I told you the best rallycross drivers in the world are set to battle it out here in Ireland? That's right, for the first time in 3 decades, the European Rallycross Championship comes back to Ireland. A championship that has travelled the globe from Scandinavia to the Middle East and brings together some of the fastest and most fearless drivers in motorsport. And this July 18th and 19th, this very championship lands here in the heart of Ireland at Mondello Park. Rallycross is known for its down-to-the-wire battles,
Look at Anderson and Jacob Bennett so close.
razor-thin margins for error,
Oh, it's a spin down the hill.
and hard-racing finishes where everything can change in the last corner.
So here we go. Oh, look at this 3 abreast down into turn 4. This is what it's all about.
Half dirt, half tarmac, standing starts and cars that are capable of accelerating from 0 to 100 kilometers an hour in under 2 seconds. On July 18th and 19th, drivers from all across the globe will descend on Mondello Park to fight it out wheel to wheel for championship points in one of the most intense forms of racing in the world. And for the first time in over 30 years, Irish fans get to witness it all live. If you want to be there, get your tickets now on mondellopark.ie.
So Super Retro grid for semi-final number 2, waiting patiently in the dummy grid. Ray Morgan's car is back on the flatbed now with the Amber Rescue crew and heading back to the paddock. Hopefully Ray can work wonders over the break between events and get back out for tomorrow, because he's been a real star today, showing good pace in the Mark III Escort. 8 races left to go before the conclusion of today's meeting. Super Retro semi-final number 2 out next. There has been a change to the running order of the final, so it'll be the Crosscar and RX150 will be the first final, followed by the Senior Swifts, the Junior Swifts, the Retro, Small Retro, the up to 1600cc division, followed by the Crosscar Juniors. Our penultimate race of the day will be the Super Retros, and our last finale, the BRX Supercars, running over 5 laps. The Supercars are our last race of the day before we do it all again tomorrow at round 2 of the Motorsport UK British Rallycross Championship. But it's Pat Duran who comes down onto pole position with the Ford Escort, the Zack Speed powered Ford Escort Mark II. That new steering setup he's got on the car, and he's using his 2.5 litre turbocharged Zack Speed engine. It'll be a 450 brake horsepower put out here by Pat in what is one of the few turbo cars entered this weekend. Charlie French is choosing that Rallycross Cup car in the hands of Dan Swalen's turbocharged, but we have mainly naturally aspirated built field of Super Retros here today, at least, with Nigel Davey alongside in his Triumph TR7 V8, Andy Grant in the Vauxhall Red Top Ford Escort Mark II. Thumbs up from Andy, he is ready to go. 65 years of age is Andy, showing no signs of stopping. He is ready and raring to get going. Vince Bristow in number 97 starts on the second row in his BMW, and on the back row Gary Simpson in number 52. in the BMW. He thinks the new BMW engine he's got in there can put out 300 brake horsepower, so he'll be using every ounce of it as we get ready to race. Top 4 progress for semi-final number 2. We're away, and Nigel Davey in the wedge-shaped sports car gets the best of the starts. Pat Duran is going to have to settle into second spot with Andy Grant behind. The 2 Ford Escort racers have duked it out on circuit already today, but the fight behind really is one to watch, because Gary Simpson versus Vince Bristow, and Andy Grant getting involved as well. Bristow's already up into third position, so Vince is trying to make good early doors here. He's up into third position, chasing on the tail of the BMW behind of the Ford Escort ahead of Pat Duran, and there's good close racing between the front 2. Nigel Davey up into North Bend Hairpin in 691 with Duran right on his tail into North Bend Hairpin. Bristow and Grant, the leading quartet. Gary Simpson at the minute is going to be missing out as Andy Grant makes a move, and so too does Pat Duran up the inside. A good neat move then from Pat at Paddock Bend. Not the first time today he's done that, as a 3 for the fight for second. Andy Grant, Vince Bristow and Nigel Davey all absolutely together. Great action between the 3 of them. Nigel Davies dropped from first to fourth in a matter of metres really in the Triumph TR7 V8, and that might open the door for Gary Simpson to come through in the purple BMW. But it's Pat Duran then, the 4-time British Rallycross champion, former Brands Hatch Grand Prix winner, a European star, a European runner-up in fact, is Pat back in the day in the Group B era, and we see him now here loving every moment of this 2-wheel drive Ford Escort on his home circuit in the sunshine at Lydden. Duran leads semi-final number 2, but the fight behind is really on, because Vince Bristow and Nigel Davey are going really for over third and fourth positions. They're okay at the minute, they can both get through there. If they stay where they are, they'll both be getting into the final. But however high you finish in this semi-final, that will improve your grid position for the final later on. So you really want to be as high up the order as you can, and Pat Duran is doing just what he needs to do at the minute. There's no Charlie French, there's no Alan Crockett to worry about, the 2 leading contenders from the 2025 Super Retro Rallycross season. They're both sitting out this round at least, but it's Pat with the flame throwing from the side of the Escort as he brakes for North Bend Hairpin, who has the lead in the duo sticker car out of the right-hander, with Andy Grant behind, Vince Bristow still third, Davey into fourth, and Gary Simpson at the minute is going to be missing out sadly. So the former Retro Rallycross champion Gary Simpson will be missing out on a place in the final come the end of this semi-final number 2. They start their final lap. Duran, Grant, Bristow and Davey first, second, third and fourth, with Gary Simpson in 52, your fifth place runner at the moment. But Pat, with the revisions to the Ford, he's found a comfortable setup it seems in the car. He drove it here at a rally sprint event a few weeks ago, had a drama in his final when he spun going through the hairpin, but apart from that it was a pretty successful test session for Pat Duran. And he's now got a comfortable lead over this fight behind, with Grant, Bristow and Nigel Davey in the wedge-shaped Triumph TR7 V8. We're into the final half a mile then, and Pat Duran is set to join Stuart Emery on the front row of the Super Retro final in a few minutes time really, because we've got a lot to cram in before the curfew at the end of the meeting, and it's a real frantic end to our opening round of the British Rallycross Championship. Pat Duran takes the win. He wins semi-final number 2. Andy Grant is second, Vince Bristow third, fourth place for Nigel Davey, and missing out on the final, but we'll be back tomorrow, is Gary Simpson in the number 52 car. So Simpson misses out. David Brown was a non-starter in that one. David, the returnee to the rallycross scene, he missed out on a place in the semi-final due to the crash he had at the chicane in Q3. But Pat Duran will join Stuart Emery on the front row of the final grid, and that will be our penultimate race here at round 1 of the British Rallycross Championship. This is the first of our finals then at round 1 of the 2026 Motorsport UK British Rallycross Championship 5 Nations Trophy, supported by Practical Car and Van Rental for this weekend. And it is the 119 of Teddy McPherson, which starts on pole position. The reigning junior champion looking for his first victory in the class. Brad Turner alongside in 61. The championship leader, with James Constantine in number 8. Some lovely shots we're getting on the live stream of the drivers up close from our cameraman on the Canterbury Straight. Second row, what a great drive it's been so far today from second generation rallycrosser Bradley Williams in 48. He's made it onto the second row of this cross-car grid. Alongside him's Caden Harris in 84 in the elite stickered entry. Row 3, 44 of Andy Peckover. Ben Bartlett's joined on row 3 by Will Ovenden in number 5. This is a huge grid. We've thrown everyone into this. The RX150s at the back with Stephen Jones and Ben Hardy as they're in a separate class. We are ready to go then. 5 laps of action ahead of us. A big field of RX150s and cross cars, but Will Ovenden has an issue. His engine's been very sick today and he's beckoning the start line marshal over. I think Will Ovenden's going to be unable to take the start here in number 5. He's had engine issues throughout the meeting. I don't think Will Ovenden's going to be able to take the start, sadly. Or he may be pushed to the very back of the grid to allow Ben Hardy and the rest to come through. That might be the plan. But Will Ovenden then in number 5. Definitely keep an eye on the red and yellow Digger Sim sticker car, because he's had engine issues so far today and they seem to be continuing. But a huge 10-car grid. The Crosscar and RX150 Buggy Championship produced some of the best racing of the championship last season, and it looks to be continuing the theme in 2026. McPherson and Turner with Constantine on the front row. But again, we might have a delay because Will Ovenden and the rest are still on the line. And McPherson, Turner and Constantine, your front row starters. The 48 of Brad Williams, row 2. 84, Caden Harris. And on that back third row, the final row of the cross cars, we find Andy Peckover in 44, Bartlett in 4, and Will Ovenden in 5. Might have a bit of juggling of the grid still to do. But the different chassis we see on circuit, we've got the Mygale chassis of Will Ovenden and Ben Bartlett. They don't have a windscreen, so any stones and bits and pieces can flick through, but the rest of a little screen in the life live entries, but they really are little rallycross weapons, and we are ready to go racing. 119, 61 and number 8, your front row. Who will come out on top then? 5 laps of action. We're ready to race, or are we? Someone's crept. Brad Williams this time, I think. The number 48 of Brad in the TN5. He's had a good day so far, but just a little bit too keen to get going, and the double joker lap board is being made ready by the start line team. We're going to need to shuffle some back into their grid spots as well. But can McPherson get his first win in the category? The reigning junior rallycross champion stepped up to Crosscar last season. He did a park campaign in the car using his Crosscar at some events, the Junior Swift at others. He's got experience, done testing in the Rally Sprint events. He was the fastest of all at the Rally Sprint here back in February. So Teddy McPherson knows how to pedal quickly around the Lydden Hill Rallycross circuit, and the 17-year-old from Buckinghamshire is onto pole position and ready to go if we get the green light this time. 5 laps ahead of us. Double joker for Brad Williams is confirmed then. So Bradley Williams is going to have to do 2 jokers. And we look towards the lights. 5 laps ahead for cross cars and RX150s. And there's another full start. So we are held on the line again from the cross cars. The 850cc Yamaha cross cars against the 1000cc Honda-powered RX150s. It really does produce a good duel, but we are being held here. Someone's crept, and it might be Brad Williams. Afraid Brad Williams might have jumped the start again here. So if you do it once, you get a warning, and that's a double joker lap penalty. Do it twice, and that's sadly race over. So Bradley Williams is not going to be able to take the start then in his Rallycross debut. Did well to get through into the final, but Brad Williams is going to be out of this and heads back towards the paddock. We'll need to wait for him to clear the circuit before we can get going. But this is round 2 of the Crosscar Championship. They raced up at Blyton in Lincolnshire as part of the BTRDA Rallycross Championship a few weeks ago. The win there went to Bradley Turner. No David Kane this weekend, who was due to be here on the entry, but still a very healthy field of Crosscars and RX150s, and it's Brad Turner in 61 who comes into this event as the championship leader. The man from Yeovil in the Articus RX stickered car, he settles down into the middle of row 1. They've had to wait a long time. Can we go green this time? The drivers will be ready and raring to go. We're green and go this time around then, and it's James Constantine who gets a good blast from the outside of row 1. Brad Turner in the middle, but Teddy McPherson, the pole sitter, is going to hold the advantage down into Talladega for the first time. Will Ovenden and Ben Hardy barely get away from the line, but it's McPherson who leads. Brad Turner right behind him as they come up over the tabletop. McPherson wants to get his first win in the category. James Constantine's having one of his best displays in the crosscar category as well here this weekend, and that's because he's got a brand new TN11 underneath him. He's finally got a modern crosscar, and he's going to try and make a move going up into North Bend Hairpin. Brad Turner on the outside line, Constantine on the inside. The door flicks open, or if you can call it a door on the crosscar. James Constantine and Brad Turner absolutely wheel to wheel, and Brad goes joker. The engine has failed for good now, I think, on Will Ovenden's car, so Ovenden's out at the side of the road, sadly, but the fight for the lead is on, or is it? We get a red flag flies, and the race is going to come to an abrupt end, sadly, and that is because of Will Ovenden's crosscar off at the side of the road. So the fire crews are going to have to get down to Will Ovenden's crosscar, and the Digger Sim Mygale has come to a smoky end, sadly, at the Devil's Elbow. So the fire crews out onto circuit, and what a terrible day it's been for Will Ovenden. No luck at all for the teenager from Addisham. He's driven down the A2 to his local circuit, hoping for a good result in front of his home supporters, and sadly it hasn't gone at all well for Will, who's looking for his first victory in this category, but he's out, and the marshals are looking at the Digger Sim sticker car now because it's come to a smoky end in the gravel trap at the elbow. We couldn't continue with the car there and smoking away in the gravel, so we'll have to get the grid reformed, and the final of round 2 for the British Rallycross Championship Crosscar Series will take place very shortly once Will Ovenden's car is removed from the gravel. So the Crosscars are returning to the Canterbury Straight. Will Ovenden's Diggersim sticker car being recovered from the Devil's Elbow. And we're going to have a final over 3 laps now. So a bit tight for time. And with the reruns, we're going to go to 3 laps for the Crosscar and RX150 finale. 119 of Teddy McPherson psyching himself up in the cockpit. He's got to do it all over again. He had a good lead earlier before the red flags flew. And he's alongside the similar life-lived TN11 of Bradley Turner alongside in 61. James Constantine, one of his best displays in number 8 so far this weekend. Great to see the MSD-sponsored car getting right to the pointy end of the field, because James is a long-time British Rallycross supporter now. And it's a very neatly turned out number 8 livery, multicoloured for James in the Life-Live MSD stickered car. 84 for Caden Harris is on his own on row 2 with Andy Peckover, Ben Bartlett, and then the 2 RX150s. We could say 1.5 really, because Ben Hardy's car isn't working as it should, and Stephen Jones is really flying the flag now for the RX150 brigade with a healthy khaki green number 19 car. Ben Hardy struggled away from the line in the earlier running of this final, but Will Ovenden's car is now recovered from the circuit and we're ready to go. 3 laps of action for Crosscar and RX150. Look towards the lights for round 2 of the championship. We're away, and it's a good start again from James Constantine in number 8. James gets a brilliant getaway from the outside down into Talladega. He's trying to go right around the outside, is he? Now Brad Turner's got the lead. So Teddy McPherson, who was the early race leader before the red flags, has now dropped down into 3rd spot. So it's Brad Turner in 61 who has the advantage. 2nd spot for James Constantine. 3rd is Teddy McPherson, with 4th place Caden Harris. 5th for Ben Bartlett. Again, those 2 junior rivals locked together in the middle of the pack. And do keep an eye out for Stephen Jones, because he's powering his way along quite nicely in the more powerful 1000cc RX150. But it's Bradley Turner, our round 1 winner, who leads the way again. Could he make it 2 from 2 here at Lydden Hill? He's been testing during the rally sprint events, and he's got 1.5 laps or so to 2 laps to go now before the end of this. A 3-lap finale for the Crosscars and RX150s, and it's Brad Turner with the lead. James Constantine in a good 2nd spot, and James is going defensive now to try and keep Teddy McPherson at bay. Andy Peckover is in 5th, but the fight for 2nd is well and truly on, with the Ben Bartlett blue and yellow entry getting closer and closer now to the podium placings. So don't rule out the day glow blue and yellow colours of Ben Bartlett, because he's getting onto the tail now of the grey cars in 2nd and 3rd. Bradley Turner's out front, but behind Constantine versus McPherson, with Ben Bartlett in the bright day glow colours of the Mygale. He's right there now with the leading quartet as Teddy McPherson goes joker this time through. So last lap board is shown. 1 lap to go. The drivers need to remember that, because they've just been told on the grid that the race distance has been cut to 3 laps, and you need to remember, because it could be quite easy to forget that and forget to do your joker. That would mean a 30-second penalty. So hopefully all of the drivers have taken note of the marshal's instructions and know that this is a 3-lap finale. And now Brad Turner, James Constantine and Ben Bartlett are going to be charging towards the line, but they need to disappear into that longer route. Turner still with the advantage. Constantine 1.4 seconds away as they come out of North Bend Hairpin, down Hairy Hill for the final time. Into the Joker Lap section we go then. The leading 3 into the longer route, and Bradley Turner's going to make it 2 from 2 in the RX150s and Crosscar category. He takes the win. 2nd place James Constantine, and 3rd at the checker was just Ben Bartlett. So Ben Bartlett was just 3rd ahead of Teddy McPherson on the timing screens up here. So Ben Bartlett just into 3rd spot, or just updated in fact, and they put Teddy McPherson into 3rd, Bartlett 4th, Jones 5th, Caden Harris in 6th, Andy Peckover 7th. It was very, very close between 2nd and 3rd spot. 3rd right the way down into 4th with Bartlett, but the top 3, Turner, Constantine, McPherson now confirmed, with into 4th spot Ben Bartlett in the Mygale. Very close racing from the Crosscars, but Bradley Turner makes it 2 from 2. He won at Blyton, he's won at Lydden, and he extends his championship lead going into round 3 tomorrow for the Crosscars and the RX150 buggies. A win for Bradley, again in the Life Live TN11. Senior Swifts due out on circuit next as Brad Turner celebrates his win with a nice slide through North Bend Hairpin. First final of the year for the Swift Sport category. The senior Swifts up to the timing line, and it'll be our 3-time champion Max Weatherly who comes up to pole position in number 7. A very late entry for Max in the EDSL stickered car, but great to have the Faversham man here at Lydden Hill for the opening round of the championship. Ben Williams, newcomer this weekend, a real star in 51. Sam Peterson on the outside in 114, and on the second row Phil Seath and Daryl Chaffee. Now, due to the time constraints, we need to finish at 5 today. We're going to have this as our penultimate race for the day. The Swift Sports into Supercars will follow. The other finals, which are due to take place this afternoon, are being shifted to tomorrow. So some of the other finals, the Retros, the Juniors, the Super Retros and the Crosscar Juniors will be tomorrow. This is our penultimate race of the day today. Supercars will follow, and this is our Swift Sport finale. 5 laps of action ahead of us as we're ready to race. Weatherly versus Williams versus Peterson. Good start from Williams in the middle of row 1. Sam Peterson's got the least amount of wheel spin, and he's made a decent getaway from the outside, but Ben Williams has just about got his nose in front but can't hold it down into Talladega. So it's Max Weatherly who has the early lead, with Ben Williams, the very impressive newcomer to the rallycross scene. He's up into second spot ahead of the number 80 car of Phil Seath, the 114 of Sam Peterson, Daryl Chaffee at the back of the pack. It's Max Weatherly who holds sway out front, but look at Ben Williams. That Lydden Hill Swift really does pull nicely going up Hairy Hill into North Bend Hairpin. And Ben, you would think he'd be a seasoned rallycross campaigner looking at a display. This is his first ever event. He hasn't competed in a rallycross meeting here before, but the former motorbike racer has really found his feet very quickly indeed. He opts to go for the Joker this time through. So into the Joker lap section goes Ben Williams. The Dover man flicks the Swift from right to left through the Joker section. There's 114 of Sam Peterson in 4th spot now. So it's Phil Seath second. Max Weatherly is your leader, with Daryl Chaffee your final runner, but Max with the maximum attack as always from Weatherly in the number 7 car. He has the advantage over Seath, with Williams and Peterson the 2 drivers to have taken the Joker lap. So do watch what the Lydden Hill sticker car of Ben Williams can do. The Dover resident on his home circuit. He starred in the Soapbox Derby here yesterday. He's now hoping to find more speed here in the Swift Sport today, because he's now the leading driver to have taken the Joker lap, and he comes down Hairy Hill at the end of this second lap. The leading contenders, Weatherly and Seath, stick to the normal line, but Phil Seath seems to be falling away somewhat from the race leader. Ben Williams is going along nicely in 3rd spot. It could be second fairly soon, because he is closing in on Phil Seath up ahead of him. He's lapping quicker, 4 tenths quicker than the car up ahead. Ben Williams has got faster car underneath him, it seems. Phil Seath just goes a little bit deep at times into certain corners, and that seems to cost him. He does plan to learn left foot braking this season. That's the craft he's hoping to perfect across the course of the 2026 season. And Phil's brand new to rallycross really as well. He had 1 season under his belt last year. This is his 2nd full campaign. So again, he's another new driver to the Swift Sport scene. But Max Weatherly, our 3-time champion, is into the Joker lap now. So Max heads in to the longer route. That might change the lead with it. Phil Seath sticking to the normal line. 2 laps left to go, and it's very close between the 2 of them. Phil Seath, who's yet to Joker, Max Weatherly on the outside. Now Seath's going to have to go into that longer route at some stage, and Max will probably know that, so he doesn't really need to make the move on circuit. But any delaying tactics really that Phil Seath could play here might come into the hands of Ben Williams behind, because if Max Weatherly loses any time, then Ben Williams will be jumping at the chance as the leaders close up, going up Harry Hill. Phil Seath and Max Weatherly, door to door, wing mirror to wing mirror, into North Bend Hairpin. Weatherly gets the lead away on the inside through North Bend Hairpin, and now Ben Williams is right there as well. Williams absolutely together. The three Swifts locked together down Harry Hill. Phil Seath's going to have to go into the longer route, which he does, but he's opened the door now for Ben Williams to get closer to the race leader, Max Weatherly. Williams is right there with Max. We're on to the final lap. 1 mile to go here at Lydden Hill, and it's Max Weatherly who's leading the way. Sam Peterson's having a drama through the chicane all on his own. He's had a spin on the approach to the fearsome Rallycross chicane, but it's Max Weatherly who's jumping his way to what looks like what we would expect to be a pretty expected victory, really. It was due to be Max who would be on top step with his previous experience in this category, but what we didn't expect was the speed of Ben Williams in second spot. The Lydden Hill stickered entry in second position has been a real star, and if we did a Driver of the Day award, he'd be right up there, I think, because he's been really at the sharp end throughout, and he's challenged Max Weatherly. Max comes down though through Paddock Bend for what is the final time. Checker flag flies, and Max goes back to his roots and wins in Suzuki Swifts again. Weatherly wins. Second spot for Ben Williams. Third for Phil Seath in number 80. The Lydden-based farmer gets on the podium at his home circuit. Fourth will be Sam Peterson in his 114 entry. And our final finisher should be Daryl Chaffee in the Peter Gwynn Motorsport hire car. Up towards the line comes Sam. He finishes in fourth. He'll be disappointed with that because he was second in last year's championship and has good speed. Daryl Chaffee finishes in fifth, but a win for Max Weatherly, and he takes the victory on home turf here at Lydden Hill. The Faversham favourite takes the win at his local circuit, and he'll be delighted with that, returning to the Suzuki Swift Championship after many years away. That's our penultimate race of the day done here at Lydden Hill. As I said before the Swift final, we're moving some of the finals today into tomorrow's meeting, so we'll see the retro division, the Crosscar Juniors, Super Retros tomorrow. We're going into the Supercar final now for our last race of Easter Sunday, so a busier schedule tomorrow, but the Supercars are getting their round one final in today. They're next out on circuit before curfew at 5 p.m. Derek Tohill will be on pole position for our big race of the day. and we look forward to seeing a very close battle between the pack again tomorrow. Liveried cars, and our last finisher, Thomas Ramanorskus. We're going trophies straight away down in the podium area, so do feel free to join us if you're trackside in the Lydden Hill paddock. We'll be giving out the trophies at the end of round one. There will be some finals left over, which we'll get to tomorrow, but thank you for joining us on the live stream, the first one of the year, one of many to come, and most importantly all of you trackside for coming out to Lydden on Easter Sunday. Thanks to all the marshal, everyone who made it possible, and we'll be back for more tomorrow at 9:30 with the start of practice for round 2 of the Motorsport UK British Rallycross Championship 5 Nations Trophy.